Chapter 601. Actually, I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Wang Haoran's words seemed light, but when they fell into Qin Fan's ears, they made his heart tremble. After Qin Fan reached the pinnacle of martial arts and became an immortal from the land, he believed there was no rival left in the world. But the feedback from his own internal energy told him that Wang Haoran was dangerous. Deadly dangerous. Qin Fan was still unwilling to give up. The ultimate limit of martial arts was the terrestrial immortal. Could there really be a realm above that? This subverted everything he knew. Gripped by doubt, Qin Fan forced his true qi to circulate. A beam of energy condensed into a solid torrent, slamming directly toward Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran stood perfectly still. When the energy blast reached a few meters in front of him, it automatically disintegrated, disappearing without a trace. Any doubts Qin Fan had about the warning signs from his internal energy completely vanished. This real, terrifying scene left him hollow. He knew he was unmatched. Seeing that his attack failed to achieve the slightest effect, he pivoted to escape. But as he reached the threshold of the hall door, he slammed into an insurmountable, invisible wall. Passing through was impossible. Qin Fan spun around in amazement. Wang Haoran's feet lifted off the ground. He rose slowly, floating into the air. A colorful divine light, triggered by pure spiritual aura, radiated outward. A brilliant golden will condensed behind his head, dazzling and magnificent. At this moment, Wang Haoran looked like a god, inspiring an overwhelming urge to prostrate on the ground and worship. Tan Taiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi watched, their eyes reflecting the colorful light with indescribable excitement and joy. The old man surnamed Xiao Yaifeng, and Qin Fan experienced the exact opposite. Their faces turned deathly pale, like mourners at a funeral. This is not a martial arts method at all. It is absolutely impossible to be martial arts. Who the hell are you? Qin Fan braced his trembling legs, fighting the heavy pressure to keep from kneeling. Of course this is not martial arts. This is the method of immortals. Wang Haoran's voice, amplified by his spiritual aura, echoed through the hall, ethereal and vast, like an immortal judging mortal beings. The method of an immortal. You are actually an immortal, Qin Fan muttered to himself. The will to resist drained from him completely. This kind of power was simply beyond his ability to match. Deep down, regret pulled, but he understood it was too late. Still, he did not cry out or beg for mercy. He simply accepted his end quietly. It was an honor to die at the hands of an immortal. A streak of spiritual light flew out from Wang Haoran, landing squarely on Qin Fan. Raging divine flames instantly enveloped his body. Within seconds, Qin Fan turned into fly ash, leaving nothing behind. Ding, the host killed the protagonist Qin Fan, and got 16,000 villain points. The old man surnamed Xiao and Xiao Yaifeng were far inferior to Qin Fan. Under the crushing weight of Wang Haoran's power, they were already on their knees, shaking uncontrollably. Wang Haoran did not waste words, letting the divine flames claim them just as they had Qin Fan. After a moment the spiritual energy subsided, and Wang Haoran slowly touched down on the floor. Qin Fan, the old man, and Xiao Yaifeng were gone without a trace. Not even a speck of dust remained. Their existence in this world had been completely erased. Seeing the crisis resolved, Tan Taiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi stepped forward. They looked at Wang Haoran, who had returned to his normal appearance, but for a moment, they were hesitant to approach. The impact of what they had just witnessed was too immense. Immortals. The concept shattered their understanding of reality. They did not know that Wang Haoran's grand display had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy. It would take an immense amount of work to restore it to its full state. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was thin, making it almost impossible to recover by absorbing energy from the outside world. Fortunately, Wang Haoran practiced the Devil Emperor's inner canon, which provided a special recovery method. Even so, he would need to cultivate for at least 10 hours. In truth, Wang Haoran could have killed Qin Fan and the others easily. He chose such a flamboyant gesture for a specific reason. He still owed Tan Taiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi an explanation. They had ignored the danger brought by Qin Fan earlier, but now that the matter was settled, it was time to talk. Wang Haoran had already calculated his moves. Depleting his spiritual energy to kill Qin Fan in such a breathtaking manner was merely the foreshadowing. You must have a lot of questions, right? Wang Haoran broke the silence. The three women nodded in unison. Wang Haoran sighed, his expression turning solemn, as he began his explanation. Actually, I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, and the three of you were my concubines in our previous life. In that past existence, we encountered a great enemy and perished together. It took me a long time after reincarnating into this life to restore my memories. That is why I searched the world for you, wishing to renew our bonds. However, the customs and traditions of Blue Star are different from the world of cultivating immortals. Once I found you and pursued you, I did not dare tell you about our past life. That is why I hid the truth. I know this is hard to accept, but it is a promise we made before we died. We agreed to meet again in the next life. Your current cultivation is not enough, which is why you cannot remember the past after reincarnation. Wang Haoran fabricated the lie effortlessly, drawing inspiration from novels about reincarnated immortal emperors searching for their lost lovers. He had already planned this showdown. On Blue Star, his behavior would naturally be labeled as a scumbag, but providing a grand, cosmic justification changed the entire narrative. In ancient times, emperors kept thousands of beauties. As an immortal emperor, having multiple women was perfectly natural. Tan Taiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi looked at each other, completely stunned. What Wang Haoran said sounded incredible, but on second thought, weren't his immortal abilities completely beyond their understanding anyway? I know it is hard to accept all at once, Wang Haoran said, noticing Tantayeyu's silence. But if you think back to when we first met, you will realize our fate was already doomed. No wonder, Tantayeyu murmured, clarity suddenly washing over her features. When I saw you for the first time, I fell in love with you hopelessly, and even decided I would never marry anyone else. It turns out it was because of this. Me too, Munanzi recalled, stepping forward. I met you for the first time on the bridge at Wang Pavilion. I felt an immediate sense of déjà vu, and I fell in love with you uncontrollably. It was the same for me, Song Siwi whispered. I was in the car, and I caught only a glimpse of you, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since. Seeing their reactions, Wang Haoran smiled secretly. The true source of their intense feelings was his super peach blossom halo, but given the circumstances, the explanation made them believe it was a profound destiny written in the stars. Chapter 602, Showdown. Wang Haoran watched the expressions softening on the faces of Tantayeyu, Munanzi, and Song Siwi. The cosmic gamble had paid off, and the foundation of his lie was firmly set. To lock it in, he maintained a perfectly solemn expression. Do you believe me now? The three women looked at one another, a silent conversation passing between them, before they turned back and nodded. The last remnants of doubt dissolved from their eyes. Yet, as the reality of his words settled in, a sudden, cautious tension filled the air. He was an immortal emperor in his past life, and they were his concubines. In ancient history, a concubine always walked on eggshells around the sovereign. Wang Haoran offered a warm, reassuring smile. You were my concubines, yes, but we were also husband and wife. Don't be so nervous. I won't bite. Just treat me as you always have. Tantayeyu and the others let out a collective breath, the heavy tension lifting from their shoulders. But memories have a way of dragging up old ghosts. Munanzi suddenly recalled a lingering shadow from her past. A wave of insecurity washed over her, and she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Wang Haoran read the shift in her posture instantly. Guessing the exact nature of her hidden pain, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Nanzi, the man who detoxified you back on Qingling Mountain was actually me. It happened purely by accident, but it was our fate. Munanzi froze. The heavy knot that had weighed on her heart for so long suddenly unraveled. The horrific nightmare she thought she had endured was actually a twist of divine destiny. Senior brother Tianjitzi had been right all along. If he had just spoken plainly back then, she might never have gone to Qingling Mountain in the first place. Still, a small pout formed on her lips. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had told you back then, you wouldn't have been able to accept it, Wang Haoran explained smoothly, his voice a balm of calm reason. I needed to find the right opportunity to make everything clear. Munanzi considered this, finding logic in his caution. The final traces of resentment vanished, and a genuine smile returned to her face. Tantayeyu, whose entire life revolved around the pursuit of martial arts, was utterly captivated by the mention of the immortal path. The moment Munanzi stepped back, Yeyu pressed forward, her eyes wide with curiosity. Was I a cultivator in my past life too? Was I powerful? You were. Wang Haoran nodded, feeding the burning hunger in her eyes. In fact, you can become a cultivator again in this lifetime. You, Nanzi, and Siwi. Excitement flared in Yeyu's chest. Munanzi and Song Siwi shared her joy. While martial arts held little appeal for them, the promise of cultivation meant immortality. To a woman, eternal youth was an irresistible temptation. More importantly, a longer life meant staying by the side of the man they loved forever. Then teach me the cultivation method right now, Tantayeyu demanded, her natural impatience taking over. Wang Haoran gave her a slow, deliberate look. Are you sure you want it right this second? Yes, right now. The method we practiced in our previous life, Wang Haoran said, his tone entirely serious, requires dual cultivation. Tantayeyu blanked for a second, before a crimson flush rushed up her neck to her cheeks. Watching her fluster, Munanzi and Song Siwi couldn't help but giggle. Wang Haoran turned his gaze onto the two of them. That goes for both of you too. The laughter cut off instantly. A matching blush stained the cheeks of Munanzi and Song Siwi, their minds suddenly racing down very vivid paths. What should we call you from now on? Tantayeyu asked, trying to steer the conversation to safer ground. You all called me emperor in our past life, Wang Haoran lied smoothly, without so much as a blink. But since we are no longer in the immortal realm, we don't need to be so formal. None of them doubted him. Yet, despite his permission to remain casual, a new layer of deep respect mingled with their affection. The title of emperor carried an undeniable weight. Tantayeyu fidgeted for a moment, before biting the bullet, to ask the question they were all burning to know. Haoran, in our past life, who held the main palace? And exactly how many concubines did you have? Wang Haoran paused, taking a beat to organize his words, ensuring the cosmic scale of his fabrication remained bulletproof. In my previous life, my cultivation level was that of an immortal venerable in the tribulation transcension stage. I was peerless in the universe, though I wasn't the only one. Immortal emperor is merely a title, much like demon emperor or domain lord. It means I was the sovereign of an entire territory, similar to the emperors of ancient times. He stepped closer, mapping out the grand scale with his hands. Imagine multiple nations on a single planet. In the immortal realm, the territories are just vastly larger. An immortal venerable rules over millions of star fields. Each star field contains tens of millions of planets, teeming with countless living beings. He let the scale sink in before delivering the punchline. Rulers of that magnitude typically have tens of millions of concubines in their courts. By comparison, my palace was exceptionally modest. I had only 3,000. The three women stood frozen, completely stunned by the sheer numbers. Had Wang Haoran simply admitted to having 3,000 women outright, they would have erupted in anger. But framing it within the context of cosmic geography shifted the perspective entirely. An ancient terrestrial emperor ruled over a fraction of a single planet and kept 3,000 women. Their husband had ruled millions of star systems. Proportionally speaking, 3,000 was an act of extreme restraint. The lingering modern values of Blue Star made them uncomfortable, but looking at the grand design, how could they blame him? The only real problem was the sheer scale of the competition. A palace of 3,000 meant they would have to work much harder to catch his eye and earn his favor. Then, how many have you found so far in this life? Song Siwi asked softly, a hint of caution in her voice. Wang Haoran let out a long, heavy sigh, a shadow of profound sorrow crossing his face. After reincarnation, everyone was scattered across the cosmos. There are only a few dozen on Blue Star. Honestly, it is nearly impossible to find them all. Many may have failed the reincarnation cycle entirely, their souls dissipating into nothingness. Being able to find the three of you is a miracle of grand design. Seeing the deep melancholy in his eyes, any lingering resentment in their hearts vanished completely. Overwhelmed by sympathy, they stepped forward to comfort him, throwing themselves into his arms to ease his sorrow. They realized how fortunate they truly were. They had survived, they had found him, and they had the chance to renew their eternal bond. They needed to cherish the present. Wang Haoran wrapped his arms around them, holding them tight. His face remained a picture of tragic longing, but beneath the mask, his heart danced with absolute triumph. The reincarnation of an immortal emperor searching the cosmos for his lost concubines was a brilliant narrative, and it worked like an absolute charm. Chapter 603, King Yunzong. The treacherous hangmen banquet concluded with Qin Fan, the old man surnamed Xiao, and Xiao Yifeng vanishing into mere ashes. Following the tense showdown, Wang Haoran successfully pacified Tantai Yiyu, Mu Nanzi, and Song Siwi. He united them under the grand, fabricated pretext that he was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor searching for his lost concubines. Of course, the fundamental reason this wild explanation carried any weight was his undeniable status as a true cultivator. If he had relied solely on ordinary martial arts, things would never have progressed so smoothly. The terrifying reality of an immortal cultivator completely subverted their worldview, forcing them to accept a situation that would normally be entirely intolerable in the mortal world. Cultivation, it seemed, offered far too much convenience. Securing the harmony and cooperation of these few women marked an exceptionally promising beginning. Wang Haoran felt a surge of anticipation, imagining a future where a peaceful, beautiful harem thrived in his backyard. The mere thought fueled his energy. Upon exiting Qin Fan's deserted villa, Wang Haoran first escorted Tantai Yeyu back to her residence, before driving Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi to the Jinhao Hotel. Although both women harbored plans to purchase their own homes, they temporarily remained at the hotel. Now that the immediate crisis had passed, they intended to buy a house together. Sharing a home would provide mutual company, ensuring they never felt too isolated. Wang Haoran naturally supported the idea with both hands. He already planned to select a spacious villa within his own gated community for them to occupy. This arrangement would make shared cultivation far more convenient. Previously, he had required all manner of elaborate cover UPS, but now his confidence had reached a new peak. Regarding Tantai Yeyu's sisters, except for Buletin Feiyun, who had temporarily slipped through his net, the other 6 sisters had finally accepted one another. With Tantai Yeyu setting such an excellent precedent, Chu Qianwei and the others would likely offer no resistance. Even if Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi eventually crossed paths with Tantai Yeyu's sisters, there was no longer any cause for concern. Furthermore, Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoxiu already resided within the villa complex. Ning Aoxiu maintained a relatively tolerant attitude toward his overlapping relationships. Having already engaged in cultivation practices with Wang Haoran, she found the reality easy to accept. Feng Xuanzu, however, presented a more delicate situation. For a long time, Wang Haoran feared that fully acknowledging Feng Xuanzu would set his entire backyard ablaze, but his anxiety had finally dissipated. He possessed the perfect, cosmic justification to smooth over any doubts. With his thoughts organized and his mood elevated, Wang Haoran dropped Mu Nanzi and Song Siwi at the Jinhao Hotel, and immediately instructed an assistant to secure an available house near his own estate. Just then, his eyes caught the breaking headlines on his phone, news that had completely dominated every major media outlet in Qingling. Ma Hongsheng had perished in a violent car crash. The tragic accident claimed 3 lives, the tycoon, his son, and their driver. As the wealthiest man in Qingling, his sudden demise triggered an absolute media frenzy. Investigators were currently scrambling to determine the exact cause of the crash. Wang Haoran knew the investigation would yield nothing unusual. The event was no accident, it was entirely man-made. The ruthless execution pointed directly to Qin Fan's cold-blooded apprentice. A quiet sigh escaped Wang Haoran. Ma Hongsheng had succumbed to his fate after all. It appeared that burning incense before leaving his house failed to secure the protection of his ancestors. Among the flood of media reports, a video clip showed Cheng Rui weeping in profound grief, eventually fainting from the sheer shock of the news. Wang Haoran marveled at her impeccable acting skills. Even he might struggle to match such a flawless performance. Given the intense public scrutiny, reaching out to her now was far too risky. He would have to wait until the storm blew over. When Wang Haoran finally returned to his villa, Feng Xuanzi met him with overwhelming joy. More than 20 days had passed since their last meeting, and her suppressed longing had accumulated to an agonizing degree. Casting all modesty aside, before they could even exchange formal greetings, she threw herself directly into his arms, greedily absorbing the familiar warmth of his embrace. After a long moment, her intense emotions quieted. She took a step back, a flash of apology crossing her face. "I am sorry. I lost myself in the joy of the moment. I forgot that you still cannot remember our past together." "My lady, I remember everything," Wang Haoran replied, his gaze softening as he looked down at her. "I remember a recent path in this life, and I also remember our true past life." Feng Xuanzi froze. A wave of pure sweetness swept through her, as intoxicating as a spilled jar of honey, yet a portion of his statement left her utterly bewildered. "Our past life?" she asked, her voice filled with astonishment. Instead of answering immediately, Wang Haoran turned his head toward a tightly closed bedroom door. "Aoxiu, there is no need to keep eavesdropping. Come out." Feng Xuanzi blinked in surprise. Subconsciously following his gaze, she watched the bedroom door swing open as Ning Aoxiu stepped into the hallway. "So you were hiding in there listening," Feng Xuanzi said, a hint of pride coloring her tone as she sought to establish her position. "Then you must have heard what he just called me. He called me his lady." "I heard it clearly enough, but your title is currently nothing more than an empty name," Ning Aoxiu countered, offering a proud, meaningful smile. "He spent more than 20 days in Qingsu. Do you have any idea what occurred during that time?" During that extended trip, Wang Haoran had already established a definitive relationship with Ning Aoxiu and Fang Yoruo, leaving him with no room to contradict her words. While cultivating alongside Fang Yoruo, he had certainly not neglected Ning Aoxiu. Feng Xuanzi caught the heavy implication behind Ning Aoxiu's smug words. Unwilling to believe it entirely, she turned an inquiring look toward Wang Haoran. "What Aoxiu says is true," Wang Haoran admitted gently. "Ding. The host has triggered jealousy in the heroine Feng Xuanzi, earning 1,000 villain points." Feng Xuanzi's lips pouted slightly, a bitter pang of envy tightening her chest. "I will answer your questions regarding our previous existence now," Wang Haoran announced, shifting his gaze smoothly between Feng Xuanzi and Ning Aoxiu. "This concerns both of our past lives." The two women fell silent, their initial confusion giving way to focused attention. Wang Haoran seamlessly deployed the exact same cosmic narrative he had used to deceive Tantayeyo and the others, tailoring the performance perfectly for Feng Xuanzi and Ning Aoxiu. Though the grand tale initially struck them as completely unbelievable, they ultimately yielded to the overwhelming explanation. Feng Xuanzi found herself torn between profound joy and lingering worry. She rejoiced that her husband had finally acknowledged their bond, yet she fretted over the undeniable reality of his multiple partners. However, the anxiety quickly passed, replaced by a sudden, nervous anticipation of what intimacy might follow their recognition. A faint panic mingled with her secret longing. Ning Aoxiu, having been drawn into his orbit early on, had never harbored illusions of monopolizing his affection, making her far more receptive to the arrangement. Furthermore, both women originated from the hidden world, a secluded society that stubbornly preserved ancient traditions like polygamy. Their baseline acceptance of such a lifestyle sat significantly higher than that of ordinary modern women like Tantayeyo, Nunanzi, or Song Siwi. More importantly, their husband was an immortal emperor who once held dominion over millions of star systems. In that cosmic context, maintaining a vast court of concubines seemed entirely natural. As evening blanketed the estate, Feng Anna remained busy in the kitchen, cooking quietly behind closed, floor-to-ceiling glass doors. She remained completely oblivious to the extraordinary conversation unfolding in the living room. Once the meal was ready, she called everyone to the dining table. In the past, Feng Xuanzi and Ning Aoxiu routinely engaged in sharp bickering throughout dinner, but tonight a strange truce held. Instead of fighting, they competed in demonstrating enthusiasm, constantly placing choice cuts of vegetables and meat onto Wang Haoran's plate. They reasoned that a supreme immortal emperor would surely despise petty infighting among his consorts and neither dared risk offending him. Feng Anna watched the unusual display with a look of quiet bewilderment. However, she understood her subordinate position perfectly, keeping her head down and eating her meal without asking a single question. Meanwhile, beneath the vast night sky in a distant region, the hidden world of martial arts remained restless. Deep within the territory of the Qingyun sept, Yunchuan brooded in her quarters. Since leaving Qingling to return to her family's sept, a heavy depression had consumed her. She deliberately withheld the full, terrifying details of her ordeal from her parents, offering only a brief explanation that Yan Yuntian was dead and their formal marriage contract was dissolved. Upon learning of the cancellation, Yunchuan's parents immediately began scouting for a replacement husband. They quickly identified a suitable young master from a prominent, well-matched sept and finalized a new marriage agreement with the boy's elders. This prospective groom was widely celebrated as a martial arts prodigy, a genius with a limitless future. With the arrangements locked in, her parents proudly broke the news to their daughter. They fully expected their normally obedient daughter to accept the match without complaint. Instead, Yunchuran reacted with pale horror. Cornered by the sudden news, she finally confessed the absolute truth of what she had witnessed in Qingling. She warned them frantically that entering an engagement with an outsider would inevitably invite the catastrophic wrath of a monstrous entity, a teenager whose personal guard possessed power far surpassing that of a great master. Her parents, however, dismissed the warning entirely. A careful review of the known factions within the hidden world revealed absolutely no record of anyone named Wang Haoran. It defied all logic that a powerful master exceeding the Huajin realm would ever deign to serve as a mere bodyguard for a wealthy teenager. Furthermore, this supposed young master lived entirely within the secular world, possessing no notable talent for martial arts whatsoever. How could a worthless rich kid command such terrifying loyalty from a supreme master? Her parents concluded that the entire story was an elaborate fabrication, a desperate lie invented by their daughter to escape an arranged marriage. They flatly refused to cancel the new contract. Then, precisely as the heated argument reached its peak, an urgent message arrived at the sect gates. The brilliant young prodigy betrothed to Yunchuran had suffered a catastrophic accident during a training excursion. His internal meridians were completely shattered, utterly destroying his ability to progress any further along the martial path. A celebrated genius had fallen. The severe damage to his meridians meant he was effectively reduced to a useless cripple for the rest of his days. Upon receiving the grim update, Yunchuran's parents let out heavy, conflicted sighs, their minds instantly shifting toward the necessity of breaking off yet another ill-fated marriage. Chapter 604. The news of Yunchuran. Yunchuran refused to let things drag on. Facing a potential disaster, she immediately urged her parents to dissolve the new arrangement as quickly as possible, insisting on accompanying them to handle the matter personally. Her parents raised no objections. It stood to reason that she should be present, so they readily agreed. Yunchuran let out a long breath, praying this nightmare would finally end. If not, the consequences would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, beneath the star-studded night sky of Qingling, an intense, private encounter unfolded within the master bedroom of the villa. Ding. The host captured the heroine Feng Xuanzi for the first time. Gained 8,000 villain points. Feng Xuanzi's heroine halo reduced by 400. Host's villain halo increased by 400. The influx of villain points and halo adjustments was a welcome bonus, but the real triumph lay in his breakthrough. Wang Haoran had successfully ascended to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. His cultivation speed had officially taken off. According to Ye Fan's stolen memories, even during his peak rise in his past life, the former protagonist had never achieved such blistering progress. The Heavenly Devil Emperor's cultivation technique was truly extraordinary, a masterpiece of design. Beyond the rapid advancement, the entire process was thoroughly enjoyable, a stark contrast to the dull, grueling nature of standard immortal arts. Wang Haoran wanted nothing more than to continue cultivating through the night. His partner, however, had reached her absolute limit. Feng Xuanzi was the primary heroine of the original storyline involving the dragonborn protagonist, Xuantian. While she possessed immense martial arts talent, she lacked any innate compatibility with immortal cultivation. She was entirely unlike Feng Yoruo, who could use basic spiritual energy to heal herself after only a small amount of guidance. Furthermore, Wang Haoran was currently recovering his own energy. His extravagant display to Tantai Yeyu and the others while executing Qin Fan had severely depleted his reserves. Expending precious spiritual energy to heal Feng Xuanzi right now was impractical. Fully restoring her would take a toll he couldn't afford. While reducing her swelling and discomfort required no spiritual energy, it was completely unnecessary to waste power when standard medication could achieve the exact same result. In fact, Feng Xuanzi had already anticipated this outcome, discreetly preparing the necessary ointments in advance. Wang Haoran found himself entirely speechless at her foresight. She truly knew how to plan for a rainy day. Immortal cultivation is absolutely incredible, Feng Xuanzi murmured. After applying the medicine, her discomfort eased significantly. She immediately noticed a shift within her body, her voice tight with surprise. I can feel the threshold of the great master Huajin realm. My internal true qi is far more solid and pure than before. Even if I fought a true great master right now, I doubt I would lose. Her previous cultivation had plateaued at the minor Huajin level. Achieving such a massive leap after only an hour of practice left her utterly stunned. This is just the beginning, Wang Haoran replied, adjusting the blankets around her. True qi only represents the limits of mortal martial arts. As you continue to cultivate, your internal energy will transform into pure spiritual aura, marking your official entry into the immortal path. Yearning filled Feng Xuanzi's eyes, but a sudden flash of physical trepidation quickly tempered her excitement. I didn't say we had to continue cultivating tonight, Wang Haoran added with a soft laugh. Feng Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes scanned his face, quickly realizing her husband still seemed unfulfilled. Knowing her body could not withstand another round of spiritual training, she hesitated for a moment before making a suggestion. Husband, you should go to Aoxiu. Wang Haoran looked at her in surprise. If he had simply gotten up to leave, Feng Xuanzi turning a blind eye would be normal. But her actively suggesting he visit Ning Aoxiu was completely unexpected. He quickly deciphered her underlying motive. Feng Xuanzi was intentionally playing the role of the compliant, pleasing consort, attempting to secure a higher place in his affections. Even the most powerful women carried these subtle insecurities. She feared the friction of petty bickering would displease him, so she chose to compete for his favor in an entirely different manner. The ultimate beneficiary of this unspoken competition was Wang Haoran himself. The fabricated identity of a reincarnated immortal emperor was working flawlessly. The title of imperial concubine forced Feng Xuanzi to view him not just as a husband, but as a sovereign demanding absolute reverence. The two cuddled, talking quietly in the fading light. Just as Wang Haoran prepared to slide out of bed to visit Ning Aoxiu, his phone buzzed loudly on the nightstand. The caller ID displayed Feng Rao's name. Following the deaths of Yan Yuntian and his father, Feng Rao had arranged their burials on Qingling Mountain. Afterward, she had met Wang Haoran at the base of the mountain, creating an unforgettable memory by a secluded creek. Wang Haoran had not reached out to her since that day. Feng Rao had lingered in Qingling for a while, but respecting his privacy, she chose not to disturb him. Eventually, as the master of Fengzi Mountain, she had to return home, leaving her local responsibilities to Qin Yunhan's mother, Feng Yun. Only after her departure did Wang Haoran re-establish contact, tasking her with a specific mission: monitor the movements of the hidden martial world. More precisely, she was to watch for any news regarding a marriage contract involving Yunchuran of the Qingyun sect. Receiving a call from her this late at night raised immediate questions. Was she calling out of personal longing, or had she uncovered something? Wang Haoran accepted the call. Calling at this hour, I hope I didn't interrupt a pleasant dream? Feng Rao's sultry, mature voice echoed through the receiver. Not at all. What about you? Why are you still awake? Wang Haoran asked casually. The middle of the night gets lonely, Feng Rao purred, her tone deliberately provocative. I felt a bit empty and wanted to hear a familiar voice. Wang Haoran shifted uncomfortably, glancing down at Feng Xuanzi. His wife was staring back at him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Given their proximity, Feng Rao's voice carried clearly through the quiet room. Sister, would you like me to keep you company instead? Feng Xuanzi spoke directly toward the phone. On the other end of the line, Feng Rao froze, the playful warmth instantly draining from her voice. A sudden wave of panic replaced her teasing mood. Xuanzi, you two are. Yes, we have formally acknowledged our bond, Feng Xuanzi replied, a note of triumph in her voice. Then you have my congratulations, Feng Rao managed to say, her tone instantly shifting to one of strict professionalism. I was only teasing earlier. I called this late because I have urgent information. Wang Haoran took the phone back. Is it about the Qingyun sect? Does it involve Churan? Yes, Feng Rao confirmed. Yun Churan has officially entered a marriage contract with the young master of the Seven Stars sect. A cold smile touched Wang Haoran's lips. He had warned the girl repeatedly, yet she had dismissed his words entirely. To verify the report, he pressed further. Are you absolutely certain? The information is bulletproof, Feng Rao stated firmly. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. However, the young master of the Seven Stars sect encountered severe danger during a recent training excursion. His meridians are completely shattered, permanently ending his future as a martial artist. I am currently waiting to see how the Qingyun sect responds to the news. Chapter 605. Meeting Feng Rao again. The unfolding situation instantly sparked speculation. If the plot followed the usual trajectory, Yunchuran would likely march over to break off the engagement. The young master, disgraced and stripped of his martial future by a shattered meridian, would inevitably taste bitter humiliation. Then, gripped by fury, he would surely bellow the classic line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never bully a poor youth. The routine was entirely too familiar. This specific setup mirrored the opening act of countless novels, the classic divorce flow. A quick calculation suggested the reality would match the prediction perfectly. Such dramatic twists rarely befell ordinary mortals, but Yunchuran was a primary heroine. Her sudden predicament almost certainly guaranteed a connection to a newly rising protagonist. The crippled young master of the Seven Stars sect fit the mold flawlessly. Do you know the exact location of the Qingyun sect? A desire to witness the spectacle firsthand mixed with the need to locate Yunchuran. Previously, a lack of time had prevented a proper pursuit, shadowed by the constant fear of plunging the backyard into utter chaos. Now, those anxieties had dissolved. More importantly, the situation demanded a direct intervention to crush the new protagonist bound to Yunchuran by contract. Embracing the fabricated identity of a reincarnated immortal emperor did not mean forgetting the duties of a true villain. Whenever a protagonist appeared, a thorough hammering was required. You intend to visit the Qingyun sect? Feng Rao's voice drifted through the line. Yes, give me the coordinates. The Qingyun sect remains hidden deep within the mountains, completely cut off from ordinary paths. Even with exact directions, a stranger would only get lost. Her voice maintained a smooth, natural rhythm. Travel directly to the Fengzi terrace at the base of the mountain, the same spot where you offered blessings before. I will wait there to guide you personally. Her serious tone carried no overt hints of hidden motives, yet the underlying desire required no guesswork. Her affection had already reached its absolute peak. Even a casual thought revealed her deep, subconscious longing to consume him entirely. A sudden reluctance to face Feng Rao alone prompted a brief pause. Covering the microphone, a quiet whisper targeted the woman resting nearby. Do you know the path to the Qingyun sect? Feng Xuanzi gave a slow shake of her head. The lack of options left a bitter taste. The journey to the Clear Sky sect was absolute, but without Feng Rao to navigate the hidden trails, reaching the gates anytime soon was impossible. After a brief calculation, the microphone was uncovered. Then we meet at the Fengzi terrace tomorrow. The matter requires urgent attention, and the journey must begin as soon as possible. Understood. I will wait for you at dawn. A slight tremor vibrated through her words, betraying a wave of excitement she could not entirely suppress. Feng Xuansu remained entirely oblivious to the unspoken history between them, showing no signs of suspicion. Her attitude had shifted dramatically. In the past, she would have cross-examined every detail, but the revelation of her husband's past identity as a supreme immortal emperor had altered the balance. As an imperial consort, interfering in the sovereign's affairs risked inviting displeasure. Losing his favor was a gamble she refused to take. The call disconnected. A few parting endearments pacified Feng Xuansu before the short walk to Ning Aoxiu's quarters began. The night passed in a seamless blur of shared cultivation. When morning light broke, a surge of boundless energy fueled the journey toward the Fengzi terrace. By mid-morning, the vehicle reached its destination. Feng Rao was already waiting patiently inside the main hall. A month of separation had taken a visible toll. Her silhouette seemed noticeably slender, perhaps worn down by the administrative burdens of Fengzi Mountain, or a deeper, lingering restlessness. However, a sudden realization quickly shifted the focus away from her appearance. During their first encounter, the vast libraries of Yefan's memories had not yet been absorbed, leaving a limited understanding of ancient mysteries. Now, endowed with millennia of cosmic knowledge and cognitive insight, many hidden truths became glaringly apparent. Throughout the shared cultivation sessions with Fang Yorou, Ning Aoxiu, and Feng Xuansu, slight variations in energy absorption had occurred. These discrepancies directly correlated with their unique individual physiques, though the variance had remained minor. Yet, certain women possessed extraordinary, miraculous constitutions, born as natural cauldrons for spiritual harmony. The Devil Emperor's inner canon focused entirely on the delicate balance of yin and yang, ensuring mutual benefit rather than a parasitic drain. Even so, a partner endowed with such a rare physique offered unparalleled advantages to a practitioner of the manual. If cultivating with Feng Yorou yielded a baseline efficiency of 1, a session with Feng Rao would explode to a factor of 10. A single encounter with her would equal 10 with anyone else. The sheer disparity was staggering. An even more astonishing detail came to light upon closer scrutiny. Feng Rao's primordial purity remained completely intact. Historically, this defied all logic. The woman had been legally wedded and had mothered a grown son. Yet, a deeper dive into esoteric lore provided a clear explanation. Primordial essence was not merely a physical attribute destined to vanish through standard marital obligations. Its preservation depended entirely on the woman's emotional state and genuine desire during intimacy. True spiritual dissipation only occurred when a woman surrendered both body and mind in absolute happiness. The intense connections shared with previous partners had lacked this spiritual component. Furthermore, those earlier encounters had taken place long before the activation of the cultivation technique, resulting in a considerable waste of potential energy. It was an unavoidable consequence of late awakening. The essence remained locked within Feng Rao simply because she harbored zero affection for Yan Fipeng, having endured the union solely to secure the lineage of Fengzi Mountain. The reason a supporting character like Feng Rao possessed a physique superior to a primary heroine like Feng Yorou aligned perfectly with the hidden mechanics of destiny. Feng Yorou was the exclusive heroine of Yefan's original path, a trajectory focused entirely on mastering the Azure Emperor longevity art, which required no specialized physical cauldrons. Consequently, such attributes were omitted from her design. Feng Rao's rare constitution served a very specific purpose within the original tapestry of Yan Yuntian's fate. In those unfulfilled timelines, an evil cultivator would typically detect her unique physique, instigating a malicious plot to abduct her. The setup existed solely to generate intense hatred, providing Yan Yuntian with the perfect opportunity to deliver a crushing face slap to the antagonist. Mortal martial arts maintained rudimentary methods of dual balance, but they paled in comparison to true immortal techniques. Since Yan Yuntian had already met a cold demise, that particular plotline would never manifest. The realization left a profound impression. An efficiency rate 10 times greater than normal represented a massive leap in power. Resisting such a temptation was nearly impossible. The very first session with Feng Yorou had triggered a direct advancement through the early stages. Currently resting at the 8th layer of the Qi refining cycle, conventional practice with the other heroines would require a significant investment of time to breach the next major boundary. A single session with Feng Rao, however, promised to bypass the threshold entirely. Beyond the immense practical value, she possessed a striking, mature beauty, wrapped in a unique charm and noble dignity that set her apart from the younger heroines. A quiet determination took root. Channeling the legendary spirit of Prime Minister Cao, the decision was made. Chapter 606. Going to King Yunzong. Wang Haoran temporarily shelved his internal calculations, centering his focus entirely on Feng Rao. She stared back at him, her dark eyes swirling with a brilliant, unreadable intensity. Breaking the heavy silence, a wave of raw emotion softened her voice. Do you remember? This is where we met for the very first time. Wang Haoran offered a gentle nod. Of course I do. Feng Rao let the memory linger for a brief moment before shifting the conversation. Congratulations. You and Xuansu have finally recognized each other. As her elder sister, I am truly happy for you both. If the opportunity arises, I intend to bring Xuansu back to Fengzi Mountain for a visit. After all, it is her true home. The sentiment alone means a great deal. Feng Rao smiled warmly, though a flicker of curiosity crossed her face. But tell me, why are you traveling all the way to the Qingyun sect to find Yunchuren? The situation is highly complex, and I will explain everything to you in due time. For now, it is best if we hold off on the details. Shall we begin our journey? Very well. Feng Rao nodded with uncharacteristic obedience. Rising gracefully from her seat, she swayed toward him, her movements fluid and deliberate. The powerful aura of a sophisticated, mature woman filled the space, triggering a sudden, restless flutter in his chest. An overwhelming impulse surged through his mind, bleeding directly into his physical senses. Under ordinary circumstances, before mastering the Devil Emperor's inner canon, he would have easily mastered such urges. His years of experience in the martial world had forged an iron discipline. Yet, the unique mechanics of the inner canon changed everything. The technique amplified physical temptation, making it nearly impossible to resist a flawless cultivation vessel. Through Yefan's stolen memories, Wang Haoran had gleaned a basic understanding of the technique from the ancient accounts of the Demon Emperor's disciples and concubines. But second-hand knowledge lacked the potent reality of personal experience. The esoteric cultivation method subtly expanded a practitioner's emotional desires, driving them toward relentless progression. The ancient extreme heaven demon emperor had fully understood these psychological consequences when he targeted various supreme goddesses of the immortal realm, yet he had pursued them regardless. The manipulative nature of the inner canon had clearly guided his hand. Fortunately, the emotional amplification functioned as a two-way street. During shared cultivation sessions, the technique magnified the partner's feelings as well, binding their heart closer to the practitioner with every encounter. This psychological tether explained why securing the devotion of the primary heroines had become significantly easier after initiating the technique. A delicate, fragrant breeze interrupted his thoughts as her stunning figure filled his vision. Exactly 1 meter away, Feng Rao stopped. She maintained a precise, measured distance, close enough to hint at intimacy, yet far enough to preserve the boundaries of a polite acquaintance. The path to the Qingyun sect consists entirely of rugged mountain trails, Feng Rao explained, her voice steady. Since you lack martial training, navigating the terrain on foot will prove exceptionally difficult. If time is truly of the essence, I can carry you. The journey will proceed much faster. A standard refusal formed on the tip of his tongue, but his internal shift in attitude dissolved any desire to distance himself from her. Then I shall trouble you, sister. Feng Rao blinked, momentarily startled by the sudden intimacy of the title. The initial shock quickly gave way to a quiet realization. Since she had accepted Feng Xuansu as her sworn younger sister, it was only logical for her sister's husband to address her as an elder. The sacrificial season on Fengzi Mountain had concluded, yet a steady stream of tourists still drifted across the lower terraces. Given her prominent status, Feng Rao refused to risk public exposure at the base of the mountain. She retrieved a pre-prepared hat draped in light, translucent gauze, securing it over her hair. Having returned to her ancestral grounds, she had discarded her modern attire in favor of a traditional, flowing palace dress. The elegant silk paired seamlessly with the veiled hat, creating a picture of timeless, noble dignity. Leaving the crowded terraces behind, the pair ducked into a secluded thicket. Once they were completely shielded from view, Feng Rao slipped a slender arm around Wang Haoran's waist and leaped into the air. The solid earth vanished beneath his feet. Within a heartbeat, they crested the highest canopy. Feng Rao tapped the slender, outermost leaves with the tips of her toes, her body freezing for a fraction of a second to absorb the momentum, before launching forward again. With a few effortless bounds, she cleared dozens of meters. As the absolute master of Fengzi Mountain, her prowess stood beyond reproach. During their initial encounters, Wang Haoran's limited perception had prevented him from measuring her true depth, and she had never found cause to display her full strength. But now, having ascended to the ranks of true immortality, her mortal secrets lay entirely exposed to his senses. Even without an active display, her rapid movement through the canopy laid bare the vast reserves of her internal energy. Her internal true qi indicated nearly 200 years of refined cultivation. She stood on the absolute precipice of entering the Dan-Jin Grandmaster realm. Such power far eclipsed that of Elder Zhou, the supreme patriarch of Kanghu's premier martial lineage. The disparity made perfect sense. While Kangzhou boasted a thriving martial culture, its secular families paled in comparison to the hidden sects that remained completely isolated from the mortal world. As they glided through the forest canopy, Feng Rao maintained absolute propriety. The predatory gaze that had characterized her behavior in Qingling had vanished, replaced by a strict, disciplined focus. The sudden restraint left Wang Haoran feeling slightly off balance. A quiet realization dawned on him. His previous coldness and deliberate avoidance had clearly signaled his reluctance, and she was simply suppressing her own desires to spare him any further discomfort. She chose to endure her longing rather than force his hand. Her profound emotional intelligence and selfless restraint triggered a sharp, unexpected pang of guilt in his chest. Treating her so callously, constantly kindling her passion only to extinguish it with cold rejection, was an act of quiet cruelty. Her visible weight loss since returning from Qingling spoke volumes. For a martial artist of her caliber, such physical decline was entirely unnatural. She had spent her days locked in deep melancholy, worn down by an agonizing, unrequited longing. Determined to offer some measure of comfort, Wang Haoran leaned in closer. Yet, he resolved to remain a perfect gentleman, allowing his actions to carry the weight of his intentions. He pressed a soft kiss against her cheek. The unexpected touch shattered her concentration. A wave of intense emotion rippled through her mind, causing her internal true qi to scatter instantly. Her foot slipped against the topmost branch, missing the point of leverage. The momentum failed, plunging them both toward the forest floor 20 meters below. Reacting with instinctive speed, Feng Rao corralled her wandering internal energy, executing a desperate burst of light body technique to halt their descent. With a sharp twist, she propelled them back into the high canopy. She landed firmly upon a thick bough, refusing to advance any further. Gently touching her flushed cheek, where the warmth of his lips still lingered, she turned an astonished, questioning gaze toward the handsome teenager beside her. "Your reflexes are truly magnificent, sister," Wang Haoran praised smoothly. His words focused entirely on her rapid recovery, ignoring the fact that his own sudden display of affection had nearly sent them crashing into the dirt. "A simple lightfoot technique is nothing," Feng Rao murmured, the familiar, intense hunger returning to her dark eyes. "I possess far greater skills. Would you care to witness them?" Wang Haoran recognized that predatory look instantly. It was the gaze of a hunter preparing to consume its prey. A swift, covered evaluation confirmed that her monthly cycle presented no physical obstacles today. Deep within the uninhabited wilderness, completely cut off from the eyes and ears of the mortal world, no one would ever hear the disturbance. Chapter 607. Meeting Yunchuan again. The burning urge to elevate his cultivation surged through Wang Haoran, tangling with his immediate desires and dominating his thoughts. He wrestled with the temptation for only a moment before firmly pushing it down. Acting now would be an absolute waste. Feng Rao's specialized constitution was magnificent, but in the grand scheme of things, she was still just a green seedling. To unlock her true value, she needed to be nurtured with specific, advanced techniques, allowing the seedling to mature before anyone harvested the fruit. Only then would the spiritual benefits reach their absolute peak. Focusing merely on immediate gratification might grant him enough energy to breach the qi refining threshold, but he would be trading a massive future windfall for a quick shortcut. Besides, he needed to reach the Qingyun sect as quickly as possible to catch the impending divorce spectacle. True dual cultivation was not a matter of a few brief moments, it required a significant investment of time. Beyond tracking that famous plotline, Wang Haoran wanted to investigate the situation firsthand. He needed to see if he could sever the destiny of this new protagonist, the injured young master of the Seven Stars sect. Such highly dramatic, explosive openings usually belong to high fantasy or grand cultivation narratives. It was highly probable that Blue Star was merely a novice village for this character. If the young master was destined to rise from the ashes of a shattered meridian, he must possess a hidden cheat. Furthermore, a legendary tool of that caliber would be incredibly powerful, likely defying the very laws of heaven. Depending on how the narrative unfolded, such hidden mechanics usually activated right around the time the engagement was broken. If the cheat triggered after the divorce, Wang Haoran would have a perfect window to steal the opportunity for himself. But if it activated beforehand, the hidden threat would have to be neutralized in advance. A protagonist who relied on a sudden, miraculous turnaround usually started from a position of absolute weakness, making him entirely different from Yefan. Though Yefan currently lagged behind in raw power, he still commanded a catastrophic trump card, burning his own immortal soul to drag his enemy into the grave. Wang Haoran refused to push Yefan into a corner just yet, but this crippled young master of the Seven Stars sect likely possessed no such devastating fallback. "The scenery here is truly beautiful," Feng Rao murmured, casting a meaningful glance his way. Wang Haoran understood the heavy implication behind her words perfectly. Having already calculated the long-term spiritual cost, he refused to engage in a reckless trade that sacrificed the harvest for the seedling. "The view is lovely, sister, but an urgent matter requires my presence at the Qingyun sect," Wang Haoran replied, offering a light blink. "We cannot afford any delays. Let's save the sightseeing for later. Once this business concludes, I will gladly accompany you to look at the scenery whenever you wish. There is no need to rush everything into a single moment." He intended to wait until Yunchuan's situation was fully resolved before introducing Feng Rao to the cultivation manuals. They were currently traveling at high speed through the wilderness, making it a highly impractical time to initiate her into the esoteric arts. The promise sent a wave of pure joy through Feng Rao. The faint, lingering trace of exhaustion vanished from her face, replaced by a vibrant glow. She could easily read the underlying warmth in his voice. He was no longer pushing her away, he was finally willing to acknowledge the bond between them. "Very well, let us hasten our pace," Feng Rao said, her spirits lifting as she focused her internal energy, determined not to cause any delay. A vast, dense jungle formed the only barrier between Fengzi Mountain and the Qingyun sect, keeping the physical distance relatively short. Moving at the absolute limit of her speed, she crossed into the sect's outer territory within a few hours. Instead of breaching the mountain perimeters unannounced, Feng Rao halted at the base and channeled her voice upward. "Feng Rao, master of Fengzi Mountain, requests entry to the gates." The internal true qi laced into her shout rippled violently through the canopy, sending flocks of startled birds scattering from the trees as the sound echoed clearly toward the summit. Such an immense display of power instantly alerted the guards. The Grand Master of the Qingyun sect descended the mountain trails in person to greet the arrival, offering a formal invitation for Feng Rao and Wang Haoran to ascend. A strong, historically peaceful relationship bound Fengzi Mountain and the Qingyun sect together. Had that harmony been lacking, the two factions would never have orchestrated the initial marriage alliance between their lineages. Quaint, traditional pavilions clung to the rugged cliffs, their imposing structures projecting a sense of ancient majesty. Inside the main reception hall, the atmosphere turned formal. Yun Churen's father, the reigning sovereign of the King Yun sect, went by the name of Yun Feng. Following a brief round of polite pleasantries, Feng Rao requested an immediate audience with Yun Churen. A flash of deep unease crossed Yun Feng's features. In the wake of Yen Yuntian's demise, he had hastily negotiated a replacement match between his daughter and the Seven Stars sect. With the master of Fengzi Mountain arriving so suddenly on the heels of that decision, he naturally assumed she had come to demand accountability. Still, the reality could not be avoided. He signaled a nearby disciple to summon his daughter to the hall. During the brief interlude, Feng Rao cast a quiet, questioning look toward Wang Haoran. The rapid marriage agreement with the Seven Stars sect had not genuinely offended her, nor did she harbor any desire to punish the girl. After all, she was the one who had initially permitted Yun Churen to seek her own path. The demand to see the girl had originated entirely from Wang Haoran during their trek through the mountains, and she had simply acted as his mouthpiece. She remained entirely in the dark regarding his true motives. Did he harbor a secret affection for Yun Churen? Yet, back in Qingling, the divine physician had personally examined the girl's pulse, confirming an active pregnancy. The heavy doors parted, and Yun Churen stepped into the hall. Aunt Rao, Yun Churen murmured, lowering her head in a strict, respectful greeting fit for a senior. Deep gratitude still lingered in her heart for the woman's past kindness. As she straightened, her gaze shifted toward the teenager seated beside the mountain master. A cold spike of terror pierced her chest. The brutal warning Wang Haoran had delivered in Qingling echoed vividly in her mind. If you dare enter a marriage contract with another, I will slaughter the King Yun sect from top to bottom. His sudden appearance could only mean one thing: he had discovered the alliance. Though only Feng Rao and Wang Haoran sat in the pavilion, Yun Churen feared a vanguard of supreme masters lay hidden just beyond the gates. A grim thought gripped her mind. Was today the day her entire clan faced annihilation? Miss Yun, it has been far too long, Wang Haoran said, breaking the silence with a smooth smile as he initiated the greeting. You remain as striking as ever. Yun Churen found it impossible to return the smile. Terrified of a misunderstanding, she rushed to clarify. The engagement was orchestrated entirely by my parents without my consent. I only discovered the arrangement after the contracts were signed. The blood confession hung heavily in the air. Yun Feng and Feng Rao turned sharp, bewildered looks toward the girl. Ever since ascending to the ranks of true immortality, Wang Haoran possessed an uncanny ability to read mortal intentions. Discernment had become an absolute certainty. When a mortal attempted a fabrication, the subtle spikes in emotional turbulence and minute physical shifts lay entirely bare before his eyes. He functioned as a living lie detector. The evaluation confirmed that Yun Churen was telling the absolute truth. With her innocence verified, the desire to exact retribution dissolved. The sudden, forced engagement was merely the structural consequence of conflicting protagonist and heroine halos acting upon the environment. The girl could not be held responsible for the whims of destiny. Since Wang Haoran still intended to weave a personal history with Yun Churen, maintaining a cold, threatening demeanor was entirely counterproductive. Instead of showing displeasure, he chose to leverage her panic to alter the dynamic entirely. He rose abruptly from his seat, an expression of profound relief covering his face. He crossed the floor in a few swift strides, reaching out to grasp her trembling hands. Churen, I knew in my heart that this was never your choice. Before she could process the shift, he pulled her firmly into his embrace. Yun Feng, Feng Rao, and Yun Churen stood entirely frozen, utterly paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 608. The Divorce Flow Villain. The silence in the reception hall stretched, thick with unspoken assumptions. Yun Feng and Feng Rao cast long, calculating looks at the couple, their minds racing down the exact same track. Yun Churen and Wang Haoran shared a deep, secret intimacy. Panic flared in Yun Churen's chest. Once the initial shock faded, she automatically braced her hands against his chest to shove him away. They had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Before her muscles could tense, a faint whisper brushed against her ear. Be good. Cooperate. The quiet command pinned her to the spot. Cold dread locked her limbs, and she stood perfectly still, not daring to twitch a muscle. Wang Haoran had channeled his voice directly into her ear, leaving Yun Feng and Feng Rao completely oblivious to the warning. Judging that the performance had served its purpose, Wang Haoran released his hold and stepped back. Yun Feng's brow furrowed, a flicker of paternal displeasure darkening his features. Yet, out of respect for the master of Fengzi Mountain, he suppressed his anger, waiting for clarification. Wang Haoran ignored the older man's shifting moods entirely, keeping his attention on the girl. What do you intend to do about the Seven Stars sect? I already discussed it with my parents, Yun Churen replied, her voice tightly controlled. We decided to break off the marriage contract as soon as possible. Then I will accompany you. The upcoming spectacle was the entire reason he had tracked her down, and joining her entourage guaranteed a front row seat to the drama. In terms of age, they matched perfectly, presenting a picture-perfect image of a handsome young nobleman and a beautiful sect heiress. Traveling together to dissolve an engagement would inevitably invite massive misunderstandings. The role fitted him perfectly. He was the classic arrogance-filled villain flanking the eloping heroine in a standard divorce story. To blend seamlessly into the character, he required the proper theatrical dressing. As he conversed with Yun Churen, he quietly mobilized his internal spiritual energy, transforming its frequency to mimic moral true qi. He allowed the energy to radiate outward, projecting the distinct, formidable aura of a grand master in the Huajin realm. The sudden, oppressive weight of the circulating energy hit the room like a physical blow. Yun Feng, Feng Rao, and Yun Churen stiffened, absolute shock freezing their expressions. Until this exact second, Feng Rao and Yun Churen had operated under the assumption that Wang Haoran was a completely ordinary mortal. Even Yun Feng, who had failed to detect any initial energy fluctuations from the boy, had dismissed him as a non-martial artist. So, young friend, you and Churen shared in prior attachment all along, Yun Feng announced, a broad, jovial smile instantly replacing his frown. The fault lies entirely with me for failing to notice. Had I known earlier, I never would have promised her to the Seven Stars sect. The lingering irritation vanished, replaced by an absolute reversal in attitude. Wang Haoran appeared to be no older than 18 or 19. A martial prodigy of this caliber was a rare treasure, easily grand enough for Yun Feng to overlook any breaches in etiquette. Feng Rao watched the swift transformation, a cold smirk touching her lips beneath her veil. The old sect master possessed a truly shameless streak. Then, her eyes shifted back to Wang Haoran, a resentful pout forming on her lips. This was the very first time she had discovered his martial background, and the depth of his internal energy was staggering. She considered herself a rare genius of the martial world, yet at his age, her own true chi had been nowhere near this level of refinement. Still, she maintained her silence, refusing to dismantle his cover or disrupt his plans in public. It is of no consequence, Wang Haoran replied, his tone radiating easy generosity. Contracts are written, and contracts are broken. Let the matter go. Yun Feng's smile widened. I must ask, young friend, which prominent faction do you hail from? Would you mind enlightening this old man? Achieving the heights of a Huajin Grandmaster, before reaching 20 required undeniable talent, but navigating that path without a mountain of rare cultivation resources was fundamentally impossible. Furthermore, the fact that the noble master of Fengzi Mountain had personally escorted him to the King Yun sect spoke volumes about his elite lineage. Yet, even if Yun Feng racked his brains until they split, he would never guess the true nature of the relationship between this teenage boy and the aloof mountain master. Forgive me, but the rules of my clan forbid me from revealing our name, Wang Haoran offered, weaving the deception smoothly. I can only assure you that Churen will never suffer humiliation by walking at my side. Since the boy refused to elaborate, Yun Feng wisely dropped the issue. The exact name mattered less than the obvious reality. Wang Haoran's background was immensely powerful. By the way, Churen, regarding what you told us earlier, he suddenly recalled her terrifying warning. She had claimed that breaking her promise and entering a new contract would bring down a monster who would leave the King Yun sect in ruins. Yun Churen remained silent, her eyes darting toward Wang Haoran in a silent plea for direction. Is something amiss? Wang Haoran asked, his face a mask of perfect innocence. Yun Feng quickly summarized his daughter's frantic warnings. Wang Haoran let out an enlightened sound, turning back to the girl. Ah, so you invented that wild story simply because you desperately wanted to force your father to cancel the engagement with the Seven Stars sect. The lifeline was clear, and Yun Churen grasped it instantly. She turned to her father, lowering her head. Please do not worry, father. It was merely nonsense I fabricated in a moment of panic. I see. Relief washed over Yun Feng's face. He stepped closer to Wang Haoran, his eyes shining with ambition. Since the two of you share such a deep bond, why not inform your parents of the situation? Once this Seven Stars business concludes, our two lineages can formalize a marriage alliance. What do you think? Yun Churen instinctively lowered her face into her hands. The gesture carried no shyness. She was simply utterly mortified by her father's naked opportunism. As his daughter, the sheer shamelessness left her burning with embarrassment. Yun Feng remained entirely unbothered, waiting calmly for a response. There is no rush, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. We will settle the matter after we return from the Seven Stars sect. Very well. Yun Feng nodded, his eagerness clear. Then you should depart without delay. I will draft a formal missive immediately and task the sect elders with delivering it to the Seven Stars leadership. The initial marriage contract had been orchestrated by Yun Feng himself. Now that the alliance had to be broken so soon after the signing, he lacked the skin to face the Seven Stars elders in person, choosing the safety of a written letter instead. For Wang Haoran, the older man's absence changed nothing. The single essential factor was Yun Churen's presence. The impending scene required the heroine to function correctly. That will not be necessary. I will travel alone with Churen, Wang Haoran countered. Yun Feng hesitated for a beat, but remembering that the teenager commanded the terrifying power of a Huajin Grandmaster, he concluded that no mortal faction could easily harm them. Very well. We shall proceed according to your wishes. Yun Churen opened her mouth, a refusal rising to her lips. The prospect of journeying into the isolated mountains alone with Wang Haoran terrified her. But as the memory of his brutal threats flashed through her mind, she forced her jaw shut, her silence serving as a tacit submission to his will. With the plan finalized, Yun Feng hurried to his study to draft the document. Seizing the sudden lull, Feng Rao fabricated a quick excuse, gesturing for Wang Haoran to follow her into a deserted corridor. Once they were shielded by the ancient pillars, she turned to him, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. What about the child in Yun Churen's womb? Could it be yours? She knew his character well enough to know he would never willingly raise another man's offspring. The only logical explanation for his sudden protective behavior was that the pregnancy tied directly back to him. After all, she possessed detailed knowledge of his bitter blood feud with Xuantian. It aligned perfectly with his methods to use the young man's betrothed to deliver a crushing blow. She isn't pregnant, Wang Haoran explained effortlessly. The entire thing was merely a ruse. But the divine physician, Bian Su-wen, examined her pulse personally, Feng Rao countered, her voice laced with skepticism. How could a master of medicine make such an error? Wang Haoran offered a slow, knowing smile. Who says the physician didn't simply lie? Chapter 609. The Ancient City. Dr. Bian possesses such noble medical ethics. How could she possibly engage in deception? Feng Rao scoffed, the instinct to defend her friend rising quickly. The words died in her throat. As the master of Fengzi Mountain, she had possessed every reason to reject Wang Haoran, yet the impossible had happened anyway. What purpose could the divine physician have for fabricating a lie? A sharp suspicion flared in her mind regarding the connection between the teenager and the miracle worker. What exactly is your relationship with the little divine physician? The arrangement mirrors my situation with Xuansu. Wang Haoran kept the truth simple, omitting the detail that the doctor was merely another designated target for his cultivation manual. Feng Rao stiffened. The missing pieces of the puzzle rushed into place. Bian Su-wen's treatment of Yan Yuntian had been entirely orchestrated by Wang Haoran from the shadows. Even the exorbitant medical fees stripped from Yan Fipeng must have been his idea. I truly underestimated you, Feng Rao said, her voice dropping as a deeper realization struck her. Shock widened her eyes. Then your arrival at the Fengzi Terrace. I never intended to offer blessings. I chose that specific day simply because it was the grand sacrifice of Fengzi Mountain. To use me as a weapon against Yan Yuntian? Precisely. Wang Haoran offered a calm, unblinking nod. A flash of annoyance sparked in Feng Rao's chest. No one enjoyed being handled as a pawn, yet the displeasure dissolved almost instantly, crushed by the overwhelming wave of tenderness in her heart. Curiosity took over. Then why were you so certain that I would fall in love with you? Revealing the systemic nature of his unnatural charm was out of the question. Wang Haoran pivoted to his established narrative, his expression turning solemn. Ours is a bond forged in a previous life. Meeting again in this cycle ensures our hearts inevitably align. A past life? Wang Haoran deployed the fable of the reincarnated immortal emperor once more. To seal her conviction completely, he extended a hand and allowed a localized ripple of pure celestial energy to manifest before her eyes. He had mapped out this revelation during the trek through the mountains. To pass the immortal cultivation manuals to her safely, she required a framework that explained the cosmic reality. The tale of a supreme sovereign descending to the mortal realm to reclaim his imperial concubines had proven flawless in the past, and it served its purpose perfectly here. A destined bond, Feng Rao whispered, wonder lighting her face before a sudden, sharp grief shadowed her features. If only we had crossed paths sooner. Meeting you now, when I am no longer pure, makes me utterly unworthy to stand as your consort. Had he been a mere mortal, she would never have harbored such deep inadequacy. But faced with the divine reality of a reincarnated sovereign, the weight of her earthly history crushed her spirit. Her intense vulnerability caught Wang Haoran off guard. My awakening occurred late in this cycle, and the memories of my previous existence did not surface immediately. Missing each other early on was a cruel twist of fate, nothing more. While her past marital history triggered a faint, residual sting of male pride, the calculation of her immense future value as a cultivation vessel smoothed the wrinkled edges of his ego. He actively aligned his mindset with the legendary pragmatism of Prime Minister Cao, banishing all useless sentiment. The mechanics of the Devil Emperor's inner canon demanded absolute emotional resonance. If he failed to invest genuine affection into the bond, the spiritual yields would plummet. Wang Haoran pulled her closer, murmuring soothing assurances that her history mattered nothing to him, urging her to cast the burden aside. With her heart pacified, he naturally transitioned into imparting the foundational breathing techniques of a prime immortal methodology. As a martial prodigy, Feng Rao possessed a natural reverence for advanced techniques. The concept of ascending beyond the physical limits of mortal martial arts fascinated her, and she committed every syllable of his instructions to memory. Yet, the ghost of her past continued to linger in her eyes, dampening her joy. If a cultivator ascends to a significant height, can the physical form achieve total renewal? Feng Rao asked, struggling to articulate the profound longing in her heart. I mean a complete transformation from the inside out, a literal rebirth of the vessel. The implication was unmistakable. Her perception of being tainted drove her desire to shed her current body entirely, ensuring she could offer him an immaculate form. Wang Haoran understood the psychology perfectly. If she achieved that level of transformation, any lingering psychological friction on his end would vanish entirely. The only obstacle was the immense timeline required. Entering the Qi refining stage marks your initiation into the immortal path. Yet your form remains bound to the mortal coil, Wang Haoran explained softly. A practitioner must reach the spirit transformation stage to discard the earthly shell entirely and forge a true immortal body. The mortal vessel cannot endure the erosion of millennia. That stage represents the true rebirth you seek. The spirit transformation stage, Feng Rao repeated, her gaze hardening into absolute focus. I will achieve it. Wang Haoran forced a sympathetic smile. The journey to that cosmic threshold demanded an extraordinary length of time. Yet, if she survived the ascension to that level, the spiritual rewards of cultivating alongside her would explode exponentially. The energy differential between a basic Qi refining cycle and the vast reservoirs of a spirit transformation master defied mortal comprehension. A single session at that height would eclipse a lifetime of lesser practice. Having set her resolve, Feng Rao deliberately stepped back, establishing a rigid physical boundary between them. Even knowing that his journey to the Seven Stars sect with Yunchuren would separate them for a considerable period, she refused to offer a parting embrace. When Wang Haoran extended his arms to close the distance, she retreated a step further. Her logic was absolute. She would allow no physical contact until she had purged her form through the fires of ascension. Yun Feng emerged from his study, the signed letter held securely in his hand. Wang Haoran, Yunchuren, and Feng Rao descended the mountain paths together before reaching the crossroads. The two youths turned their steps toward the territory of the Seven Stars sect, while Feng Rao began her solitary journey back to Fengzi Mountain. Marching at maximum speed across the wilderness, the journey between the two sects required a full day of uninterrupted travel. The route demanded a brutal, uncompromising straight line, forcing them to scale vertical cliffs and forge deep rivers without detour. Yunchuren maintained a tense, anxious silence throughout the trek, her mind spinning with unvoiced questions. As a blanket of stars overspread the night sky, the pair arrived at the gates of an ancient, walled city. The Seven Stars sect claimed this historic fortress as its seat, but the late hour rendered an immediate confrontation impractical. Wang Haoran guided a silent Yunchuren through the winding stone streets, locating a traditional into secure lodgings. Lacking the moral framework of a classic protagonist, Wang Haoran had no intention of leaving their room assignment to chance or destiny. He felt no need to wait for the cliché of the single remaining room to force their proximity. He operated entirely as a villain. Even when the innkeeper presented a full ledger of vacant chambers, the young master demanded a single suite for them both. A true antagonist possessed no obligation to play the gentleman or reason with his captives. Chapter 610. Shushan. The ancient city lay under a blanket of stars, wrapped in an extraordinary quiet completely removed from the glitz and restlessness of the modern world. Deep within the stone compounds of the Seven Stars sect, a young man shouted, hurling a porcelain vase against the wall to vent his bitter displeasure. Chu Tian, the young master of the lineage and the betrothed of Yunchuren, gripped his desk as the fragments settled. The outburst offered no relief, and he gradually forced his breathing to slow, staring at his trembling hands. A quiet, rhythmic knock vibrated through the wooden door. Chu Tian ignored the sound, turning his back to the entrance. The hallway outside remained quiet until a familiar, weathered voice cut through the silence. Tianer, it is me. Recognizing his father, Chu Tian crossed the room and pulled the heavy bolt back. Ever since the disaster during his training expedition, a steady stream of sect disciples had visited his quarters. Their faces always carried a mask of false sympathy, though their eyes betrayed the malicious joy of wolves watching a fallen pack leader. His father was the sole exception to the cruelty. Father, Chu Tian murmured, stepping aside to let the middle-aged man enter. Tianer, your face is pale. Does the injury still cause you physical pain? Chu Zhan stepped into the room, his eyes scanning his son's frail posture with deep, paternal concern. A bitter smile twisted Chu Tian's lips. The lingering aches in his flesh meant nothing compared to the agony tearing through his mind. His martial talent had once placed him at the absolute pinnacle of his generation, promising a limitless future, but a sudden ambush during his travels had shattered his meridians beyond repair. For a youth driven by the singular desire to become an absolute powerhouse, a future stripped of martial arts was a fate worse than death. Chu Zhan read the despair etched into his son's features and stepped closer, his voice carrying a deliberate, forced optimism. The hidden sects lack the power to mend shattered pathways, but beyond our isolation lie the ancient clans and great hidden families. Their medical arts operate on a plane far superior to the schools of the hidden world. Chu Tian remained silent as his father patted his shoulder, attempting to spark some semblance of hope. I will find a path into those ancient domains and secure the divine medicines required to restore your cultivation. You must not lose heart. Those ancient clans exist only within the moldering pages of our secret archives, father. There is no proof they even survive in this age. Chu Tian shrugged the hand off his shoulder, his voice flat. As the recognized heir, he had spent years studying the restricted chronicles of the Seven Stars sect, and he understood the mathematical reality. The hope was a phantom. They exist, Chu Zhan insisted, his tone hardening to mask his own doubts. If he allowed his own resolve to waver, his son would lose the final anchor keeping him from total despair. Even if those ancient houses endure, why would they bestow a priceless, meridian-severing elixir upon a minor sect like ours? Chu Tian turned toward the window, staring out at the darkened courtyard. What could we possibly offer to match the price of a divine cure? Every treasure commands a price, and as long as we can pay it, we can secure the medicine, Chu Zhan stated firmly. I am a cripple. Chu Tian let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. The Council of Elders will never authorize the expenditure of sect resources for my sake. The Grand Elder has spent the last month positioning his own grandson to replace me. Tomorrow, they will strip my title and secure the succession of the next sect master. He paused, recalling the whispers circulating among the lower disciples during his afternoon walk. The sect bell rang to announce a general council tomorrow morning. It is not the end of the month, nor is it the scheduled time for a routine gathering. The elders are convening a high-level tribunal. Chu Zhan's brow furrowed, his jaw tightening at the speed of the information leak. Denying the rumor would serve no purpose. The assembly was forced by the Grand Elder's faction, he admitted with a heavy sigh. The old wolf refuses to wait for my bones to cool. Chu Tian sneered, his eyes flashing with brief fury. After tomorrow, my status as the heir to the Seven Stars sect dissolves. His title had never been a birthright handed down by his father, It was a meritocratic designation granted solely to the strongest disciple capable of leading the clan into the next era. Without strength, the bloodline meant nothing to the council. The old man will find the succession far more difficult than he anticipates, Chu Zhan growled, his teeth grinding at the mention of his rival. Though he held the sovereign seat, the Presbyterian Council wielded immense administrative power, and the majority of the senior elders currently followed the Grand Elder's lead. Without that collective backing, the old man would never dare display such blatant arrogance. Chu Tian fell into a sullen silence, staring at the floor. In his current state, he lacked the leverage to defend his position, and the shame of holding on to a title he could no longer defend weighed heavily on his pride. Before Chu Zhan could formulate a response, the courtyard door creaked open. A trusted intelligence disciple slipped into the room, stopping short when he noticed Chu Tian standing by the window. The runner went rigid, keeping his mouth firmly shut. Chu Tian recognized the man as his father's personal informant. The sudden hesitation confirmed the sensitive nature of the message. I still hold the title of young master for a few remaining hours. Am I truly barred from hearing the news so soon? The disciple shifted his weight uncomfortably, casting an anxious, inquiring glance toward the sect master. Chu Zhan sighed, realizing that hiding the truth would only deepen his son's paranoia. Speak freely. Whatever the news, the young master has a right to hear it. The disciple bowed low, his voice dropping to a whisper. Our scouts at the city perimeter report that Yunchuran of the Qingyun sect crossed the gates an hour ago. She has taken rooms at the Central Inn. Chu Tian's brow knitted. Like Yunchuran, he had only discovered the engagement contract after the senior leaders of both sects had already signed the papers. He had harbored no great passion for the arrangement, but he had raised no objections either. For the heiress of the Qingyun sect to arrive in the ancient city on the eve of his deposition suggested an intentional piece of timing. Tianer, perhaps the girl simply traveled here to offer her respects during your recovery, Chu Zhan suggested, though his own expression lacked conviction. We should not jump to conclusions. If her intentions were pure, the scouts would not be hiding the full report from me. Chu Tian fixed a sharp, calculating gaze on the messenger. You are holding back details. Did Yunchuran arrive with her father, or did she come accompanied by someone else? If the sovereign of the Qingyun sect had arrived, it constituted a formal diplomatic visit. If she arrived with an alternative entourage, the purpose was clear. The disciple bowed his head further, his shoulders tensing under the scrutiny. The young master's intuition is correct. Mistress Yun did not travel with her elders. She is accompanied by a young man near her age. Our scouts could not determine his martial lineage, but his bearing is extraordinary. His garments and demeanor suggest an elite background. The pattern is complete, Chu Tian sneered, a hollow, mocking laugh echoing through the stone chamber. Tomorrow, the council strips my crown, and the Qingyun sect strips my honor. A perfect alliance for a broken man. Tiano. Chu Zhan stepped forward, the raw despair in his son's voice twisting his heart. Leave me, father. I wish to be alone. Chu Tian's face hardened into a mask of absolute emotional detachment, cutting his father off mid-sentence. Chu Zhan lingered by the door, his hand resting on the wooden frame for a long moment before he let out a defeated sigh and stepped back out into the cool night air. The heavy door clicked shut, leaving Chu Tian entirely alone in the dim room. He stood motionless until the footsteps in the courtyard faded into the distance. Moving with deliberate care, he crossed to the far corner of the chamber, reached beneath the floorboards, and extracted a strange, black iron tower. The artifact stood barely half a foot high, its surface cold and completely devoid of any light. Chapter 611. The Mysterious Black Tower. The Black Tower stood barely half a foot high. It was a bizarre relic, neither gold nor iron, neither stone nor wood. The material defied classification. Chu Tian stared at the artifact, his eyes flashing with a restless, burning brilliance. This obscure object was a prize torn from his final training expedition. Ambushed in a primordial forest, surrounded by bloodthirsty beasts, he had lain broken and bleeding, staring down absolute death. Then the sky ripped open. A jagged void fractured the air, swallowing the monsters into a black abyss. Peering through that cosmic tear, he witnessed a clash between two entities. They were not men, but gods. The mere shockwaves of their battle shattered distant stars and sent galaxies spiraling backward in reverse rotation. The conflict transcended mortal martial arts entirely, operating in a realm far beyond humanity. The two celestial entities fought for a single prize, this mysterious black tower. In the end, the gods annihilated each other in a mutual destruction that left neither victorious. The artifact tumbled free from the turbulent void, plunging straight through the rift, to land directly before his feet. A prize that celestial beings would slaughter each other to possess could never be an ordinary trinket. Chu Tian had been utterly certain of its value. Yet, hours of meticulous examination yielded nothing. No matter how he turned it, the tower resembled a mundane mantelpiece, a useless decorative carving. Refusing to accept defeat, he threw the heavy door bolt into place, locking himself inside the quiet room to resume his scrutiny. He poked, prodded, and searched for hidden mechanisms. Nothing worked. A wave of helpless fury boiled over. Chu Tian hurled the artifact across the room. The black tower struck the stone wall with a dull thud, bounced off the masonry, and rolled across the floorboards. It disappeared into the dark recesses beneath the bed frame. The moment the object slid out of sight, a faint, ethereal glow pulsed from the dark iron. The glimmer flared for a fraction of a second and vanished into the shadows, entirely unnoticed by the frustrated youth. Across the ancient city, the quiet night carried no trace of modern restlessness. Inside the central inn, Yunchuren paced the floorboards, her anxious gaze darting toward the window. Wang Haoran leaned against the sill, quietly absorbing the view. The city lacked the standard modern architecture found even in the remote corners of Kangzhou. The preservation of the ancient stone walls and sweeping tiled roofs gave the distinct illusion of standing within a high fantasy realm. After a long silence, he pulled his gaze from the courtyard and focused on the trembling girl. Do not be nervous. I am not a monster. What do you truly want from me? With the silence broken, her caution spilled over, exposing the deeper doubts plaguing her mind. The details do not concern you, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. You need only understand that I harbor no desire to harm you. That is all. Yunchuren refused to believe a single syllable. Outwardly, she lacked the courage to voice her skepticism, choosing instead to clamp her jaw shut and maintain a rigid silence. You doubt my words? Wang Haoran read the defensive posture instantly, the subtle shift in her expression betraying her internal narrative. You utterly destroyed my reputation, she whispered, her voice tightening. How am I supposed to trust you? The accusation is entirely exaggerated. I never laid a hand on you. The entire pregnancy ruse was engineered by the little divine physician. We established this during our last encounter, and your memory cannot be that poor. But you allowed everyone present to believe the lie, she countered, her eyes flashing with resentment. In the eyes of the martial world, my virtue is gone. How is that not a ruined reputation? Please. The witnesses in that courtyard could be counted on one hand. 2 of them are already buried beneath the loess, and the survivors are not prone to gossip. If even a single soul knows, the stain remains. Her traditional upbringing demanded absolute purity, and she refused to concede the point. Wang Haoran's brow arched. Should I demonstrate exactly what a ruined reputation feels like? The color drained from her face. Yet, as the terror peaked, a strange numbness took over, bringing a sudden, exhausted relief. Since I chose to walk out of the sect gates with you, I already accepted whatever fate awaits me. She closed her eyes, stiffening her posture like a wooden mannequin, waiting for the blow to fall. Wang Haoran watched her performance with an amused detachment. The girl was still a lifetime away from harboring any genuine devotion toward him. Forcing an intimacy under these conditions offered zero spiritual benefits to his cultivation, resulting in a massive waste of her potential. He needed to cultivate her admiration first. The mechanics of her destiny were familiar. As a classic heroine in a divorce narrative, the script dictated she would face severe humiliation in the main storyline, prompting her to fall for the rising protagonist and chase his favor. That psychological shift always hinged on a single catalyst, the discovery that the discarded cripple was actually a supreme genius. Her heart naturally revered elite strength. That raw worship would inevitably evolve into romantic submission. Wang Haoran fit the criteria of a supreme genius perfectly. During the audience at the Qingyun sect, however, he had only projected the aura of a Huajin grandmaster. For an elite heiress, that level of power was impressive, but it lacked the catastrophic weight required to shatter her defenses. While she had been astonished, her lingering resentment over his past actions continued to neutralize her growing awe. To magnify her latent admiration until it obliterated her hostility, he needed to display an entirely different tier of dominance. Simple theatrical displays would yield minimal results. He required a far more psychological approach. Do not flatter yourself, Yunchuren, Wang Haoran said, his voice dropping to a freezing, arrogant register. If you wish to serve as my maid, your qualifications are barely adequate. But to dream of becoming my woman? You are nowhere near worthy. He stepped away from the window, his eyes cold. My arrival at the 7 Stars sect serves a much higher purpose. My business has nothing to do with your presence. You would do well to remember your place. Yunchuren opened her eyes, a surge of deep indignation warming her cheeks. A maid? Barely adequate? She was the daughter of the Qingyun sect sovereign, an elite heiress of a prominent lineage. Even if he commanded the backing of a supreme clan, his arrogance crossed every line of decency. She suppressed the furious retorts screaming in her mind, choosing to voice a smaller, lighter challenge to assert her resistance. If I am merely a servant, why did you demand that we share a single room? Did my previous instructions fail to register? Fetch hot water and wash my feet. The blunt command left her stunned. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The teenager genuinely viewed her as a common maidservant. The audacity was maddening. The ancient maxim that a scholar prefers death over humiliation flashed through her thoughts, but her survival instinct quickly choked out her pride. It was merely a basin of water. It was not worth her life. Swallowing her anger, she left the chamber to fetch the basin. Wang Haoran soaked his feet in silence before dismissing her and stretching out across the mattress. The room contained only a single bed. Yunchuren let out a quiet, defeated sigh. Dragging a heavy wooden chair to the table, she folded her arms over the polished surface and rested her head, preparing to endure the night in discomfort. Initially, the anger kept her mind racing, but an unnatural, heavy lethargy gradually clouded her senses. Her eyelids grew impossibly heavy, and she tumbled into a deep, dreamless sleep. Wang Haoran opened his eyes. His insistence on sharing her quarters had never been a prelude to physical coercion. The proximity served a far more esoteric purpose. It allowed him to cast a spell. Upon reaching the 8th layer of the qi refining cycle, his consciousness had unlocked a specific, minor enchantment known as dreamweaving. To an ordinary cultivator, the ability to manipulate another's slumber was a trivial parlor trick, but in his hands, it was a devastating weapon. Chapter 612. 7 Stars Sect Council Chamber. The next morning, Yunchuran woke up slowly. A strange dream had haunted her sleep all night. A vivid, lingering illusion where she served as the personal maid to a supreme immortal emperor. The memory remained so sharp, the details so crisp, that warmth rushed to her face at the sheer absurdity of it. Such fantasies were strictly the kind one kept hidden from outsiders. Worse still, the features of that dream monarch bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. Her unfocused gaze drifted across the room, settling on Wang Haoran by the window. The resemblance was exact. The immortal emperor in her dream carried his precise face. Wang Haoran turned away from the glass, his eyes pinning her to the chair. Fetch the water. The ancient city retained a timeless charm, but the preservation of its historical roots meant modern conveniences were completely absent. The daily routine demanded a primitive lifestyle. Yunchuran stared at him for a beat, her mind blurring as his silhouette overlapped perfectly with the sovereign from her dream. Yes, she murmured, her response automatic and obedient. She blinked, shaking off the fog of sleep. It was just a dream. Immortals belonged in fairy tales, and even if they existed, Wang Haoran was certainly no god. At best, he was the pampered young master of some hidden supersect, achieving the rank of a Huajin grandmaster at a young age through an absolute mountain of rare cultivation resources. Talent played a part, of course, but it gave him no right to treat the daughter of the Qingyun sect sovereign like a common servant. Yet, logic surrendered to reality. Forcing down her pride, she grabbed the basin and left the room to fetch his water. By mid-morning, the pair left the inn. They navigated a network of winding, stone-paved streets before stopping outside the massive gates of the 7 Stars Sect compound. During their walk, Wang Haoran had questioned her about the local factions. The ancient city housed 3 dominant forces of equal stature, including the 7 Stars Sect. Constant friction and minor skirmishes defined their relationships. The setup felt instantly familiar to Wang Haoran, mirroring the classic introductory challenges of a primary cultivation map. The protagonist's initial quest would be to systematically crush the rival factions, establish total dominance for his sect, and then ascend to a grander territory. At the gates, a pair of sentries blocked their path. Yunchuran stepped forward, stating her identity and lineage. The guards requested they wait, and one hurried inside to relay the message. Within minutes, the runner returned, bowing politely as he ushered them into the compound. The disciple guided them through a series of traditional courtyards, stopping outside the heavy timber doors of the central council chamber. Wang Haoran quietly activated his perspective vision, scanning the interior before stepping inside. A middle-aged man occupied the high seat at the front of the hall. Along both sides of the room, a row of weathered elders sat in carved wooden chairs. The old man occupying the primary seat on the right radiated a distinct, unbothered arrogance. The tension between the factions hung thick in the air, suggesting an active dispute had been interrupted by their arrival. The sect master and the arrogant elder were locked in a silent, glaring contest, their eyes snapping away only when the doors parted. Churan offers respects to Uncle Chu, she said, offering a polite, traditional greeting to the man in the high seat. The peaceful history between their sects ensured she recognized Chu Zhan instantly. A few years have transformed you into a remarkable young woman, Churan. Yun Feng is truly blessed with a magnificent daughter. Chu Zhan's tone carried the standard weight of a compliment, yet a subtle bitterness underscored his words. Uncle Chu praises me too highly, she replied, a flash of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she caught the underlying meaning. Your sudden arrival in the ancient city catches us by surprise, Chu Zhan said, discarding the empty pleasantries. What brings you to our gates? Yun Churan parted her lips to explain. The arrogant elder on the right cut her off, his raspy voice slicing through the hall. Sect master, you insisted on excluding Chu Tian from the council regarding his succession, claiming his recovery required absolute isolation. But now that his beautiful betrothed has crossed our threshold, protocol demands he show his face. To keep her waiting would expose the 7 Stars Sect to mockery. Chu Zhan shot a venomous glare at the speaker. This insufferable old man was the Grand Elder, the primary architect of the opposition within the council. The Grand Elder speaks the truth. Chu Tian must be summoned. We cannot allow guests to witness a lack of hospitality from our lineage, a second elder added, his voice chiming in from the left. Agreed, a third echoed, the chorus rising quickly. Chu Zhan's jaw tightened as he scanned the united front of the council. Realizing the futility of an argument, he signaled a nearby disciple to fetch his son. He had deliberately barred Chu Tian from the assembly to shield him from the humiliation of being stripped of his title in public, but his daughter-in-law's arrival shattered that protection. The Grand Elder's move was entirely calculated. The old fox had clearly intercepted the intelligence regarding Yun Churan's arrival the previous night, guessing her intent to dissolve the contract. He had deliberately arranged the empty seats in the hall today, orchestrating a public spectacle to maximize the young master's disgrace. While they waited, the Grand Elder smiled warmly, gesturing for Wang Haoran and Yun Churan to take their places. One look at the old man's theatrical hospitality confirmed his role. He was a classic secondary antagonist. A few minutes passed before a pale, handsome youth stepped into the council chamber. Ah, Chu Tian has arrived. Take a seat, the Grand Elder announced enthusiastically. He scanned the crowded room, his eyes lingering on the lack of furniture before he tapped his wrinkled forehead with a false display of regret. Oh, my mistake. It seems we are entirely out of chairs. I must ask the young master to remain standing for a moment. Wang Haoran focused on the pale newcomer, confirming his identity. He immediately called upon his internal system, initiating a deep scan of the target. Target, Xuantian. Combat strength, 39. Charm, 197. Protagonist halo, 20,278, rising rapidly. Special capability, not yet triggered. Xuantian's baseline halo score lagged nearly 10,000 points behind Yefan's current standing. However, the trajectory indicated a massive, compounding growth rate. His ultimate potential could easily match or eclipse the former immortal sovereign. The critical detail brought a wave of genuine satisfaction to Wang Haoran. The protagonist's special capability remained inactive. The window to intercept the destiny was wide open. Had the binding process already concluded, a theft would be statistically impossible. The lesson of Lu Chen, the previous holder of the ancient celestial medicine inheritance, remained fresh in his memory. Wang Haoran's early attempt to seize Lu Chen's jade pendant had resulted in a complete failure because a system-bound relic became a permanent extension of the protagonist's soul, rendering it immune to theft. Xuantian's hidden trigger remained a mystery. In a standard divorce narrative, the mechanic typically manifested in one of two ways: a dormant consciousness lingering within an heirloom, or a hidden, heaven-defying artifact. Wang Haoran discounted the value of a spiritual mentor. Having already absorbed and integrated the vast library of Yefan's memories, his own baseline knowledge of the higher realms stood beyond reproach. Furthermore, his administrative duties as a villain involved actions that required absolute secrecy. A righteous, lecturing spirit watching his every move would create a permanent ideological conflict. He activated his perspective vision, systematically scanning Xuantian's clothing, pockets, and accessories. He searched for rings, necklaces, or bracelets, the classic vessels for a portable guide. Without a physical anchor, a spirit could never endure in the mortal plane. Chapter 613. The famous scene. Wang Haoran scrutinized Xuantian from head to toe. No rings, no necklaces, no bracelets. The classic physical anchors for a resident spirit were entirely absent. Xuantian's hidden trigger was not a portable mentor. It was almost certainly a slumbering artifact. A wave of quiet satisfaction washed over Wang Haoran. Xuantian locked eyes with the Grand Elder, his jaw tightening against the subtle mockery dripping from the old man's lips. He forced his anger down, choosing instead to scan the crowded council chamber. His gaze drifted toward Yunchuren. Her 18-year-old features possessed a striking, traditional beauty that naturally commanded the attention of any youth his age, but the realization of her true purpose quickly soured his appreciation. His expression hardened into a cold mask. His focus shifted to the handsome teenager standing at her shoulder, and a deep, instinctive hostility flared in his chest. Had the Qingyun sect dispatched a senior elder to dissolve the alliance, the rejection would have been tolerable. But she had arrived flanking a man his own age. The implication felt like a deliberate show of dominance, a calculated attempt to maximize his humiliation. Yunchuren kept her distance. Their past interactions amounted to fewer than 10 spoken sentences, and the tense atmosphere left no room for casual dialogue. She harbored no personal affection for the youth, yet she took no pleasure in witnessing his public disgrace. Turning her back on the whispering elders, she stepped toward the high seat and presented a sealed scroll. "Uncle Chu, this is a formal missive from my father." Chu Zhan accepted the parchment, snapping the wax seal to scan the contents. The tight control on his weathered face shattered, replaced by a dark, rising fury. He had anticipated the betrayal, yet the reality of Yun Feng's handwritten words still stung. The initial proposal to bind their lineages had come from the Qingyun sect. To dissolve the contract the moment the wind changed felt entirely shameless. His son's shattered meridians made a withdrawal understandable, but striking while the youth's wounds were still fresh crossed the line into raw cruelty. Had Yun Feng delayed the request by even a few months, the transition would have carried some semblance of dignity. Instead, the man had hidden behind his daughter to protect his own reputation. As a sovereign patriarch, Chu Zhan refused to vent his frustration on a junior, yet his administrative instincts demanded clarity. "Did this initiative originate from you, Churen, or did your father dictate the terms?" Yun Churen shifted her weight, her eyes darting instinctively toward Wang Haoran before she steadied her voice. "I am merely executing my father's explicit commands." A remarkably dutiful daughter, Chu Zhan murmured, his eyes narrowing. His years of leadership had sharpened his perception, and the girl's brief, desperate glance toward the stranger before answering spoke volumes. "Sect Master, what specific terms does the letter contain?" The Grand Elder chimed in, leaning forward in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the script. "A minor administrative matter," Chu Zhan snapped, folding the parchment away. The Grand Elder pulled his head back, an unbothered smile smoothing his wrinkled features as he turned his focus back to the girl. "Miss Yun, when does your lineage intend to finalize the bridal procession for our young master?" Chu Zhan shot a lethal glare across the floor, silently cursing the old fox's cunning. The trap was flawless. Yun Churen froze, the words dying in her throat. She recognized Chu Zhan's desire to bury the matter quietly, away from the prying eyes of the council. But the Grand Elder's blunt interrogation stripped away her options. Acknowledging the wedding was a lie, while a direct denial would force the confrontation into the open. "State your purpose," Wang Haoran whispered, his voice a low, steady command at her ear. The prompt shattered her hesitation, and her resolve solidified. The truth would surface eventually. Delaying the strike would only prolong the agony. "The alliance between myself and Chu Tian is officially dissolved," Yun Churen announced, her voice echoing clearly off the stone pillars. A wave of muffled snickers rippled through the rows of elders. Chu Zhan's fingers tightened against the carved edge of his mahogany table, his nails digging into the lacquered wood until deep, splintered grooves marred the surface. "So, Miss Yun traveled across the mountains specifically to break the contract," the Grand Elder said, turning a theatrical look of remorse toward the pale youth. "Young master, you have my deepest sympathies." My old eyes completely misread the situation. The words mimicked an apology, but the deep creases around his smiling eyes betrayed his absolute joy. With the truth exposed, Yunchuren retrieved a hand-copied manual from her robes and stepped forward. "This is a manuscript of the Qingyun sect's proprietary Tianluo footwork. My father offers this heritage technique to the Seven Stars sect as a gesture of our enduring respect and apology." Chu Zhan refused to reach for the scroll, leaving her to place the manual on the edge of his desk. His expression remained as still as stagnant water, his discipline holding his temper in check. Chu Tian stared at the manual, his teeth grinding together until his jaw ached. The silence stretched across the hall, heavy and suffocating, until his control finally snapped. Wang Haoran tracked every micro-expression on the protagonist's face, his pulse quickening with anticipation. The historic moment had arrived. Yunchuren retreated 3 paces, bowing slightly to signal her departure. Around the room, the Grand Elder's faction smiled openly, savoring the spectacle. "Yunchuren," Chu Tian called out, his voice dropping to low, commanding register that silenced the murmurs. "Your father initiated this contract without a shred of shame. My broken meridians make your departure logical, but dragging this transaction into the public eye crosses every line of decency." He stepped away from his spot, his eyes burning as he gestured toward the high seat. "My father commands this lineage. By executing this theater before the assembled council, you strip him of his administrative majesty. How is he to maintain authority over the Seven Stars sect after today?" The sharp rebuke caused Yunchuren's brow to furrow, her own temper flaring. "The composition of your council is an internal matter for the Seven Stars sect. What does your political instability have to do with my departure?" She had intended a private, dignified dissolution within the sovereign's quarters, but the Grand Elder had forced the venue. The structural trap belonged to their own bloodline, yet they chose to blame an outsider. "The internal friction belongs to us, yes, but your timing is deliberate," Chu Tian countered, his voice rising. "You chose this exact moment to hand my father's enemies a weapon. Then by your logic, I should sacrifice my own future to protect your politics? I should march into a meaningless marriage simply to preserve your face. Do not flatter yourself, Yunchuren," Chu Tian sneered, his tone dripping with sudden, freezing arrogance. "Your beauty is undeniable, but the lineage of Chu Tian requires no charity from the likes of you." He turned on his heel and strode out of the hall, returning a moment later with a blank sheet of parchment and a calligraphy brush. Crouching by a side table, he put ink to paper, his movements savage as the tip tore across the surface. Finishing the script, he hurled the brush aside. He snatched the parchment, the black ink still glistening beneath the torchlight, and snapped it through the air toward her feet. "Yunchuren, look upon these words," Chu Tian bellowed, his voice vibrating with absolute defiance. "You did not break this engagement today. I, Chu Tian, hereby divorce you." Chapter 614. Confrontation. Wang Haoran watched the theater unfold, waiting for the pivotal climax of this classic sequence. It did not disappoint. "Excellent. As expected of my own bloodline, you have true ambition," Chu Zhan roared, slamming his palm onto the armrest of his high seat, his face lighting up with raw pride at his son's defiance. The hurled declaration took Yunchuren completely by surprise. Shock dried her throat before a hot, furious flush flooded her cheeks. Chu Tian refused to endure the public shame, choosing to construct a defensive shield out of a mock divorce document. But by flipping the narrative, he dragged her own honor through the dirt. "Chu Tian, I crossed the mountains to formally dissolve our engagement, meaning our paths are completely separate. You possess absolutely no authority to issue a decree of divorce. Furthermore, given your current state, do you not find the sheer existence of this document utterly pathetic?" Her soft demeanor evaporated, replaced by a biting sharpness that completely disregarded the invalid's fragile emotions. She was no pushover. A cold, mocking sneer defined her features as she stared down at the parchment near her shoes. She stopped just short of labeling him a useless cripple. In her mind, the power to break the contract belonged solely to the Qingyun sect. A broken man possessed no right to claim ownership over her marital status. Chu Tian read the raw disdain in her eyes, and his features twisted into something monstrous. "Yunchuren, I swear I could slaughter you where you stand." The words scraped past his clenched teeth, vibrating with absolute hatred. The sheer venom in his stare caused a sudden, cold tremor of fear to ripple through her chest. Those eyes did not belong to a defeated boy, they belonged to a cornered predator. Wang Haoran stepped out from her shadow, deciding the moment required his intervention. "Mind your tongue," he commanded, his voice slicing through the tension. "This remains a private matter between Yunchuren and myself. It is not your place to intervene." The young master's hot blood boiled over, his temper driving him to strike back at anyone challenging his authority. A sharp crack echoed through the stone rafters before he could finish the sentence. Wang Haoran's palm connected squarely with the boy's cheek. The force of the blow rattled the chamber, and 5 crimson finger marks materialized across Chu Tian's pale skin, swelling within seconds. The Grand Elder's faction practically vibrated with silent glee, celebrating the sudden escalation. They wanted nothing more than a complete bloodbath to destroy the sect master's line. Chu Zhan's face darkened instantly, a dangerous, murderous aura swirling around his high seat, though he forced his hands to remain still. Yunchuren gasped, her wide eyes locking onto Wang Haoran in utter bewilderment. The casual brutality of the slap stunned her. While her purpose remained selfish, she had never intended to ignite a blood feud with the leadership of the Seven Stars sect. A flash of resentment sparked in her mind over his reckless impulsiveness. Wang Haoran caught the shift in her demeanor and immediately pivoted, addressing the trembling boy on the floor. Churin's name is not something a lesser being like you gets to drag through the mud. Consider this strike a foundational lesson on her behalf. Yun Churin's eyes went perfectly round. This teenager was actually claiming to protect her honor. Back at the inn, he had treated her with the absolute indifference of a common maidservant. Yet, if his motives were completely detached from her, he had zero logical reason to assault the young master of a foreign sect. They were total strangers. The small kernel of resentment dissolving in her chest left behind a strange, warming confusion. When she looked back at his silhouette, the hard edge in her gaze softened into something gentler. "State your lineage, young man," Xuan demanded, his voice a low, freezing growl that vibrated through the floorboards. "Assaulting my son within the ancestral halls of the Seven Stars sect shows a severe lack of respect for my position. My identity remains far beyond your clearance," Wang Haoran replied smoothly, his hands tucked behind his back. "You need only comprehend a single absolute. No entity under heaven is permitted to humiliate Churin except me. Not even the gods themselves." The sheer arrogance of the declaration sent a strange thrill through her core, though the phrasing struck her as deeply bizarre. The underlying mathematical logic suggested that while the rest of the world owed her reverence, he retained an exclusive right to master her. Before she could unpack the paradox, the crushing gravity of the room forced her back to reality. She reached out, her fingers catching the silk of his sleeve, tugging gently to signal a retreat. They stood at the absolute center of a hostile fortress. Even if Wang Haoran commanded the authority of a Huajin Grand Master, a single prodigy could not hope to survive the full military might of an ancient lineage. "Uncle Chu," my companion acted out of a temporary lapse in judgment. "I ask that you overlook the offense," she pleaded, attempting to salvage the diplomacy. "You expect a single sentence to wipe away a public execution of our honor?" Chu Zhan countered, rising from his seat. Even if Chu Tian were a common outer circle disciple, permitting a foreigner to draw blood in the Grand Hall was equivalent to spitting directly into the sect master's face. A heavy, suffocating pressure radiated from his frame, settling over her shoulders like lead weights. "Uncle Chu, the bond between the Qingyun sect and the Seven Stars sect runs deep. I urge you to weigh the consequences before you sever it entirely," she warned, invoking her father's banner to force a hesitation. But the conflict had already crossed the administrative threshold. If Chu Zhan retreated now, the surrounding elders would brand him a coward who feared the power of her father's house. "Sect master, you cannot allow a personal grievance over Chu Tian to ignite an all-out war with the Qingyun sect," the Grand Elder interjected, stepping forward to block his path. He despised the current leadership, but he remained a protector of the collective lineage. A war would destroy the entire foundation. Chu Zhan brushed past the old man's warning, a sudden, violent surge of true qi erupting from his core, rushing across the stones toward the young couple. He calibrated the strike with precision, intending to inflict a minor internal injury, to re-establish dominance, and preserve his son's face without triggering an immediate blood feud. He was a father, but he still carried the administrative weight of the sovereign seat. Yun Churin felt the atmospheric pressure drop, the color draining from her lips as she gathered her own internal energy to shield her vitals. A sudden shadow cut off the wind. Wang Haoran stepped directly in front of her, his frame forming an impenetrable iron wall that swallowed the oncoming shockwave whole. Chu Zhan's breath hitched. His personal cultivation boasted over 2 centuries of raw energy. Though the strike carried only a fraction of his total strength, it should have brought any junior to their knees. Yet the boy stood completely unmoved. Who was this monster? A thread of genuine panic laced his thoughts as he re-evaluated the teenager. Yun Churin stared at the broad back before her, her analytical mind spinning out of control. The display shattered her previous assessment. Wang Haoran's cultivation boundary resided leagues above the simple Huajin rank he had presented to her father. The heavy dread masking her thoughts cleared instantly, replaced by an intoxicating sense of security. Her gaze lingered on his profile, tracking the sharp line of his jaw and the effortless grace of his posture. For the very first time, she found herself acknowledging just how devastatingly handsome he truly was. Ding. The heroine Yun Churin's favorability has increased by 20 points. Current total, 40, very friendly. The mental notification chimed in Wang Haoran's consciousness. He glanced back over his shoulder, his voice dropping to a gentle murmur. "Are you harmed?" "I am fine," she whispered, her voice carrying a soft, compliant melody that surprised even herself. Wang Haoran pulled his gaze away from her, his eyes locking onto the older man at the front of the hall. The playfulness left his expression. "I permitted you a free strike out of courtesy. Now, you will endure mine." Chapter 615. It's just a maid. Wang Haoran's voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it struck Chu Zhan like an electric shock. The older man's nerves went taut. Decades of fame in the hidden world as a sovereign sect master forbade him from showing fear before a teenager, no matter how extraordinary the youth appeared. "Then I shall test your legendary skills," Chu Zhan growled, his voice dropping into a deep, resonance-filled register. True qi erupted from his pores, swirling around his robes in a violent, visible shroud. The brief clash a moment prior had shattered any illusion of an easy victory. This boy, who looked barely 20, carried a terrifying weight. Underestimating him would mean death. Wang Haoran remained perfectly still in the center of the hall. He raised a single index finger toward the charging sect master and tapped the empty air. The dense aura of true qi enveloping Xuan vanished in a heartbeat. The invisible pressure struck his chest, rupturing his internal organs with a sickening crack. He gasped, a heavy spray of crimson pooling across the polished stone floor. Shock paralyzed the surrounding elders. Xu Tian glared at the stranger, murderous fury blazing in his eyes, but his shattered pathways rendered him entirely helpless. He scrambled across the stones, throwing his arms around his father to stabilize him. Xu Zhan's face drained of color. He took a long, ragged breath, his chest heaving as he looked up at the teenager in terror. Is your excellency a disciple of the ancient sects? The question sent a jolt through Yunchuren. Her curiosity regarding his background had consumed her for days, and though she had uncovered references to the ancient lineages within the restricted archives of the Qingyun sect, she had always dismissed them as fairy tales. Yet, the supernatural display of dominance before her offered no other logical explanation. Only the forgotten domains could produce such a monster. You possess some baseline knowledge, Wang Haoran replied smoothly, offering a casual nod that served as a tacit admission. Xu Zhan let out a long, defeated sigh. The realization brought a strange sense of relief. Losing to a god from the ancient world carried no shame. Then, a desperate calculation sparked in his eyes. Please forgive my blindness, your excellency. My actions were a grave offense to your house. Xu Zhan bowed his head from the floor, his pride entirely discarded. Wang Haoran kept his hands behind his back, remaining silent. The older man's sudden compliance had nothing to do with fear of survival. He was setting up a request. Xu Zhan glanced toward his son's pale face before continuing, his voice trembling with an appeal. My son suffered a catastrophic ambush during his travels. His meridians are entirely severed, stripping him of his future in the martial arts. The chronicles whisper that the ancient sects preserve divine elixirs capable of rewriting such a fate. He paused, pressing his palms against the blood-stained stone. I beg you to grant us a single pill to restore his pathways. The Seven Stars sect will pay any price you demand. We will not hesitate, no matter how grand the toll. Why should I expend a divine resource to salvage this boy? Wang Haoran asked, his gaze drifting down to the youth. Xu Tian remained silent, but the absolute hatred burning in his eyes was impossible to mask. The protagonist was currently weak, forcing him to endure the humiliation, but the underlying psychological pattern was obvious. If this boy ever discovered a path back to power, he would hunt down his enemies without a shred of mercy. After all, he had suffered a public slap, and his father now lay bleeding on the floor. Wang Haoran had no intention of allowing the seed of vengeance to mature. Tian'er acted out of juvenile impulse. When he composed that ridiculous divorce scroll, Xu Zhan urged, forcing a sycophantic smile to override his internal agony. He turned his desperate gaze toward the girl. The entire martial world recognizes that a broken man could never be worthy of Miss Yun. A legendary beauty of her stature belongs only beside a peerless genius. Your pairing is a match ordained by heaven itself. Xu Tian gripped his father's shoulder, a toxic mixture of envy and rage twisting his stomach. His earlier defiance had been fueled entirely by the hot-blooded arrogance of youth, throwing the divorce document to salvage his dignity, while harboring a secret fantasy of rising from the ashes to make her regret her choice. He still coveted her. Hearing his own father reduce his worth to nothing, while offering his betrothed to his attacker was a suffocating torment. Yet, he kept his jaw locked, recognizing the sacrifice his father was making to secure his cure. You have misread the dynamic, Wang Haoran interrupted, his tone shifting into one of absolute indifference. There is no romantic alliance between myself and Yunchuren. She is merely my maidservant. He paused, stepping closer to the girl. However, even a servant under my roof commands absolute reverence. Her status is far too elevated for a lesser being to insult. Yunchuren opened her mouth to protest the label, but the words died in her throat. Compared to the supreme majesty of an ancient sect, the elite lineages of the hidden world were nothing more than dust beneath a mountain. If a lord from the primordial domains offered to take the daughter of a prominent sovereign as a handmaiden, 1,000 heiresses would slaughter each other for the privilege. Though the title sounded degrading, the proximity to such power was a supreme honor in the martial world. The strange justification triggered a memory of the previous night's dream. The image of the supreme immortal emperor and her own position at his feet felt far too precise to be an accident. Xu Tian stared at her, his jealousy morphing into raw panic as he realized she was not denying the claim. His long-term strategy for vengeance had centered around conquering her in battle 3 years from now, forcing her to serve as his personal slave as punishment for the broken contract. Now, she already belonged to another man. In the hidden world, the duties of a personal maid extended far beyond pouring tea and laundering robes. A master's command over his servant's body was absolute. The mental image of her submission shattered his focus. Ding. The host has severely destabilized Xu Tian's mental fortitude. Gained 2,000 villain points. Xu Tian's protagonist halo decreases by 100 points. Host's villain halo increases by 100 points. Naturally, your excellency speaks the truth, Xu Zhan echoed, his flattery growing more frantic as he felt his son's mental collapse. A maid in your presence carries 1,000 times more nobility than my boy ever could. I only ask that you reconsider the matter of the meridian elixir. Securing a cure is a simple matter, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. But my household currently requires a gatekeeper. Your son possesses the appropriate physical frame for the labor. The contract will not endure forever. A single month of service will suffice to pay the debt. Xu Zhan turned his head, a silent, questioning plea in his eyes as he looked at his son. "Father, perhaps my destiny is simply to remain a cripple," Chu Tian muttered, his voice hollow. Chu Zhan sighed, recognizing the stubborn pride behind the refusal. The boy would rather live out his days as an invalid than kneel as a low-level servant to his rival. Forcing the issue now would only cause a deeper rift, so the older man decided to let the anger cool before attempting to persuade him further. "Your Excellency and Miss Yun have traveled a great distance to reach our valley," Chu Zhan said, pushing himself up to a seated position. "Allow the Seven Stars sect to demonstrate our hospitality. I invite you to reside within our guest compound for a few days." "Very well," Wang Haoran agreed instantly. The public spectacle of the broken engagement had concluded, clearing the path for the protagonist's true inheritance to manifest. The hidden trigger was coming, and he needed a front-row seat to intercept it. Chapter 616. Open Heaven Tower. Chu Zhan remained entirely oblivious to the calculations spinning behind Wang Haoran's eyes. Having secured the youth's agreement to stay, the sect master adjusted his robes, preparing to organize the guest quarters. Before the words could leave his mouth, the Grand Elder stepped forward, bowing smoothly. "Sect Master, your internal injuries require immediate attention. Allow me to personally oversee the arrangements for our esteemed guests." Without waiting for a formal dismissal, the old man pivoted toward Wang Haoran, his face shifting into a mask of eager, attentive hospitality. Chu Zhan's jaw tightened, the blatant disrespect triggering a flash of silent anger. He chose not to contest the matter openly in the Grand Hall. His primary objective had been achieved. The ancient disciple would remain within the compound, granting him the time needed to work on his son. He simply could not fathom why Chu Tian remained so stubbornly resistant to the opportunity. The Grand Elder gestured broadly, escorting Wang Haoran and Yun Chuan out of the council chamber with frantic politeness. As soon as the doors closed behind them, Chu Tian signaled a nearby retainer. "Summon the primary clan physician to the inner chambers immediately." The medical examination yielded grim results. The impact from the vibrational shockwave required more than a month of absolute, uninterrupted bed rest for a full recovery. Chu Tian stood by the clinic bed, his knuckles turning white as his fingernails bit into his palms. The crimson branding on his own cheek throbbed in sync with his pulse, fueling a wave of absolute, unadulterated hatred for the stranger. The malice expanded within his chest, crowding out all other thoughts. "Tiener, the damage is minimal. A few weeks of rest will suffice," Chu Zhan murmured from the pillows, misinterpreting the rigid posture as grief. He reached out, his weak grip catching his son's wrist. "The teenager commands the heritage of an ancient sect. Their authority exists on a plane far beyond our reach. Do not allow your pride to drive you into an impulsive retaliation." Chu Tian offered a hollow, compliant nod, keeping his true thoughts locked behind a passive mask. An ancient sect meant nothing to him. He had witnessed the true architecture of the cosmos, the violent fracturing of reality, where celestial entities shattered stars and forced galaxies into reverse rotation. The memory of that primordial battlefield remained burned into his retinas. The black iron relic those gods had slaughtered each other to possess could never belong to a mortal domain. If he could unlock the secrets of that miniature fortress, the grandest ancient lineages on Earth would become nothing more than dust beneath his boots. The stranger had struck him, crippled his father, and claimed ownership over the woman bound to his name. The debt required blood, and the mysterious Black Tower represented his singular path to vengeance. "I understand the boundaries, father. Rest well," Chu Tian replied quietly. He waited until his father drifted into a medicated sleep before slipping out of the compound. His steps hurried as he navigated the stone paths toward the ancestral archives. The sect library housed a massive repository of ancient anecdotes, eccentric journals, and forgotten techniques. He intended to strip the shelves until he found a method to pierce the black iron. He breached the heavy oak doors of the archives and immediately began tearing through the bamboo scrolls. High above the valley floor, completely hidden from mortal senses, an invisible gaze tracked his movements through the stone roof. Wang Haoran sat cross-legged on the silk cushions of his assigned guest room, his perspective vision focused entirely on the desperate boy miles away. His decision to accept the hospitality of the Seven Stars sect had been driven by this exact tactical necessity. By utilizing his divine sight from the comfort of his quarters, he could monitor the protagonist's progress around the clock without triggering a single alarm. No one would ever suspect the guest was actively charting the layout of their inheritance. Inside the dusty archives, Chu Tian frantically unrolled manuscript after manuscript. The texts suggested a variety of primitive extraction methods, refinement through sustained flame, immersion in spiritual springs, or exposure to midnight frost. Gathering a list of promising theories, the youth restored the scrolls to their shelves and left the library, his face tight with renewed determination. Wang Haoran watched the departure with an amused smirk. The structural logic of the novel world was entirely predictable. Complex elemental experiments rarely unlocked a high-tier artifact. The true catalyst almost always relied on the classic, universal mechanic, binding the soul through a single droplet of virgin blood. The author of this particular destiny seemed fond of unnecessary theatricality, forcing the protagonist to exhaust every useless method before a chaotic accident caused him to cut his finger, spilling blood onto the iron surface to trigger the binding. A direct approach would save hours of narrative time, but the structural delay served the villain perfectly. Without this narrative padding, the opportunity to intercept the relic would have slipped through his fingers. Chu Tian slipped back into his private quarters, dropped to his knees, and reached beneath the heavy mahogany bedframe. He extracted the half-foot black tower, wrapped the iron structure in a protective layer of oilcloth, and tucked the bundle against his chest before sliding out into the corridor. He moved like a shadow, bypassing the patrol routes to enter the thick bamboo groves of the rear mountain, seeking an isolated clearing to begin his pyrotechnic trials. As he bent down to gather dry brush for the fire, the air behind his ear shifted. An invisible force struck the base of his skull with surgical precision. Xuantian's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp, collapsing face first into the dirt. Wang Haoran materialized from the shadows, bending down to slide the cloth-wrapped relic from the boy's unconscious grip. Up close, the black tower appeared utterly mundane, its surface rough and devoid of any spiritual resonance. Yet, his extensive familiarity with the conventions of destiny confirmed the reality. The more deceptive the exterior, the more terrifying the underlying power. He resisted the urge to slice his finger on the spot. An artifact of this magnitude would inevitably trigger a massive spiritual backlash during the integration process, potentially inducing a prolonged state of unconsciousness. If he fainted beside the protagonist, the boy would awaken first, creating a lethal tactical vulnerability. Securing the bundle, Wang Haoran vanished deeper into the mountain range. He located a secluded cavern, utilizing his internal energy to construct a dense spiritual barrier around the entrance, isolating his presence from the outside world and preventing any biological intrusion. Kneeling at the center of the array, he sharpened his true chi into a microscopic blade, slicing the pad of his thumb. He pressed the wound directly against the peak of the iron tower. The rough material swallowed the crimson liquid instantly, leaving the surface dry. A fraction of a second later, a brilliant, blinding light erupted from the core of the iron. The initial fractures of radiance expanded rapidly, as the relic pulled more of his life essence through the wound, the illumination filling the cavern until the darkness dissolved completely. When the saturation reached its absolute peak, the physical tower dissolved into a beam of pure cosmic light, shooting straight between Wang Haoran's eyebrows. Ding. The host has successfully intercepted the primary protagonist's supreme inheritance. Gained 20,000 villain points. Xuantian's protagonist halo decreases by 1,000 points. Host's villain halo increases by 1,000 points. A sudden, agonizing pressure exploded within his skull, and his consciousness plunged into absolute darkness. When his eyelids flickered open, the spiritual barrier remained intact, but the sky beyond the cavern mouth had already turned pitch black. Wang Haoran let out a long, ragged breath, his chest heaving as he celebrated his own foresight. Had he attempted the attunement in the bamboo grove, he would have lain defenseless at the protagonist's feet for hours. Steadying his breathing, he turned his focus inward, scanning his internal network for the anchor point. The relic had bypassed his physical anatomy entirely, taking root at the absolute center of his sea of consciousness. The miniature black tower floated quietly within the spiritual void, radiating a soft, ancient luminescence that pulsed in tandem with his soul. The object had become an immutable extension of his own divinity. As his mind brushed against the iron walls, a flood of ancient knowledge unfurled within his thoughts, exposing the true lineage of the prize. The scale of the inheritance was staggering. The relic bore the true designation of the Open Heaven Tower, a primordial treasure birthed simultaneously with the creation of the universe itself. An intoxicating wave of triumph washed through him. With a singular mental command, he activated the gateway, shifting his entire presence into the first tier of the fortress. The transition was absolute. The enchantment did not merely transport his awareness, his physical flesh dissolved from the mortal plane, leaving the cavern entirely empty. The Open Heaven Tower collapsed into a microscopic speck of dust, settling onto the stone floor. The concealment was flawless. Even a supreme immortal Venerable navigating the tribulations of ascension would lack the sensory acuity to detect the speck's existence. As long as an adversary lacked the specific, specialized mental arts to lock his consciousness, Wang Haoran could slip into the sanctuary at the speed of thought, rendering him entirely immune to mortal execution. He spent the next hour mapping the internal dimensions of the refuge. The structure contained a total of 10 distinct tiers, each floor calibrated to match one of the 10 grand boundaries of immortal cultivation. As a current practitioner at the 8th layer of the chi refining cycle, his access remained restricted to the introductory floor. Piercing the boundary into the next major realm would unlock the gateway to the second tier, providing a compounding progression that would mirror his ascent to godhood. Chapter 617. Cultivation of Cheating Devices. The first floor of the Kaishan Tower was empty, devoid of any visible objects. However, a treasure of this magnitude, even on its lowest tier, was bound to hold immense value. It had to be linked to cultivation. How else could Xuan rise through the ranks in the main storyline? Wang Haoran began to study the space, and the purpose of the first floor quickly became clear. First, the self-generated aura here was many times richer than the spiritual energy of the outside world. Cultivating in this environment would naturally yield far faster results. This particular benefit meant nothing to Wang Haoran. His own cultivation did not rely on absorbing external spiritual energy. The second feature was a massive healing array engraved into the floor. Designed to recuperate and repair wounds, its efficacy was staggering. As long as a person drew breath, stepping into this space guaranteed recovery. Wang Haoran deduced that once Xuan claimed the Kaishan Tower, a brief stay inside would completely restore his damaged meridians. The third and most crucial attribute was the manipulation of time. Time flowed much slower here than in the outside world. After running a few tests, Wang Haoran calculated the precise conversion, 1 day in the outside world equaled 10 days inside the tower. 10 days of cultivation cost only a single day outside. It was a tenfold increase in efficiency. With that kind of advantage, even a complete waste could rise to prominence, let alone a genius. This aspect was incredibly useful to Wang Haoran. He discovered that he could bring external items into the space, including other people. In the outside world, he could only manage 1 person in an hour. Inside the open heaven tower, he could manage 10. For someone with a strict sense of time, expanding a single day into 10 was a wonderful prospect. This difference in time flow also effectively boosted his cultivation speed tenfold. The helplessness he felt before, the frustration of being unable to handle certain individuals, vanished. The problem was solved. If the first floor was this potent, what lay on the second? The Qin Tower was truly a broken, cheat-level golden finger. Judging by this asset, Xuan's protagonist Halo was easily on par with Ye Fan's. In Ye Fan's main storyline, he managed to find his footing in the end. Possessing an innate treasure tied directly to the universe offered a massive shortcut to aligning with the Tao. Comparatively, Xuan's path might even be smoother than Ye Fan's. Ye Fan's golden finger stemmed from the knowledge and cognition of an immortal Venerable, navigating the path of immortality through various tribulations. Before aligning with the Tao, Ye Fan would face almost no bottlenecks. Xuan, however, possessed an innate treasure. He had a super plugin for his practice, ensuring his training speed would never fall behind Ye Fan's. Because of the Qin Tower, achieving Dao alignment might actually be easier for him. This was, after all, an innate treasure associated with this very universe. Convergence, in essence, meant mastering the universe itself. The tower would provide immense assistance. Wang Haoran calmed his excitement. Taking advantage of the starry night, he traveled down the mountain and returned to the guest room arranged by the 7 Stars sect. Night had just fallen. Wang Haoran sat down to rest, and within moments, a visitor arrived. It was the great elder of the 7 Star sect. True to his role as a villainous lackey, the old man immediately began to flatter and curry favor. Wang Haoran found the great elder's value limited, so he dismissed him with a brief word. Shortly after the elder departed, a soft knock sounded at the door. Wang Haoran initially ignored it, but his perspective vision revealed Yunchuran standing outside. "Come in," he called out. Yunchuran pushed the door open, her movements cautious. She walked over to the table where Wang Haoran sat. "Visiting me so late? What is the matter?" Wang Haoran poured a cup of tea, took a slow sip, and kept his tone indifferent. Yunchuran remained standing, her expression clouding with doubt. "Who exactly are you?" Knowing his background was terrifying, she spoke with a hint of formal deference. "Why do you ask such a question?" Wang Haoran looked up, deliberately feigning confusion. "When we were at the inn, I had a dream. It felt entirely too real," Yunchuran said, testing the waters. "Did you discover my true identity?" Wang Haoran countered. Watching his shift in demeanor, Yunchuran grew more convinced that the vision in the inn was no mere dream. "Emperor," she bowed, using the title from her vision. Wang Haoran was secretly overjoyed by her reaction. He had been planning to find another opportunity to deceive her, but her own curiosity had driven her straight to him, probing for answers. "How did you know?" Wang Haoran forced a look of surprise onto his face. "So that dream was real," Yunchuran murmured. "What exactly did you see in this dream?" Wang Haoran asked. Yunchuran hesitated, choosing her words carefully. She recounted the events from the inn but omitted the intimate details inappropriate for sharing. "Alas, it was not a dream. It was our past life," Wang Haoran sighed, shaking his head. "Our past life?" Yunchuran gasped. "Indeed." Wang Haoran nodded. He took the same narrative he used to manipulate Tantayeyu and the others, adjusting the details to fit Yunchuran. In this version, her identity was not a concubine, but a maid. He chose this role because she was too naive. Otherwise, she would have been a consort. For now, a maid suited his purposes. "Do past lives truly exist?" Yunchuran looked astonished. Wang Haoran could tell she was not fully convinced. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and focused his mind. The room vanished. In an instant, the two appeared inside the empty expanse of the Qin Tower. "Where are we?" Yunchuran reeled from the sudden transition. The scenery had warped in the blink of an eye, leaving her stunned. "This is the Immortal Emperor Pagoda from my past life. After my reincarnation, it accompanied me, residing within my sea of consciousness," Wang Haoran explained with absolute gravity. Yunchuran stood paralyzed, completely lost for words. Wang Haoran grasped her hand once more, pulling her out of the space. Another wave of dizziness washed over her, and she found herself back in the guest room. Her entire worldview shattered, wiping away any lingering doubt. The female protagonist Yunchuran's favorability has increased by 10. Current total favorability, 50. True affection achieved. I recovered the memories of my previous existence. After meeting you, I had no intention of revealing this truth. I never expected your past experiences to manifest as dreams. It appears the karma between us remains unbroken, Wang Haoran said, his voice slow and deliberate. Hearing those words, Yunchuran dropped to her knees, her shoulders trembling. "The Emperor is above. I have offended you in the past, and I beg for your forgiveness." Chapter 618. Return. Armed with the carefully constructed memory of their past life and anchored by Wang Haoran's undeniable, reality-bending power, Yunchuran surrendered her heart completely. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, a cold dread crept over her. Recalling the rebellious, disrespectful attitude she had shown during their earlier encounters, regret and fear twisted in her stomach. Wang Haoran deliberately maintained a heavy silence, letting the tension stretch until the quiet room felt suffocating. He watched her pulse quicken, her anxiety rising and falling like a trapped bird. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and laced with absolute authority. To offend the emperor, what crime do you think you have committed? The color drained from Yunchuren's face. She cast herself down even lower, her forehead pressing firmly against the cool floorboards. Her shoulders trembled violently. Please punish me, Emperor. Churen will never dare to complain. Watching her complete submission, the corners of Wang Haoran's mouth lifted in a slight, satisfied smile. His gaze flickered toward the window. A troublesome little fly was staring at them from the shadows outside. Still, it was of little consequence. Xuan had regained consciousness shortly after being struck down in the mountains earlier that afternoon. The moment his eyes snapped open, he had frantically searched the dirt and brush for the Black Tower, but it was gone. Left with no other choice, he had dragged his aching body down the slope and slipped back into the Seven-Star Sect. Now, he was hidden in the darkness, his eyes fixed tightly on the entrance of Wang Haoran's guest quarters. The Black Tower had been his sole remaining hope. To be inexplicably knocked unconscious and stripped of the Qin Tower left a bitter, burning void in his chest. He racked his brain, sorting through potential suspects, and a single face immediately came to mind. He had possessed the artifact for days. Because he was naturally cautious, no one in the sect had noticed, not even his own father. It was impossible for the elders to have caught wind of it. But today, an uninvited guest had arrived from an ancient, mysterious sect, a man possessing methods beyond ordinary imagination. Wang Haoran must have sensed the treasure. He must have seen Xuan slipping toward the back mountain, trailed him into the woods, ambushed him, and stolen the prize. The moment Xuan reached that conclusion, he had marched toward the guest quarters to confront him, only to find the room empty. No one in the sect knew where the young master had gone. It was only after total darkness fell that Wang Haoran finally returned. That delay sealed Xuan's suspicions. The thief had clearly used those hidden hours to study the secrets of the Black Tower. Crouching beneath the eave, Xuan waited for the dead of night, hoping for a chance to slip inside and reclaim what was stolen while the target slept. But the plan hit an early snag. Yunchuren had entered the room, and the door remained firmly shut. Xuan ground his teeth, his fingers clawing desperately into the rough stone wall. He assumed Wang Haoran would dismiss her shortly, so he forced himself to remain patient, blending into the shadows. A few minutes later, the light inside the room suddenly went out. Xuan froze. His breath hitched. Yunchuren had not walked out, yet the room was pitched into total darkness. The realization hit him like a physical blow, turning his blood to fire. Driven by an agonizing need for certainty, he crept closer, pressing his ear flat against the wooden window frame to catch any sound from within. System notification. The host has severely damaged the mentality of the protagonist, Xuan. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Xuan's protagonist Halo -150. Host's villain Halo +150. The muffled sounds from the other side of the thin lattice confirmed his worst fears. That absolute bitch, Xuan cursed silently, every lingering shred of affection he held for Yunchuren dissolving into pure hatred. To him, she was now nothing more than damaged goods, entirely unworthy of his notice. He leaned back against the exterior wall, determined to wait out the storm and strike the moment the room grew quiet. But 1 hour bled into 2, and the activity inside showed no signs of stopping. Realizing he would have no opportunity tonight, Xuan spat on the ground and slipped away into the darkness, defeated. Inside the darkened room, Wang Haoran caught the movement through his perspective vision. He smiled, never breaking his rhythm, but wrapped his arms around Yunchuren and shifted their location entirely, stepping through space into the first floor of the Qin Tower. He had only stayed in the guest room to harvest Xuan's psychological distress. To him, simple villain points were merely a bonus. The growth of his villain halo was far more valuable. A higher villain halo directly correlated to superior luck, balancing the cosmic scales. It was this bolstered luck that allowed him to cleanly sever Xuan's connection to his destiny, without triggering a backlash from the heavens. The protagonist's halo had been exceptionally strong, meaning his innate fortune was immense. An ordinary thief attempting to steal such a treasure would have faced instant calamity. Wang Haoran's inflated villainous luck, however, was more than enough to shoulder the weight of the universe's prize. Inside the Qin Tower, where one day stretched into 10, the expanded time frame offered an unprecedented advantage for cultivation. Furthermore, the isolation meant Yunchuren no longer needed to restrain herself. Out here, no matter how loud the disturbance, the outside world remained entirely oblivious. System notification. The host has captured the heroine Yunchuren for the first time. Reward, 8,000 villain points. Xuan's protagonist Halo -400. Yunchuren's heroine Halo -400. Host's villain Halo +800. Yunchuren's favorability toward the host has increased by 20. Current total favorability, 70. Deep love. The host has successfully altered the major plot direction. Reward, 4,000 villain points. Xuan's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Across the compound, Xuan slammed his fist into his wooden desk, shattering the ornaments in his room in a fit of silent, furious rage. He stayed awake, brooding in the dark until the first rays of dawn broke through the sky. Early the next morning, he returned to his hiding spot near the guest quarters, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the door. Before long, Wang Haoran stepped out, followed closely by Yunchuren. Her face was radiant, her skin glowing with a vital energy. The innocent, girlish demeanor she usually carried had shifted, replaced by a striking, mature charm that made her look entirely breathtaking. Xuan's heart twisted with a sudden, involuntary pang of longing, followed immediately by the bitter taste of resentment. He forced himself to wait until they walked out of sight before darting into the empty room. He tossed the bedsheets and tore through the cabinets, but the Black Tower was nowhere to be found. By noon, Xuan had prepared a grand banquet to honor their prestigious guests. At his father's strict command, a reluctant Xuan was forced to attend, sitting quietly at the edge of the pavilion. During the feast, Xuan raised his cup, gently steering the conversation back to the medicine required to heal his son's shattered meridians. Wang Haoran offered the exact same terms as before, his tone casual. Let Xuan serve as my personal attendant, and the pill is yours. The protagonist's stubborn pride flared. Xuan stared into his cup, silently resolving that he would rather remain a crippled waste for the rest of his days than humble himself as a servant to a rival. Xuan could only offer a helpless, heavy sigh at his son's obstinacy. Once the banquet concluded, Wang Haoran cornered the great elder in a quiet quarter. Keep a strict watch on Xuan's every move. If he changes his routine or speaks to anyone unusual, report it to me immediately. The great elder, eager to secure a powerful backer, and already deeply resentful of Xuan's leadership, bowed low. Rest assured, young Master Wang, I will handle it personally. Though Xuan's primary cheat had been stripped away, his protagonist halo remained remarkably resilient. Wang Haoran knew that standard narrative rules meant another stroke of luck could trigger at any moment. He welcomed it. Xuan was simply a well-yielding crop waiting for the next harvest. With his arrangements finalized, Wang Haoran checked his carriage and prepared to leave the seven-star sect to return to the city of Qingling. Having fully accepted her role as his devoted maid, Xuan followed him automatically, hovering by his side like a shadow. During their extended hours within the time-dilated tower, Wang Haoran's cultivation had surged to the 9th layer of the qi refining stage, placing him on the very precipice of foundation establishment. One night of effortless rest inside the artifact had provided the equivalent of 10 full days of rigorous training. Xuan's progress was equally dramatic. The raw, turbulent energy within her body had completely synthesized into pure spiritual aura, pushing her directly to the 2nd layer of the qi refining stage. Her combat strength now vastly outstripped her brother, Yunfeng. This terrifying rate of advancement filled her with a profound, reverent awe. Her devotion to the emperor was absolute, commanding both her mind and her body. Whatever orders he issued, she executed without a second thought, completely devoid of complaint. The carriage pulled up to the gates of the Qingling villa later that week. The moment Wang Haoran stepped into the courtyard, Feng Anna ran toward him, her face pale and her breathing hurried. Thank goodness you're finally back, she gasped, wringing her hands. I need to request a temporary leave of absence. Wang Haoran paused, studying her frantic expression. What happened? It's my family back in Xiangdao, Feng Anna said, her jaw tightening as anger flared in her eyes. My idiotic sister managed to offend a powerful mystic. They call him Master Ye. Chapter 619. Go to Fragrant Island. The name Master Ye immediately triggered a memory for Wang Haoran. It could only be one person, Master Ye of Kangzhou. During his previous trip to Qingzhou, Ye Fan had secretly gone to see Fang Yuruo. At that time, an intercepted conversation between Ye Fan and his subordinate revealed a crucial piece of information. Ye Fan was planning a trip to Fragrant Island. Nearly a month had passed since then. If Ye Fan had already arrived on the island, he was bound to start making waves. The Feng family was a prominent, highly influential local clan on Fragrant Island. Judging by Feng Anna's frantic explanation, her family was positioned to become a literal stepping stone for Ye Fan, a prop designed to be crushed to show off the protagonist's superior power. It was an unexpected twist that the Feng family would occupy the villain role, especially since Feng Anna herself was a heroine. Wang Haoran considered the narrative dynamics. Ye Fan's primary storyline centered on a single heroine, Fang Yuruo. To the overarching plot, everyone else was merely a tool. Feng Anna had specifically blamed her younger sister, labeling her a stupid girl. This suggested the sister possessed distinct villain attributes. However, she was likely a minor antagonist rather than a pure villain. In these narratives, a beautiful sister who opposed the protagonist early on was frequently conquered and absorbed into the main camp later. I really need to return to Fragrant Island. Please, can I go? Feng Anna's voice broke through his thoughts, her tone tight with anxiety as she watched his prolonged silence. Wang Haoran did not answer immediately. He set his teacup down, his expression curious. The Feng family completely abandoned you when they feared being implicated in your scandals. Your parents even signed a formal severance agreement. Why do you still care about their fate? I am utterly disappointed in my parents, Feng Anna admitted, her shoulders dropping. But my foolish younger sister always viewed me as her real sister. When our parents forced the severance, she threw a massive tantrum and fought with them on my behalf. Besides, Aunt Joan is still living in the main manor. I cannot simply sit by and watch them fall into ruin. Wang Haoran let out a soft laugh. And yet you constantly call her stupid? Feng Anna let out a cold, defensive snort. In our generation of the Feng family, only my sister and I are directly related by blood. The entire family heritage will eventually pass to one of us. When my parents cut ties with me, it was the perfect opportunity for her to secure the entire inheritance. Instead, that silly girl threw it all away to beg for my return. Tell me, is she not completely stupid? Her bizarre logic left Wang Haoran temporarily speechless. Despite the harsh vocabulary, her protective instincts were obvious. If she truly hated her sister, she would not care whether the girl lived or died. I have no personal interest in your family dynamics, Wang Haoran replied, rising from his seat. However, I have never visited Fragrant Island. I will accompany you. Relief washed over Feng Anna's face, her eyes lighting up. Wonderful. Do you need to pack anything? I will handle all the preparations for you. There is no need. I have everything I require. Perfect. Once we arrive on the island, I will arrange all your accommodations. You will not have to worry about a single detail. Feng Anna moved toward the door, her pace hurried. Can we leave immediately? Give me a moment, Wang Haoran said, raising a hand to pause her. I need to check if Aoxiu and Xuansu wish to join us. You should also call Song Siwi and see if she wants to come along. He walked out to the expansive garden behind the villa to locate Feng Xuansu and Ning Aoxiu. Since the two women had accepted their shared status as sister disciples, their relationship had grown remarkably harmonious. They were currently focused on practicing a set of elementary spells Wang Haoran had recently taught them, their concentration so absolute that they had completely missed his arrival at the villa. The moment Wang Haoran stepped onto the grass, the two women halted their training cycles and hurried toward him. He opened his arms wide, catching them both simultaneously to ensure neither felt neglected. After enjoying their embrace for a brief moment, he introduced the idea of traveling to Fragrant Island. Ning Aoxiu and Feng Xuansu agreed without a moment's hesitation. Ning Aoxiu had spent the vast majority of her life confined to Kangzhou, while Feng Xuansu had rarely left the isolation of Fengzi Mountain. Neither had ever set foot on the island. The prospect of a vacation was inherently appealing, but more importantly, they wanted to remain by Wang Haoran's side. Inside the villa, Feng Anna dialed Song Siwi's number, listening to the rhythmic ringtone until a voice answered. Siwi, I have to return to Fragrant Island to handle an urgent family matter. Would you like to come along for a trip? I have several business commitments here in Qingling, Song Siwi replied, her voice polite but distant over the speaker. I am afraid I must decline. I understand. I will not force you. Let us speak when I return. Wait, Song Siwi interrupted, her tone sharpening with sudden interest. Is Wang Haoran back? He just returned, Feng Anna said. In fact, he was the one who suggested I call and ask if you wanted to join the group. Is that so? You should have mentioned that from the beginning. I will go. Song Siwi's reversal was instantaneous. Her initial reluctance stemmed entirely from a fear that Wang Haoran would return to an empty villa and find her missing. Knowing he was leading the excursion changed everything. Excellent. I am going to secure our transit now. Let us meet directly at the Qingling airport. Feng Anna ended the call quickly, her mind consumed by the brewing crisis at home. Any casual catch-up could wait for the 3-hour flight. By the time Wang Haoran returned to the main hall with Ning Aoxiu and Feng Xuansu, the scheduled commercial flights to Fragrant Island had already departed for the morning. Securing standard tickets for the following day on such short notice was notoriously difficult. This posed no real obstacle for Feng Anna. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy dynasty and a successful fashion entrepreneur in her own right, she possessed substantial personal wealth. She bypassed the commercial terminals entirely and chartered a private business jet. By midday, Wang Haoran, Ning Aoxiu, Feng Xuansu, Song Siwi, and Feng Anna boarded the luxury aircraft, and the engines roared to life as they took off toward the island. Inside the private cabin, the gathering of beautiful women provided a spectacular view. In the past, Wang Haoran would have avoided traveling with so many romantic interests simultaneously, fearing a chaotic clash of jealousy and an inability to distribute his time effectively. The situation was entirely different now. The elaborate fabrication regarding his past life as an immortal emperor had thoroughly convinced Ning Aoxiu, Feng Xuansu, and Song Siwi, fostering an unprecedented level of peace among them. Time management was no longer an issue either. The Kaishan Tower served as an ideal cultivation shortcut, expanding his available time tenfold. Their stay on Fragrant Island would likely last for a while, and he had no intention of letting his training stagnate. The flight from Qingling to the island typically required roughly 3 hours. For Wang Haoran, utilizing the time dilation property of the hidden tower turned those brief hours into nearly 30 hours of objective time. 30 hours inside the artifact was more than enough to accomplish incredible things. Chapter 620. The Feng Family. Fragrant Island, the sprawling Feng family estate. A tense stillness gripped the grand estate hall. Feng Antwi, her parents, and the family's trusted bodyguard, Zhongli, gathered around the polished mahogany coffee table. At the center of the table lay a single piece of parchment, its heavy texture contrasting with the modern luxury of the room. The elegant, sweeping script demanded payment for an outstanding debt. The balance due, $5 billion. This absurd sum traced back to a recent crisis. Not long ago, the matriarch of the family had succumbed to a bizarre, debilitating wasting disease. After a succession of world-renowned specialists failed to offer a cure, a mysterious traditional physician provided a single prescription. The vital catalyst required to save her life was 500-year-old snake gall. In the modern era, such an ancient creature sounded like a myth, a monster from folklore rather than medicine. Yet, driven by desperation, Feng Anhui and a team of mercenaries combed the uncharted mountain ranges. They successfully tracked the beast, but the creature's immense power obliterated their defenses. The man who ultimately slaughtered the 500-year-old serpent was an enigmatic mystic known simply as Master Ye. Desperate to secure the medicine for her dying mother, Feng Anhui approached Master Ye, begging for the gall and promising a lavish reward. When the mystic initially refused, dismissive of her pleas, panic overtook her. She impulsively offered an astronomical price of $5 billion. Master Ye accepted the terms and handed over the prize. But the promise was merely a stall tactic. Once the snake gall was safely in her possession, Feng Anhui ordered a retreat, fully intending to renege on the verbal agreement. She assumed a lone wanderer in the mountains could do nothing against a dynasty. She was wrong. Master Ye tracked the family to Fragrant Island and delivered a formal warning. The text was simple: deliver the $5 billion within 3 days, or suffer the consequences. Feng Anhui found the threat amusing. Back in the wilderness, surrounded by blood and shadow, Master Ye had terrified her. But here, within the reinforced walls of the Feng family stronghold, fear evaporated. Fragrant Island was her domain. She had merely given a verbal promise. No contract existed, and no IOU bore her signature. The demand lacked any legal standing. Expecting $5 billion, based on empty words, was pure delusion. She had no intention of paying. If Master Ye desired a conflict, she would gladly accommodate him. Rather than throwing away billions, she could spend a mere 10 million to hire elite martial artists to fortify the perimeter. No matter how formidable this mystic claimed to be, he would not dare breach the estate. Furthermore, if he attempted to cause trouble, a single phone call to high-ranking officials would bring the full weight of the law down upon him. Modern firepower had long since rendered ancient martial arts obsolete. No amount of internal energy could stop a high-caliber bullet. What a joke. Some absolute nobody named Master Ye thinks he can intimidate us, Feng Anhui scoffed, breaking the silence with a wave of her hand. If he dares set foot on this property, we will make sure he leaves in a casket. Her mother, a woman of British aristocratic descent, nodded in agreement, speaking in flawless, precise Mandarin. The man is delusional. $5 billion is an absurdity. Though well into her 40s, the matriarch maintained a flawless, slender silhouette that easily shaved a decade off her appearance, her striking European features remaining pristine. Both Feng Anna and Feng Anhui inherited these exceptional genetics, their elegant facial structures blending Eastern and Western aesthetics into a striking, mixed-race beauty. At 18, Feng Anhui lacked the statuesque, voluptuous curves of her older sister, possessing a leaner, more youthful frame. Yet her heritage lent her an innate, mature allure, creating a captivating contrast between innocence and sophistication. The Feng family has dominated the commerce of Fragrant Island for over a century, her father added, lifting a delicate porcelain teacup with practiced ease. His posture remained as unyielding as a mountain, completely unbothered by the warning. A simple mercenary cannot shake our foundations. In stark contrast to the family's absolute confidence, Zhongli stood by the window, her brow furrowed with deep anxiety. When the ancient serpent unleashed its fury in the mountains, a terrified Feng Anhui had cowered in a cave, missing the confrontation entirely. But Zhongli had watched every second. Master Ye's display completely transcended the boundaries of mortal combat. Feng Anhui believed they were dealing with a mere martial artist, a fatal misconception. Noticing the family's dismissive smiles, the bodyguard stepped forward, her voice tight with urgency. Second miss, you are severely underestimating the danger. Master Ye manifested pure energy and levitated through the air to slay that beast. He is no mere fighter, his abilities align closer to the divine. If the family persists with this defiance, I fear it will invite absolute ruin. Feng Anhui rolled her eyes, having heard variations of this warning for days. You are letting your imagination run wild, Sister Li. The sight of that massive serpent simply shattered your nerves. Immortals belong in storybooks. Master Ye is nothing more than a well-trained brawler. Your mind played tricks on you. Her parents murmured their agreement. Decades in high society had shaped a rigid worldview that excluded the supernatural. To them, the bodyguard's tales of flying men were simply absurd. Zhongli let out a quiet sigh, recognizing the futility of further argument. The only rational, pragmatic mind in the household belonged to the eldest daughter, Feng Anna. She was the only one who would heed the warning. Fortunately, Zhongli had possessed the foresight to contact her secretly. If her departure from the mainland proceeded without delay, she should arrive at any moment. The only lingering concern was whether Anna's mysterious employer would grant her leave. Right on cue, a uniformed attendant entered the grand hall, bowing low. Master, madam, the eldest miss has passed through the outer gates. Anna is back. Fantastic. Feng Anhui leaped to her feet, a brilliant smile illuminating her face, as she hurried toward the grand entrance. Zhongli felt a heavy weight lift from her chest, quickly following close behind. Having served as Anna's personal protector since childhood, she had guided the young woman through every stage of her life. Their bond transcended the typical employer relationship. Without children of her own, the bodyguard viewed Anna as her own daughter, and Anna trusted her above all others. Beyond the grand courtyard, the iron gates swung wide. Wow, Anna. Your family estate is magnificent, Song Siwi remarked, her eyes sweeping over the ancient architecture and manicured gardens as the group walked up the marble path. A hint of envy colored her voice. The layout rivals an imperial palace. The eldest princess of the Feng family truly lives in luxury. It is functional enough, Feng Anna replied, offering a tight, bittersweet smile. Not long ago, she shared that same pride, viewing herself as an elite noble whose family commanded total reverence across the island. But a single trip to the city of Qingling had shattered that illusion. Now, she was legally bound as a maid, spending her mornings scrubbing floors, doing laundry, and preparing meals like a common servant. Her title as the Princess of Fragrant Island felt like a cruel irony. Forcing the humiliating thoughts aside, she turned a meaningful look toward her companion, her eyes twinkling with a sudden realization. Though, I must say, you kept a massive secret from me. You insisted you and my boss were merely casual acquaintances, yet the depth of your friendship seems rather profound. Chapter 621. Female supporting Feng Anhui. Feng Anna knew better than to act shamelessly in front of others. Calling Wang Haoran master out in the open was out of the question, so she used the title of boss instead. Song Siwi heard the meaningful edge in Feng Anna's words. Her pretty face immediately turned red. During the flight to Xiangdao, Wang Haoran had disappeared with Feng Xuanso for a while. Then Ning Aoxiu disappeared for a bit. Finally, Song Siwi vanished as well. Feng Anna was far from stupid. She had guessed exactly what happened. After living in the villa for so long, the feelings Feng Xuanso and Ning Aoxiu harbored for Wang Haoran were obvious. It was only normal for them to be with him. Her boss truly possessed a blessed life. Ning Aoxiu's appearance, figure, and temperament were all excellent, easily matching the most beautiful women in the world. As for Feng Xuanso, that kind of woman would have been a disaster in ancient times, the type capable of subjugating an entire country. The flight was a little boring. It made sense for Wang Haoran to disappear with Feng Xuanso and Ning Aoxiu successively. However, his absence with Song Siwi had been somewhat unexpected. More importantly, when Song Siwi returned and reappeared in front of her eyes, her good best friend possessed a ruddy complexion and rippling eyes. Feng Anna naturally pieced the puzzle together. Her imagination did not need to run wild. She simply knew that Wang Haoran and Song Siwi had found a place on the plane where no one would disturb them, sharing moments that could not be told to others. In reality, Wang Haoran had slipped away to the Kaishan Pagoda to practice, cultivating his bonds along the way. Song Siwi shifted uncomfortably under Feng Anna's knowing gaze. She struggled to find an answer, but fortunately, two people stood waiting in front of them. One was a middle-aged woman. The other was a girl about 18 years old. The teenager shared a striking resemblance to Feng Anna. Song Siwi knew enough about the family to recognize the members immediately. This 18-year-old girl had to be Feng Anna's younger sister, Feng Anhui. The middle-aged woman was a familiar face from her time abroad. When Feng Anna studied overseas, this woman had accompanied her as a bodyguard and a close, trusted relative. Aunt Zhong, I'm so happy to see you. It has been a long time, Song Siwi said, greeting Zhongli. Siwi, you're here too. Zhongli smiled warmly, overjoyed to see her. Her smile faltered slightly as she noticed the three other people in the group. She recognized Wang Haoran. Memories of being offended and injured by him surfaced, leaving a trace of deep fear in her heart. Sister, you're finally back. Feng Anhui stepped forward and grabbed Feng Anna's hand, her voice tinged with a playful resentment. Is Qingling really that much fun? You stayed there for so long. Only Zhongli knew about Feng Anna's work as a nanny in Qingling. Feng Anhui and the rest of the family remained completely in the dark. As she spoke, Feng Anhui scanned the group brought by her sister. The three women were stunning, easily matching her sister and herself. One of them possessed such flawless beauty that it made Feng Anhui feel a pang of inferiority. Her attention did not linger on the women for long. Her eyes were instantly drawn to the only boy among them. Feng Anhui glanced at him once and found it impossible to look away. Ding, congratulations to the host's great luck. First time meeting the female partner Feng Anhui. The Super Peach Halo triggered the first-class promise with one self-effect. Ding, female partner Feng Anhui's favorability rating for the host has been raised to 80, deep love. The sudden system notifications brought back a long-lost feeling for Wang Haoran. The Super Peach Blossom Halo had served as mere decoration for a long time, but it finally showed some movement. From a certain perspective, however, it might have been better left inactive. Feng Anhui was not a heroine. She was a supporting actress. To be precise, she was the female supporting character destined to be humiliated and then subdued in the main storyline of Yafan. The charm halo would have been more useful for a female supporting role, since it could directly max out her favorability. Now that the Peach Blossom aura had triggered, the charm aura was locked out. These two similar effects did not stack. Wang Haoran made a mental note. If he planned to meet a female partner for the first time in the future, he needed to temporarily disable the Peach Blossom halo to prevent it from triggering automatically. With that thought put aside, Wang Haoran observed Feng Anhui. In Yefan's plot, even though it was a single heroine story, the world still featured beautiful female characters comparable to a heroine. The sheer number rivaled a harem plot. The only difference was that Yefan would never touch them or accept their feelings in the original story. The final destiny for a female supporting role was to serve as Yefan's maid or subordinate, working tirelessly on his behalf. According to the original trajectory, the Feng family was supposed to fall into Feng Anhui's hands. She would eventually become Yefan's spokesperson in Xiangdao. By that time, the Xiangdao map would be fully cleared, allowing Yefan to transition to new territories. Of course, that entire progression depended on Yefan's plot running smoothly. I had some business matters to handle in Qingling. I wasn't there to play, Feng Anna said, fabricating a quick excuse to hide her true situation. She paused, noticing her younger sister staring intently at Wang Haoran. It was no ordinary look. Intense emotion filled her eyes. Feng Anna's perception was sharp. The look in her sister's eyes mirrored the exact expression Ning Aoxiu and Feng Xuansu wore whenever they looked at Wang Haoran. The realization sent a chill through Feng Anna. Wang Haoran's situation was already complicated enough. She did not want her sister dragged into the mix. This foolish younger sister was incredibly straight-minded and completely lacked any sense of scheming. If she joined the fray, how could she possibly compete against those other women? Besides, Wang Haoran was stretched thin and could not possibly care for her properly. No matter how she looked at it, this spelled trouble for Feng Anhui. And Hui, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Wang Haoran. Feng Anna pivoted quickly, introducing him before stepping closer to present Feng Xuansu and the others. She named them one by one, intentionally adding a sharp detail. They are couples. Feng Anhui stiffened. A flash of disappointment crossed her youthful, beautiful face. She glanced between Feng Xuansu, Ning Aoxiu, and Song Siwi before turning back to her sister. Which one is his girlfriend? All of them, Feng Anna replied with a sweet smile. Feng Anhui froze completely, the youthful innocence on her face turning rigid. Wang Haoran glanced over at Feng Anna. Sensing his gaze, Feng Anna quickly feigned a look of self-reproach. She offered a pitiful, apologetic expression and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I misspoke." Chapter 622. Want to bargain? Wang Haoran squinted slightly at Feng Anna. He had not forgotten her behavior when they first met. This woman possessed a deep, calculating mind. It was only after he thoroughly terrified her that she abandoned her games. During her time as a nanny in the villa, she had behaved herself perfectly, keeping her ambitions in check. But now, back on her home turf, the old Feng Anna was reemerging. Returning to the Feng family had clearly restored her courage. Her exchange with Feng Anhui sent a deliberate message, signaling that Wang Haoran was unavailable, with several girlfriends already. It was a calculated move to kill her sister's sudden infatuation in the cradle. Anxiety tightened Feng Anna's chest the moment the words left her mouth. To her surprise, Wang Haoran remained entirely calm. He even smiled. "It doesn't matter," he said smoothly. "You're only telling the truth." His easygoing reaction sparked immediate suspicion in Feng Anna. His attitude seemed entirely too compliant. She wondered if being on Feng family territory made him hesitant, preventing him from retaliating, as he normally would. Otherwise, even if he refrained from outright anger, he certainly wouldn't be this pleasant. The more she rationalized, the straighter her back became. Whatever happened back in Qingling could wait. Right now, within these walls, she was still the noble princess of the Feng family. Abandoning her previously submissive posture, she stepped directly to the front of the group, lifting her chin with practiced elegance. "This way, please." Without waiting for his response, she turned on her heel and led the way, a distinct sway in her step. Wang Haoran found her sudden surge of confidence deeply amusing. He kept his thoughts to himself, silently following alongside Feng Xuansu and the others. Feng Anhui walked beside them. Throughout the walk to the grand hall, her eyes constantly drifted toward Wang Haoran. Conflict clouded her expression, her mind clearly racing with unspoken thoughts. The group soon arrived at the main hall. Feng Anna gestured for the guests to take their seats and ordered the servants to serve tea. She offered a brief introduction to her parents, presenting Wang Haoran and his companions as her friends. Observing the striking appearance and refined bearing of the newcomers, the master and mistress of the house immediately deduced their extraordinary backgrounds. They welcomed the guests with warm, genuine hospitality. Once the pleasantries concluded, Feng Anna steered the conversation toward the recent incident. Both Feng Anhui and Zhongli had been present during the serpent hunt, yet their accounts differed drastically. Feng Anhui insisted this Master Ye was merely a powerful martial artist. Zhongli, however, maintained that his methods transcended ordinary martial arts, suspecting he might be an immortal. Feng Anna leaned toward Zhongli's version of events. After all, Feng Anhui had hidden during the actual confrontation, relying entirely on her imagination to fill in the blanks. Even so, she assumed Zhongli was exaggerating. Immortals belonged in fairy tales, not the modern world. Master Ye was most likely a peak martial arts master. Still, a peak martial artist demanded utmost caution. At a certain level of power, individuals could bypass societal rules entirely. Though Feng Anna felt detached from her relatives, she had no desire to see the family ruin itself. Being targeted by a peak martial artist was a nightmare capable of stripping away anyone's peace of mind. 5 billion is an absurd amount, Feng Anna said, her brow furrowing. Have you tried negotiating with this master yet to lower his terms? Negotiating is pointless, Feng Anhui replied, dismissing the idea with a wave of her hand. I spoke with him when I bought the snake gallbladder. He demanded 5 billion yuan, refusing to drop the price by a single cent. Still, the man is incredibly naive. He didn't even demand a written IOU. I gave him a simple verbal promise, and he handed the gallbladder right over. Sipping his tea in silence, Wang Haoran looked at Feng Anhui as if she were a complete fool. Sensing his gaze, Feng Anhui mistook his stare for admiration. Flattered, she offered him a sweet, beaming smile. Feng Anna's frown deepened. She couldn't comprehend why Feng Xuansu, Ning Aoxiu, and Song Siwi remained so fiercely devoted to Wang Haoran. That was their choice, and she lacked the authority to interfere. But Feng Anhui was a different matter. As her older sister, she had every right to step in. However, a public hall filled with guests was no place for a sisterly lecture. The immediate priority was handling Master Ye's financial demand. According to the ultimatum, the funds had to arrive in his account within 3 days. The letter had arrived yesterday, meaning a day and a half had already slipped away. Do you know where this Master Ye is staying? Feng Anna asked. He's residing at the Qin estate, Feng Anhui answered. The Qin family of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Surprise registered on Feng Anna's face. What business does Master Ye have with them? Who knows? Honestly, what weight does the Qin family even carry? They've barely existed in Xiangdao for a handful of years. They can't possibly compare to a century-old dynasty like the Feng family. Feng Anhui's tone dripped with aristocratic disdain. Feng Anna chose not to argue. The Qin family was undeniably a newcomer, established less than a decade ago. Yet, Xiangdao society was notoriously exclusive. For an outsider family to carve out such a massive foothold in under 10 years proved the head of the Qin family was a formidable strategist. Oh right, Feng Anhui added, a sudden laugh bubbling up. Word is that fat old man from the Qin family wants to marry his daughter off to Master Ye. It drove Qin Bao absolutely furious. I ran into her yesterday and mocked her mercilessly. She looked ready to burst into tears. The name caught Wang Haoran's attention. This Qin Bao was undoubtedly beautiful, likely another supporting female character in the narrative. Based on the description, she completely despised the arranged match. The shift in her attitude, the inevitable romance with Ye Fan would likely occur only after Ye Fan thoroughly humiliated the Feng family. Wang Haoran internalized the sequence of events. It seemed Ye Fan intended to use the Feng family as a stepping stone to assert his dominance and win the hearts of two wealthy heiresses simultaneously. Of course, that script relied entirely on Wang Haoran remaining a passive spectator. Having established Master Ye's location, Feng Anna immediately drafted a formal letter and dispatched a courier to the Qin estate. She aimed to summon Master Ye to a neutral venue, seeking a face-to-face negotiation to reduce the debt to a manageable sum. With the letter sent, the waiting game began. As midday approached, Feng Anna personally oversaw the accommodation arrangements for Wang Haoran and his companions, later inviting them to join the family for lunch. Meanwhile, across the city, the messenger delivered the letter directly to Qin Huaimeng, the patriarch of the Qin family. Holding the envelope, Qin Huaimeng hurried into a secluded, tranquil courtyard within his estate. He approached the central pavilion where Ye Fan rested. Master Ye, a missive from the Feng family has just arrived for you, Qin Huaimeng announced, a deferential smile fixed on his face. Read it. Ye Fan remained perfectly still, his eyes closed as he relaxed on a reclining chair, soaking in the midday warmth. He uttered the single command without bothering to look up. Chapter 623. Want to bargain? Qin Huaimeng broke the seal and read the contents of the letter aloud. The lines were carefully crafted. Feng Anna opened with lavish praise for Master Ye's reputation, before smoothly pivoting to an invitation for a face-to-face meeting. Ye Fan scoffed. The underlying motive was entirely transparent. She wanted to bargain. Qin Huaimeng watched the young man's expression closely. The absolute dismissal written across Ye Fan's face made the verdict obvious, yet the older man remained meticulous in his deference. He bowed his head slightly. Master Ye, how should we respond? Tell her the original 5 billion is overdue, Ye Fan said, his voice flat and indifferent. The total fine for the delay brings the new balance to 10 billion. 10 billion? Qin Huaimeng's heart skipped a beat, the composure dropping from his face. Master Ye, that is an exorbitant sum. 10 billion will completely hollow out the Feng family's reserves. They will never agree to it. Ye Fan did not open his eyes. Deliver the message exactly as I stated. A dark wave of anxiety washed over Qin Huaimeng. He lowered his gaze to hide his frown, silently cursing the young man's reckless arrogance. 5 billion was an agonizing stretch, but the Feng family could theoretically liquidate assets to survive. 10 billion was an execution order. Driven to total ruin, the century-old dynasty would undoubtedly choose to fight to the death. Unfortunately, retreat was no longer an option. The entirety of Xiangdao already viewed the Qin family and Master Ye as a single entity, bound by whispers of an impending marriage alliance with his daughter. Qin Huaimeng was riding a tiger, completely unable to dismount. Understood, Qin Huaimeng replied, his throat tight. He backed out of the courtyard with a respectful bow, forced to carry out the mandate despite the dread pulling in his stomach. Ye Fan slowly opened his eyes, staring up at the canopy of leaves overhead. The tremor in Qin Huaimeng's voice had revealed his terror, but the old businessman had possessed the sense not to argue. That level of obedience was satisfactory. As for demanding 10 billion, the penalty was entirely justified. Feng Anhui had breached the timeline for payment, and interest accrued accordingly. Did ordinary mortals truly believe the ledger of Xuantian Xianzhen could be trifled with? In his past life, the patriarch of a vast celestial race had attempted to default on a debt owed to the Immortal Venerable. Ye Fan had responded by erasing the entire lineage from the cosmos. That was the absolute price for breaking faith with Xuantian Xianzhen. Demanding a mere 5 billion in interest from these earthbound insects was an act of profound mercy. The return missive arrived at the Feng estate within hours. Feng Anna stared at the parchment, the blood draining from her face until she was entirely speechless. She had reached out to negotiate a compromise, yet Master Ye had slammed the door on any discussion and doubled the ransom. This man is a common thug. Feng Anna slammed her hand onto the table, her composure fracturing. 10 billion? Why doesn't he just rob the state treasury instead? Sister, I warned you from the start, Feng Anhui chimed in, entirely unsurprised by the escalating demands. The man is a complete lunatic. There is no logic or reason inside his head. Do you believe me now? Wang Haoran remained perfectly quiet, slowly swirling the tea in his porcelain cup. Having fully integrated Ye Fan's memories, the protagonist's behavioral patterns were completely predictable. Reasoning required mutual respect between equals. To a reincarnated immortal who viewed humanity as nothing more than dust beneath his boots, the concept of negotiation did not exist. A man did not barter terms with an ant. Forget about that madman, sister, Feng Antwi continued, her chin lifting with unearned confidence. Our family maintains dozens of elite bodyguards. Every single one is a master martial artist. If he dares to set foot on our property, we will make sure he leaves on a stretcher. Feng Anna rubbed her temples, looking at her younger sister with a mixture of pity and exasperation. The girl truly possessed a hollow head. During the serpent hunt, those same elite bodyguards had been deployed in force. Half of them were torn to shreds before the serpent was even scratched, and it took Master Ye a single strike to end the beast. Dozens of ordinary security guards were completely useless against a monster like that. Based on Zhong Li's descriptions, Master Ye's martial cultivation had reached a terrifying echelon. Standard small arms would not pierce his defenses, and the Feng family lacked the political leverage to deploy military-grade heavy weaponry within the city limits. To neutralize a peak martial artist, they needed an equivalent force. Anna, do not let this consume you, Song Siwi said, reaching out to squeeze her best friend's hand. With Haoran here, Master Ye won't be able to lay a finger on the Feng family. Siwi knew the truth. Her boyfriend was a literal immortal emperor. Against his cosmic might, 10 Master Yes would be reduced to ashes in a second. Thank you, Siwi, Feng Anna replied, offering a strained, polite smile. But you are guests here. I cannot allow you to be dragged into our family's disasters. Her words were courteous, but her underlying thoughts were dismissive. She simply did not believe Wang Haoran possessed the strength to resolve this crisis. Back in Qingling, Wang Haoran had clashed with Zhong Li, and the older woman had assessed his strength as merely within the Grandmaster realm of Huajin. Master Ye transcended that entirely. Sending Wang Haoran to confront him was tantamount to a death sentence. Though Feng Anna initially resented her forced assignment as a servant, her boss had consistently protected her. Throughout her stay at the villa, he had treated her with respect. Most importantly, he had never forced himself upon her. Maintaining her innocence under his roof was a constant source of wonder to her. While she could not match the country-toppling allure of Feng Suanso, she easily stood on equal footing with Ning Aoxiu and Song Siwi. Her boss had claimed them, yet he had left her untouched. It was a strange riddle, though she had no desire to test the boundaries. Song Siwi recognized the doubt lingering in her friend's eyes, but she refrained from revealing anything further. Wang Haoran had not spoken up, and as his partner, she would not presume to speak for him. What is your plan then, Anna? Siwi asked. Master Ye may be powerful, but he is not the only supreme force in Xiangdao, Feng Anna stated, her resolve hardening. The island harbored its own legendary peak martial artists. Securing their intervention required an astronomical fee, but compared to Master Ye's 10 billion yuan extortion, paying a few $100 million for local protection was an acceptable compromise. Leaving the guests to their tea, Feng Anna immediately sought out her parents to discuss the strategy. The master and mistress of the house initially balked at the financial drain, deeply reluctant to part with hundreds of millions for an outside enforcer. However, Feng Anna deployed her sharp intellect and persuasive tongue, methodically breaking down the existential threat until her parents finally relented. Chapter 624. Master Ye is here. Feng Anna acted swiftly once her parents gave their approval. By the following morning, the final day of Master Ye's ultimatum had arrived. The defenders she invited to stand against Ye Fan appeared exactly as promised. Two men entered the estate, one a middle-aged martial artist radiating a powerful aura, the other a handsome young man walking closely in his shadow. The Feng family received their guests in the main living room. The older man, Lei Wangxing, held the reputation of being the premier martial artist in Xiangdao. The Wangxing Martial Arts Academy he founded was famous across the entire island. The disciplined young man at his side was Ling Tianzong, the academy's senior disciple, and Lei Wangxing's most prized pupil. Curious to see how the situation would unfold, Wang Haoran asked Feng Antwi to guide him to the meeting. She agreed eagerly, leading the way, while filling him in on the background of their defenders. In her eyes, Lei Wangxing was a legendary figure, the absolute pinnacle of Xiangdao's martial arts scene. Wang Haoran merely offered a silent sigh as he listened. The moment he heard the name Lei Wangxing, he recognized the man's true purpose in the grand design. This esteemed master was nothing more than a stepping stone, a prop created solely for Ye Fan to humiliate and surpass to build his own legend. The title of the #1 martial artist existed only to make Ye Fan's inevitable victory look more impressive. The progression of the original plot line was completely transparent. Once Ye Fan crushed Lei Wangxing, his name would echo across Xiangdao. Back in Kingshu, Ye Fan had explicitly stated he would only seek out Fang Yuro once he had established a formidable reputation. This public challenge was just the opening act. Wang Haoran and Feng Antwi slipped quietly into the living room and took their seats, observing the discussion already underway. We are deeply grateful for your assistance, Master Lei, Feng Anna said, gesturing toward her parents. Once this matter is resolved, we will ensure your compensation matches the terms discussed with the intermediaries. The money is of little consequence, Lei Wangxing replied, his eyes burning with a sharp, competitive intensity. I simply wish to see this rumored Master Ye for myself, to discover if his skills truly match the whispers. Ye Fan's arrival in Xiangdao had caused a massive stir, generating endless rumors among the local factions. Some had even begun comparing this mysterious newcomer to Lei Wangxing himself, a development that deeply displeased the established master. Master Lei, do you mean to say you are refusing the fee? Father Feng asked, leaning forward as a wave of relief washed over his face. The Feng family possessed immense wealth, but parting with hundreds of millions of yuan at a moment's notice was still a painful prospect. Securing the protection of the island's top martial artist for free was an unexpected windfall. Consider the fee waived as a gesture of friendship toward the Feng family, Lei Wangxing said, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Father Feng had managed the family's vast enterprises for decades. He was no fool, and he instantly caught the underlying implication behind the master's generosity. Master Lei, there is no need for ambiguity among friends. Please, speak plainly. Lei Wangxing glanced at his disciple, Ling Tianzong, before turning his gaze back to Feng Anna. I understand your daughter's previous engagement has been formally dissolved. Is that correct? It is, Father Feng nodded, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. In that case, Lei Wangxing continued smoothly. How do you view my chief disciple, Ling Tianzong? Do you believe he would make a worthy match for your daughter? Father Feng had suspected as much, though the bluntness of the proposal surprised him. Still, he found no reason to object. Lei Wangxing held immense social capital on the island, and the Wangxing Martial Arts Academy was a powerhouse of elite talent. Furthermore, everyone knew Ling Tianzong was his master's favorite, treated more like a son than a student. The young man's credentials were undeniable. At just 20 years old, he had already achieved the rank of a Huajin Grandmaster, marking him as a prodigy with limitless potential. The Feng family was powerful, but their influence was strictly commercial. An alliance with the Wangxing Martial Arts Academy would give them the physical security they desperately lacked. Haha, Master Lei's chief disciple is renowned across Xiangdao as a martial arts genius. Father Feng laughed loudly, his decision made. With his striking looks and my daughter's grace, they are truly a match made in heaven. Lei Wangxing smiled, knowing the arrangement was sealed. Ling Tianzong, who had maintained a stern, detached expression until now, could not help but grin. Feng Anna, however, felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. She utterly despised the concept of an arranged marriage, refusing to allow her life to be bartered away by anyone, even her own father. Since we are in agreement, perhaps we should select an auspicious date for the formal engagement, Lei Wangxing suggested. Father Feng opened his mouth to confirm, but his daughter cut him off before the word could form. Father, shouldn't you ask whether I agree to this arrangement first? Anna, I believe I taught you better than to interrupt when your elders are speaking, Father Feng said, his tone sharpening with displeasure. This concerns the rest of my life, Feng Anna retorted, her eyes locking onto his. Do I not even possess the right to voice my own opinion? Anna, control yourself, her mother scolded. How can you disrespect your father like this in front of guests? Young people today prefer the freedom to choose their own partners, Lei Wangxing interjected, waving a hand to diffuse the rising tension. It is perfectly natural for them to resist the arrangements of the older generation. Let the two of them spend some time getting to know one another first, and we can revisit the matter later. His diplomatic intervention allowed everyone to save face. Feng Anna forced herself to remain silent, recognizing the broader danger. The Feng family was facing a crisis, and they desperately required Lei Wangxing's protection. She had made her stance clear, and continuing the argument would only alienate their defender. Regardless of her current silence, she had absolutely no intention of marrying the young disciple. Her childhood betrothal to Yan Yuntian had been beyond her control, but she was an adult now, fully capable of charting her own path. Wang Haoran watched the domestic drama play out from the sidelines, a faint sense of amusement coloring his thoughts. In the original narrative centered around Yafan, the story featured a single heroine, Fang Yuruo. Feng Anna was an entirely different type of character, meaning she shouldn't have any romantic connection to the main protagonist. The inclusion of Ling Tianzong was clearly designed to generate a rivalry, a target for a future confrontation. Since Yafan had no romantic interest in Feng Anna, the conflict had to stem from a different source. Wang Haoran quickly deduced the underlying mechanics of the plot. This rivalry belonged to another protagonist entirely, Yan Yuntian. Ling Tianzong was originally meant to serve as an antagonist for Yan Yuntian to defeat, but with Yan Yuntian permanently eliminated from the equation, that storyline had collapsed. Of course, the Yan Yuntian was gone. His intended partners now belonged entirely to Wang Haoran. Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoxiu had already been claimed, and Feng Anna was no exception. Ling Tianzong's ambitions regarding her were nothing more than a delusion. With Lei Wangxing reinforcing their security, the atmosphere within the Feng estate grew remarkably confident, the family fully believing the threat had been neutralized. The day slipped away into night, and the hours crawled toward midnight. The 3-day deadline imposed by Master Ye was officially expiring. The family members, alongside Lei Wangxing and Ling Tianzong, remained fully awake, gathering together in the grand hall to await the ultimatum's end. The massive grandfather clock in the corner began to chime, its heavy strokes marking the arrival of midnight. Before the final echo could fade, a terrified servant burst through the heavy double doors, his voice trembling. He's here. Master Ye is here. Chapter 625. Bringing two burdens to ask for debt. Inside the brightly lit hall, the key members of the Feng family gathered alongside the island's premier martial artist, Lei Wangxing, and his chief disciple, Ling Tianzong. Wang Haoran sat quietly in a corner chair, casually sipping his tea, entirely content to watch the drama unfold. When the servant burst into the room with the announcement, a collective shudder of nervous tension rippled through the Feng family. The anxiety lasted only a fleeting moment before dissolving into confidence. Master Ye's name had echoed loudly across Xiongdao in recent weeks, but a rising reputation was not enough to allow him to trample over the century-old Feng dynasty, especially not with the island's supreme martial authority sitting right in their living room. How many people did Master Ye bring with him? Feng Anna asked, leaning forward. He brought 2 people, miss, the servant replied, bowing. 2. Feng Anna's eyebrows arched. Bringing so few men to collect a multi-billion yuan debt seemed absurdly reckless. She quickly reasoned that these companions had to be hidden martial arts experts. Who are they? Do you recognize them? One is Qian Wanzan, the chairman of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The other is his daughter, Qian Baobao. The names caused a wave of whispers to pass among the family members. Qian Wanzan and his daughter were prominent figures in Xiongdao's commercial circles, making them instantly recognizable to the estate staff. Feng Anna stared at the servant in disbelief. Qian Wanzan was an obese, sedentary businessman. He possessed an incredible talent for generating wealth, but when it came to physical combat, running a few yards would leave him gasping for air. As for Qian Baobao, she was a beautiful, pampered heiress with absolutely no physical strength. This Master Ye had marched onto their property to demand 10 billion yuan, while flanked by 2 completely helpless liabilities. The man is utterly defiant, Lei Wanzing snorted, his deep voice cutting through the murmurs. From his perspective, Master Ye was simply letting his pride get the better of him. He possessed extraordinary martial skills, yet he chose to bring 2 anchors along to a hostile confrontation. Master Lei, it is obvious that Master Ye has no idea you are here, Feng Anna said, pivoting smoothly to stroke the older man's ego. She needed to ensure Lei Wanzing remained firmly aligned with her family. If he had an ounce of suspicion, he wouldn't possess a fraction of the courage required to step through our gates. The tension tightly gripping Lei Wanzing's jaw vanished, replaced by a smug, satisfied expression. Her flattery aligned perfectly with his own high opinion of himself. Brother Feng, you have raised an incredibly perceptive daughter, Lei Wanzing said, turning to Father Feng with a warm smile. Brother Lei flatters her too much. Your own apprentice is the true marvel here, Father Feng replied, his laughter booming across the room. Both patriarchs were eager to solidify the alliance through a marriage between Feng Anna and Ling Tianzong. With a shared goal in mind, their camaraderie grew significantly warmer. Feng Anna cleared her throat and looked away, silently cursing her own tongue for playing into their hands just to keep the martial master content. Ling Tianzong sat with a proud, infatuated smile, his eyes practically glued to her silhouette. Feng Anna ignored his gaze entirely, turning her attention toward the far side of the hall where her younger sister, Feng Anhui, was currently leaning in close to whisper to Wang Haoran. Is this Qian Baobao really as beautiful as they say? Wang Haoran asked in a low murmur. He needed to confirm if the girl fit the specific profile of a narrative supporting character. The sprawling layout of the Feng estate put the front gates far beyond his physical line of sight, and the midnight darkness made it impossible to inspect her directly. She's gorgeous, Feng Anhui whispered back, a faint pout forming on her lips. She has that pure, innocent, completely adorable look. But her personality is the exact opposite of her face. She is incredibly foul-mouthed and possesses a terrible temper. She paused, narrowing her eyes slightly. Why are you asking about her anyway? Don't tell me you're interested in Qian Baobao? How could I be? Wang Haoran offered a devastatingly handsome smile, leaning closer to her. When such a captivating young woman is sitting right in front of me, why would I look anywhere else? You. Feng Anhui's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you talking about my sister, or are you talking about me? Wang Haoran caught a glimpse of Feng Anna shifting closer to eavesdrop. He deliberately raised his volume, ensuring his words carried across the space. Your sister possesses only a fraction of true charm. How could she possibly compare to your vitality? Of course I am talking about you. That can't be true, Feng Anhui stammered, her voice dropping to a flustered hum. My sister is incredibly beautiful. She's far more mature than I am, and her figure is. I find her appearance entirely unremarkable, Wang Haoran interrupted smoothly. But your youthful innocence is incredibly endearing. The raw confidence in his tone swept away her doubts. They were practically the same age, making a mutual attraction feel entirely natural. Her older sister was clearly just not his type. To be honest, I think very highly of you as well, Feng Anhui murmured, her eyes darting to the floor as she delivered the confession. Though they kept their voices down, Feng Anna had managed to close the distance. The vibrant blush spreading across her younger sister's neck told her everything she needed to know. Stepping forward with practiced grace, Feng Anna took a seat directly beside them. She fixed a polite, sharp smile on her face. Where are your girlfriends tonight, Mr. Wang? It seems strange to see you without them. The question struck Feng Anhui like a splash of cold water. The romantic fog in her mind cleared instantly, forcing her back to the reality that Wang Haoran was already deeply committed to several women. The flush on her face rapidly faded. Wang Haoran looked at Feng Anna, his eyes narrowing slightly into a cold stare. They have no interest in watching public spectacles. They went upstairs to rest. Oh, I see, Feng Anna replied casually. You seem entirely different now that you are back under your father's roof, Wang Haoran noted, his voice carrying a dangerous undertone. Do you truly believe you have found a permanent shield? Feng Anna's eyes instinctively flicked toward Lei Wanzing and Ling Tianzong before she stabilized her posture. In my eyes, Ling Tianzong is no different from Yin Yuntian. You witnessed my reaction earlier. I utterly despise this forced engagement. I see. Wang Haoran nodded slowly. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper meant only for her ears. You might genuinely oppose the marriage, but you definitely saw an opportunity to use this master lay to break free from my control, didn't you? A sharp gasp escaped Feng Anna's lips. She stared at him, her eyes wide with absolute shock. He had read her mind with terrifying precision. The thought had crossed her mind, even if she had not yet figured out how to execute the plan. Wang Haoran watched the color drain from her face. He continued in a low, icy tone. You are completely delusional. This so-called premier master is nothing more than dust compared to Master Ye. Fear flared in her chest, but she quickly suppressed it, convincing herself that he was merely trying to intimidate her. Why are you so certain? Do you actually know this Master Ye? We are not close, but I understand exactly what he is capable of, Wang Haoran said. What is the true extent of his martial cultivation? Feng Anna pressed, her curiosity overriding her fear. How much more powerful could he possibly be than Master Lei? Martial cultivation? Wang Haoran let out a faint, mocking chuckle. You ignorant woman. Your understanding of the world is far too narrow. Before Feng Anna could demand an explanation, Lei Wangxing's booming voice echoed across the grand hall, cutting through all private conversations. Go out and escort this Master Ye inside, Lei Wangxing commanded the servants, his chest expanding with pride. I want to see exactly how much weight his name truly holds. Chapter 626. Master Ye, I am heaven. The servant took the order and left to invite the guests inside. Feng's father and Feng's mother sat back with leisurely expressions. Master Ye could not make any waves here. The Feng family kept dozens of bodyguards on the payroll, all legally armed with proper certificates. On top of that, Master Lei, the premier figure in Kashima martial arts, sat right beside them. No matter what kind of expert this Master Ye claimed to be, a single man could not defeat such a lineup. Inviting him inside was simply ensuring he had no return. Zhongli watched the relaxed expressions of the Feng parents, her face tight with worry. Having seen Master Ye display his terrifying power with her own eyes, she knew his capabilities transcended mere martial arts. The Feng family was walking into a massive catastrophe today. Yet, things had already reached this point. Worrying was useless. Feng Anhui had fully made up his mind to renege on the debt, so he remained completely unbothered. Feng Anna felt reasonably secure at first, but after hearing Wang Haoran's warning, a sudden, dark premonition rippled through her heart. Outside the Feng family mansion, Ye Fan, Qian Wanzhen, and Qian Baobao waited quietly. Ye Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking entirely lighthearted. Qian Wanzhen felt like a drum was beating a frantic rhythm inside his chest, while Qian Baobao felt completely doomed. The father and daughter had not wanted to come. They were not martial artists and could offer no help in a fight. However, Ye Fan had insisted on bringing them along to help settle the accounts. The Feng family certainly lacked the liquid cash to pay the full debt, meaning they would need to transfer assets to clear the balance. Ye Fan knew nothing about the market value of various industries, whereas Qian Wanzhen was highly proficient in business. As for Qian Baobao, her father had bragged that she was a prodigy with numbers, capable of calculating complex accounts without a calculator. While they waited, Qian Wanzhen and Qian Baobao exchanged a tense look. Both shared the exact same thought: run away. Breaking into the Feng family mansion like this was incredibly foolish. The laws of Fragrant Island differed from the rest of the Yin Kingdom. If someone broke into a private residence to cause trouble and ended up beaten to death, the action was entirely legal and compliant. Ye Fan held no official promissory notes, leaving him with no legal standing. Forcing his way into demand payment would give the Feng family every justification to eliminate him if violence broke out. The Feng family commanded a small army of bodyguards, a fact Qian Wanzhen knew only too well. If Ye Fan started a fight, the father and daughter would be implicated. Getting beaten to death over someone else's debt was a terrible way to die. If you two regret this, you can leave now. Ye Fan kept his back turned to them, yet he spoke as if he could see through their inner turmoil. Qian Baobao felt as though she had just been granted an official amnesty. She immediately winked at her father, signaling him to run. Qian Wanzhen hesitated. The urge to flee tugged at him, but his feet felt as though they were nailed to the pavement. The Qian family was already tied to Master Ye. If Master Ye went down inside the Feng mansion, the Qian family would meet their end soon after. The Feng family would inevitably settle the score later. Leaving now only delayed the execution. But if Master Ye actually managed to shake the Feng family, it would grant the Qian family a golden opportunity to rise as the #1 family on Fragrant Island. After weighing the risks, Qian Wanzhen decided to gamble. Master Ye, you must be joking, Qian Wanzhen said firmly. The Qian family stands and falls with you. Dad, Qian Baobao hissed, her anxiety peaking. She was still young and had not even found a boyfriend yet. Dying like this felt like a complete waste of a life. Baobao, leave Fragrant Island immediately, Qian Wanzhen murmured, wanting to take the risk alone, without sacrificing his daughter. Go to the magic capital and find your aunt. Qian Baobao, raised by a single parent, could not bring herself to abandon her father, despite her terror. Forget it. Let's just all die together. Your decision is very wise, Ye Fan said, turning his head to praise Qian Wanzhen. He then shifted his gaze to the despairing girl. I cannot die. As long as I am here, no one can harm a single hair on your head. Master, Numbers can overwhelm any hero, Qin Baobao retorted. And what century are we living in? This isn't an era of swords and spears. It's a world of firearms. No matter how high your martial arts are, can you stop a hail of bullets? There are indeed modern weapons on this blue star capable of threatening my life, Ye Fan replied calmly. But they are certainly not things the Feng family can deploy. Even a superpower cannot use them casually. Qin Baobao stared at him, stunned, before the gravity of his words clicked. This man genuinely believed that only weapons of mass destruction could kill him. A moment ago, she thought Master Ye was simply arrogant. Now, she realized the man was completely insane. Master Ye, can the peak of martial arts truly reach such a level? Qin Huaimeng asked, a sliver of belief coloring his tone. Martial arts? When did I ever say I practice martial arts? Ye Fan asked. Qin Huaimeng fell into a stunned silence. Master, there are always people beyond people, and heaven beyond heaven, Qin Baobao said sharply. I am heaven, Ye Fan replied. Qin Baobao found herself entirely at a loss for words. The man was completely delusional. Before the conversation could deteriorate further, the heavy doors of the Feng mansion swung open. The servant walked out and invited the trio inside. 19 years old, the prime of her youth, and she had to accompany a lunatic to her death without even experiencing a relationship. Qin Baobao sighed heavily as she walked down the grand hallway, wrapped in grief. Eventually, the space opened up into a brilliant, sprawling hall. Sitting inside the splendid room, Wang Haoran turned his gaze toward the entrance. He bypassed Ye Fan completely, focusing instead on Qin Baobao, the only girl in the group. As Feng and we had mentioned, she was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a pure and innocent charm. Utilizing his previous experience, Wang Haoran deactivated his peach blossom halo and applied his charm halo directly to her. Qin Baobao stepped into the hall with an uneasy heart, her eyes scanning the room aimlessly until she spotted their adversary, Feng and Wei. However, after a mere glance at him, her attention was instantly captured by the young man sitting nearby. He was incredibly handsome. Qin Baobao froze, unable to tear her eyes away. A strange warmth flooded her senses, and she could not tell if it was an illusion, but the handsome stranger seemed to smile directly at her. Her head grew dizzy, and the dangerous environment vanished from her mind entirely. It took Qin Huaimeng noticing her dazed expression and tugging firmly on her sleeve to snap her out of the trance. Qin Baobao pulled her gaze away, her heart pounding. She was likely going to die here today, yet she was still finding time to ogle a handsome guy. Then again, with the odds heavily stacked against survival, looking a little longer couldn't hurt. Chapter 627. Master Ye, I am heaven. Every eye in the grand hall locked onto the three people stepping through the threshold. Lei Wangxing leaned forward, his gaze instantly piercing the teenager standing between the two guests. Qin Huaimeng and Qin Baobao were familiar faces, which left only one option. This boy, barely out of his teens, was the heavily whispered about Master Ye. Astonishment rippled through the martial arts master. Rumors had run rampant across Fragrant Island recently, but Lei Wangxing had never seen the boy in the flesh. He expected a seasoned peer, a man of middle age or older, not a teenager. A heavy sigh escaped him. The youth of today carried too much fire and too little restraint. At 19, no matter how profound a martial artist's cultivation might be, it had a ceiling. Lei Wangxing had anticipated a historic battle, but a wave of disappointment washed over him instead. Ye Fan crossed the room with complete indifference, pulling out a chair and sitting down as if the mansion belonged to him. Beside him, Qin Huaimeng and Qin Baobao stood frozen, their shoulders tense, for too terrified to even think about taking a seat. Father Feng's brow furrowed, irritation burning at the boy's blatant disrespect. However, because Lei Wangxing was present to handle the situation, the patriarch held his tongue and shot a sharp look at the martial arts master. Lei Wangxing understood the silent command. His fingers tapped a slow, steady rhythm against the wooden surface of the side table. He fixed his eyes on the teenager. Young man, a 500-year-old snake gallbladder is undoubtedly a treasure, but demanding 5 billion is extortion. Give me face. Propose a reasonable price, and we can turn this conflict into peace. To a man dedicated to the old ways, traditional protocol dictated offering diplomacy before deploying violence. Give you face? A cold smile touched Ye Fan's lips. He didn't even look up completely, offering only a dismissive glance. What are you? The old master's face hardened into a mask of pure fury. 10 years had passed since he claimed the title of the absolute peak of Fragrant Island's martial arts community. Decades had slipped by since anyone had dared speak to him with such utter contempt. Watching from the couch, Wang Haoran found the exchange completely predictable. Ye Fan was a reborn immortal venerable. To a being who once ruled the higher realms, the top martial artist of a tiny island wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Giving face was an absurdity. Boy, your arrogance ends here. Ling Tianzong broke his silence, stepping forward with an angry glare. How dare you disrespect my master? Ye Fan offered a half-lidded glance, entirely ignoring the outburst. His focus shifted to the Feng family leaders. You have exactly 1 hour to prepare 10 billion. If the funds are not accounted for when the clock strikes, the Feng family will become a graveyard. Hearing the ultimatum, Qin Huaimeng and Qin Baobao felt the strength drain from their legs. Their knees buckled, and they nearly collapsed onto the polished floor. A polite negotiation left room for survival, but Master Ye had just burned the bridge completely. Death was no longer a possibility, it was a certainty. Haha, it has been a very long time since anyone dared speak to the Feng family like that. Father Feng's laughter echoed through the high ceilings, sharp and toxic with rage. The timer starts now, Ye Fan replied. Father Feng turned his back to the boy, looking directly at the old master. Master Lei, please rid my home of this clown. Lei Wangxing nodded slowly. He took no pleasure in crushing someone so young, preferring to maintain the dignity of his position, but this Master Ye had crossed every line of civility. Master, the kid is nothing but a fraud, Ling Tianzong said, stepping into the open space. You don't need to soil your hands. The sting of Ye Fan's previous dismissal still burned, and the disciple wanted blood. More importantly, he needed to perform. Glancing toward Feng Anna, he caught her worried expression, and saw his opportunity to secure her affection forever. Be careful, Lei Wangxing warned, offering no objection. Rest assured, Master. Ling Tianzong nodded, puffing out his chest as he walked past the seating area. He stopped near Feng Anna, his voice dripping with confidence. Miss Feng, do not worry. A nonentity like him will be kneeling at your feet within seconds. Feng Anna forced a tight, anxious smile. She desperately wanted the problem to vanish, but Wang Haoran's earlier warning hung over her like a dark cloud. The beauty's smile fueled Ling Tianzong's confidence. He strode directly toward the seated teenager, stopping 2 paces away. He raised his hands, clasping his fists in a traditional challenge. Ling Tianzong, chief disciple of the Wangxing Martial Arts Academy. Prepare yourself. Ye Fan didn't acknowledge the introduction. His eyes remained fixed on the grandfather clock ticking against the far wall, silently tracking the Feng family's remaining minutes. The blatant disregard struck Ling Tianzong like a physical blow. Rage blinded him, wiping away any lingering desire for martial etiquette. Boy, watch the move. With a sudden burst of motion, the disciple lunged forward, channeling a concentrated wave of internal energy straight toward the teenager's chest. Noisy. Ye Fan's brow twitched. He flicked his wrist casually, a lazy movement resembling someone brushing away a persistent insect. A split second later, an invisible, catastrophic force collided with Ling Tianzong's face. The bone structure deformed instantly under the impact. The momentum lifted his entire body off the floor, launching him through the air in a violent arc. He crashed heavily into the far wall, the impact leaving a deep, radiating crater in the drywall. Stunned silence gripped the room. Aside from Ye Fan and the quietly observing Wang Haoran, every person in the hall froze in absolute horror. Lei Wangxing felt the shock worst of all. He had trained Ling Tianzong personally, and knew the exact limits of his power. His disciple was the youngest master of internal force on Fragrant Island, a rare prodigy destined to reach the legendary realms of martial power. Yet, he had been broken like glass by a casual wave of a hand. The condescension drained from Lei Wangxing's expression, replaced by a cold, heavy gravity. This boy was infinitely more dangerous than the rumors suggested. Across the room, Ling Tianzong slumped against the base of the wall. His face swelled rapidly, half his teeth littered the floor, and a steady stream of crimson poured from his lips. Feng Anna stared at the bloody heap, her mind blank. She slowly turned her head to look at Wang Haoran, realization dawning on her. But a desperate hope still lingered in her chest. The disciple had fallen, but the legendary master remained. Father Feng recovered from his stupor, quickly gesturing for the household staff to drag the bleeding disciple away. He turned a pale face to the old warrior. Master Lei, it appears you must handle this personally. Lei Wangxing nodded, rising from his chair with deliberate slowness. A mix of profound respect and lethal hostility burned in his eyes. You possess the most extraordinary martial cultivation of any youth I have ever encountered. But your arrogance is your undoing. Today, an old man will teach you that there is always a higher peak. His internal energy flared, radiating a tangible pressure through the room. He pointed a firm hand toward the exit. The hall is too confined. Let us settle this outside. Do not waste the effort. Ye Fan remained rooted in his chair, his posture relaxed. Take one strike from me. If you are still standing, we can take the fight to the courtyard. Lei Wangxing let out a cold, mocking sneer. Young man, such big words require a strong tongue. The word died in his throat. Before the old man could finish his sentence, his body launched backward, tracing the exact same trajectory through the air. He hit the reinforced wall with precise, bone-shattering force, landing directly beside his broken disciple. Wang Haoran watched the dust settle, a faint grin playing on his lips. The legendary Immortal Venerable certainly knew how to put on a show. But the opening act was over. It was time for the main event. Chapter 628. The Secret Art of Seizing Essence. Ye Fan cast a casual look toward the wall. After launching Lei Wangxing through the air, his expression remained completely indifferent, as if he had performed a trivial chore. The people in the hall stood frozen, shocked into absolute silence. Lei Wangxing had proven his martial arts cultivation over a decade of dominance, cementing his status as the undisputed #1 fighter on Fragrant Island. In the minds of almost every resident, the old master was completely invincible. That concept was deeply rooted in the local culture. No one expected Lei Wangxing to be so incredibly vulnerable. Even if the old man had managed to last a few seconds longer, the onlookers could have salvaged some psychological comfort. The Feng family members looked as though they were attending a funeral. Their faces turned pale, and their voices failed them. Qin Huaimeng watched the dust settle, and the knot of worry in his chest finally unraveled, replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. He had placed his bet on Master Ye, and he had won. After tonight, the news that Master Lei was defeated in a single second would spread across Fragrant Island like wildfire. The Qin family, firmly tied to Master Ye, would become the most sought-after clan on the island. Qin Huaimeng felt a surge of confidence. He finally possessed the leverage needed to elevate his family to the absolute peak of the local hierarchy. This ambition had burned within him since the day he first set foot on Fragrant Island. Now, the dream was within reach. In his excitement, Qin Huaimeng shot a significant look at his daughter. His eyes practically screamed, "See? Did we bet right? Letting you marry Master Ye is pure genius." Qin Baobao felt a chaotic mix of relief and anxiety. On the bright side, she was no longer facing imminent death. Master Ye actually possessed genuine skill, meaning her life was safe for the moment. On the dark side, this lunatic was clearly on a path of destruction. He was going to dismantle the Feng family completely. She glanced toward the couch, a sudden worry gripping her. He won't hurt that handsome guy, will he? Among everyone present, Feng Anhui suffered the greatest blow to her pride. From the very beginning, she refused to believe Master Ye possessed any real power. She convinced herself that slaying the giant serpent was a fluke, a kill he stole after the Feng family bodyguards did all the heavy lifting. In her mind, his arrival at the mansion was a death wish. Now, with the brutal reality staring her in the face, she understood exactly how terrifying Master Ye truly was. Panic set in. Desperate to regain control, she lunged forward and violently knocked her teacup off the side table. The porcelain shattered against the hard floor with a sharp, echoing crash. Instantly, dozens of heavily armed bodyguards burst from their hiding places around the perimeter of the hall. They flooded the room, their weapons raised and pointed directly at Ye Fan. This was the contingency plan. Smashing the cup served as the ultimate signal to attack. Feng Anhui had triggered the ambush purely out of survival instinct after witnessing the swift downfall of the two martial arts masters. Wang Haoran watched the armed men swarm the room and let out a quiet sigh. Feng Anna's private description of her younger sister was incredibly accurate. What a foolish girl. The battle was already over, yet she still could not grasp the reality of the situation. She actually believed a handful of bodyguards could change the outcome. If Feng Anhui possessed a shred of situational awareness, she would realize these guards could not even scratch Lei Wangxing, let alone harm the monster, who defeated him in the blink of an eye. The signal had been given, and the guards carried out their orders blindly, ignoring the absurdity of the matchup. Feng Anna opened her mouth to shout a command to stand down, but the words came too late. The guards swarmed forward, forming a tight, menacing circle around Master Ye and the Qin family. Qin Huaimeng and his daughter turned pale under the muzzle of the weapons, but they managed to keep their footing. They noticed that Ye Fan had not even blinked. His absolute calm anchored them. "So what if you are Master Ye?" Feng Anhui sneered, convinced she had successfully turned the tables. A sharp, triumphant laugh escaped her lips. "No matter how high your martial arts are, can you stop a hail of bullets?" Before her laughter could fade, the bodyguards closest to Ye Fan suddenly collapsed. Their bodies hit the floor in violent convulsions. Deep, heavy wrinkles rippled across their skin at a visible, terrifying speed, aging their faces by 20 or 30 years in a matter of seconds. Wang Haoran's eyelids twitched as he recognized the technique. It was the secret art of seizing essence, a sophisticated, entry-level spell from the higher realms. A cultivator could execute it once they achieved the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. During their last encounter in Kingshu, Ye Fan was only at the 5th level. In a little over a month, he had surged forward to the 7th level. Such rapid progression was impossible through standard meditation and the absorption of ambient spiritual energy. Clearly, the serpent hunt in the deep mountains had yielded more than just a gallbladder. Feng Anhui had only secured the 500-year-old organ. The rest of the mystical beast's carcass had fallen into Ye Fan's hands. A creature of that age contained an immense reservoir of primal essence. By utilizing the secret art of seizing essence to drain the serpent's vitality and convert it into pure spiritual energy, reaching the 7th level was entirely feasible. Now, by siphoning the life force of dozens of healthy bodyguards, his cultivation was expanding even further. With their final line of defense instantly turned to dust, the Feng parents began to shiver with primal terror. Ye Fan's indifferent gaze sharpened into something lethal. Feng Anhui's attempt to orchestrate an ambush completely crossed the line. This woman had reneged on a debt, and now she was attempting murder. His patience was entirely exhausted. Feng Anna caught the murderous shift in the teenager's eyes and realized her sister was seconds away from being erased. Panic seized her. She turned toward the couch, grabbing Wang Haoran's sleeve in desperation. "I beg you, please save my sister." Wang Haoran's earlier predictions had been fulfilled to the letter. Lei Wangxing was entirely helpless against Master Ye. Feng Anna realized that because this young man could accurately foresee Master Ye's capabilities, his own power must transcend her imagination. Even if he could not defeat the monster in the center of the room, he was certainly strong enough to survive the fallout. Otherwise, he would never have sat there so calmly, treating a lethal confrontation like a theatrical performance. He was not afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. If Wang Haoran intervened, her sister and the entire Feng legacy might survive the night. "Why should I help you?" Wang Haoran asked, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. "Master, I am begging you," Feng Anna pleaded softly, abandoning every ounce of her pride in her desperation. "It seems a bit late to finally acknowledge my status," Wang Haoran replied, pouting slightly. He had seen right through her calculations from the moment they arrived on the island. If she had remained disciplined and respectful upon her return to Fragrant Island, he would have neutralized Ye Fan immediately, sparing the Feng family this absolute terror. He had allowed the spectacle to play out solely to force her to recognize her own insignificance. Still, the opening act had run its course. It was time to wrap things up. Wang Haoran stood up, extending a finger toward the trembling girl near the shattered porcelain. He looked directly at Ye Fan. You cannot touch her. As for the rest of the Feng family, do whatever you like. The tone was an exact mirror of Ye Fan's own arrogant cadence. Wang Haoran had adopted the protagonist's exact delivery. When it came to posturing, the main characters always possessed a natural flair, whereas villains usually lagged a bit behind. Since the archetype worked so well, he saw no reason not to employ it. An ant-like creature dares to dictate terms to me? Ye Fan asked, his voice dripping with icy displeasure at the familiar arrogance. Chapter 629. Master Ye panicked. Wang Haoran anticipated the exact cadence of Ye Fan's response. As a seasoned antagonist, Wang Haoran carried a heavy villainous aura, radiating a presence so potent that merely standing in a room guaranteed the protagonist's absolute hostility. Ye Fan, however, differed from the usual rabble. As a reborn immortal, he viewed the mortal realm as a mere collection of insects. Had Wang Haoran kept his mouth shut, the cultivator would not have granted him a single glance. I will only say this once, Wang Haoran said, his voice level and unyielding. You cannot touch her. A crisp notification chimed inside Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. Female partner Feng Anhui's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Current total favorability, 90, unswerving until death. Paralyzed by the violent display seconds earlier, Feng Anhui had barely processed Wang Haoran's initial warning. The realization that he already possessed multiple lovers mattered little to her now. Her heart was entirely captured. She resolved right then to follow Wang Haoran for the rest of her days, willing to serve him in any capacity required. A short distance away, Qian Baobao felt a sharp prickle of jealousy toward the younger Feng sister. The envy quickly dissolved, overtaken by a far more pressing concern. She worried this handsome stranger lacked the power to survive a confrontation with the monstrous Master Ye. Young man, you do not belong to the Feng family, Qian Baobao called out, unable to restrain herself. You should leave this matter alone. Wang Haoran did not break eye contact with the teenager across the room. I have made this my business. No one touches Feng Anhui today. My word is final. Qian Baobao pressed her lips together, thoroughly bewildered. The young stranger spoke with the exact same maddening confidence as Master Ye. It seemed every young man in the room had lost his sanity. Master Ye, he is an outsider, Qian Baobao said, turning her attention to the cultivator instead. Perhaps it is best to simply ignore him? Qian Wanzan caught his daughter's frantic appeal, and threw her a sharp, warning glare, silently commanding her to hold her tongue. She missed the gesture entirely. Ye Fan paid no heed to the girl's meddling. His focused gaze locked onto the challenger. A terrible pity. Feng Anhui dies today. Not even the heavens can alter her fate. If that is your decision, why waste your breath? Wang Haoran replied. Ye Fan's brow furrowed. In his long existence, he had encountered countless mortals, but never an insect this profoundly arrogant. The teenager rose from his chair with deliberate slowness. The hem of his robes fluttered against his boots despite the stagnant air of the hall. Pure spiritual energy surged from his frame, swirling upward until it coalesced above his head into the massive, translucent silhouette of a serpent, stretching over 5 feet long. The spectral viper appeared entirely phantom-like, yet its form rippled with terrifying vitality as it flicked a split tongue into the air. Feng Anhui's pupils contracted sharply. The phantom beast identical to the leviathan she had encountered in the deep mountain forests. Feng Anna and the remaining onlookers stared at the impossible manifestation, their fundamental understanding of reality shattering in an instant. This display transcended the boundaries of martial arts. An immortal, Lei Wanxing gasped from his slumped position against the cratered wall, using the absolute last of his strength to speak. You are truly an immortal. The old master's exclamation sent a violent shiver through the Feng family. Ye Fan's voice then echoed through the high-ceilinged room, carrying the weight of a descending deity. Survive a single strike from me, and I shall grant you your life. To the terrified spectators, the offer sounded like a grand gesture of mercy. Wang Haoran, however, understood the precise depth of the protagonist's deceit. The technique unfolding before him was the spirit-refining spell, an advanced magic whose efficacy depended entirely on the raw power of the soul bound to the caster. The serpent spirit had clearly been harvested during Ye Fan's mountain excursion. A creature capable of surviving 5 centuries on Earth was an extraordinary rarity. Under the refinement of the spell, its inherent malice had amplified tenfold. Executing such magic demanded an immense reservoir of spiritual force. At the 7th level of the chi refining stage, Ye Fan could barely sustain the strain. The cultivator was opening the engagement with his absolute strongest attack. Should Wang Haoran withstand the blow, Ye Fan's energy reserves would be severely depleted, making a prolonged battle impossible. The offer of mercy was a carefully calculated exit strategy to protect himself from failure. Conversely, if the strike hit its mark, Wang Haoran would be obliterated, resolving the problem instantly. The strategy was exceptionally underhanded. Despite his outward contempt, the habits of Ye Fan's previous life forced him to remain cautious. A cultivator who rose to the rank of Immortal Venerable possessed keen observational skills. He noted that even after the reveal of the spirit-refining spell, Wang Haoran's expression remained entirely devoid of fear or panic. This unsettling composure prompted the sudden contingency clause. True to his protagonist nature, however, Ye Fan maintained a veneer of nobility. He did not launch the attack immediately, choosing instead to let his opponent prepare. Wang Haoran made no attempt to retreat. Instead, he reached out, wrapping a reassuring arm around Feng Anhui's waist. Are you frightened? Not while you are next to me, Feng Anhui whispered. The steady warmth radiating from him chased away her terror. Even the monstrous serpent that had plagued her nightmares for a week seemed insignificant now. Ye Fan's scowl deepened. The casual intimacy in the face of imminent destruction was a direct insult to his authority. Xuantian Immortal Venerable felt the full weight of his dignity being challenged. With a sharp mental command, Ye Fan channeled a substantial portion of his remaining spiritual energy into the phantom. The translucent scales of the serpent hardened, shimmering with solid, lethal light. Go! The single word unleashed the beast. The serpent locked its gaze onto the target, lunging across the expanse of the hall straight toward the couple. Wang Haoran refrained from deploying his own spiritual aura. As the phantom reached striking distance, his figure, along with the girl in his arms, vanished into thin air. The massive serpent careened through empty space, crashing violently into the reinforced masonry directly behind where the pair had stood. The impact blew a massive hole through the external wall of the mansion. Ye Fan felt the sudden evaporation of their life signatures, and a tremor passed through his pupils. The missing strike had drained the vast majority of his active spiritual energy, forcing him to immediately dissolve the spell. The massive exertion could only be performed once. With the target missed, a second attempt was entirely out of the question. Space rippled, and Wang Haoran materialized exactly where he had stood moments before, Feng Anhui still resting securely against his side. Sensing the sudden stagnation of the energy flowing through his meridians, a flicker of genuine panic breached the calm depths of Xuantian Immortal Venerable's eyes. The strength of his adversary defied every calculation. He had assumed that even if the stranger survived the blast, the defensive effort would leave him severely crippled. Even in the worst-case scenario, the cultivator expected to retain the upper hand. Yet, Wang Haoran had bypassed the ultimate attack entirely, without spending a fraction of his own power. Faced with an opponent at full strength, while his own reserves ran dangerously low, the ancient immortal found himself in unfamiliar territory. He was afraid. Chapter 630. Master Ye fled. Although Ye Fan felt a wave of panic, the experiences of his previous life kept his psychological state grounded and sharp. On the surface, he remained entirely calm and composed, projecting an aura that suggested he was still brimming with spiritual energy. It turns out Your Excellency is a fellow cultivator, Ye Fan said, keeping his voice low and steady. Since you wish to protect the Feng family, I shall grant you this face. Had Wang Haoran not known the truth, he might have believed the act. The boy was a paper tiger, completely incapable of continuing the fight. Wang Haoran had no intention of letting such a perfect opportunity slip away. It is only polite to return the favor. Take one strike from me. If you survive, I will let you leave. He adopted Ye Fan's previous arrogant cadence, speaking loud enough for the entire hall to hear. Immediately, the ambient spiritual energy condensed. A small, glowing blue sword materialized in the air directly in front of Wang Haoran. Ye Fan's pupils dilated. He recognized the technique instantly. This was the royal spirit art, a sophisticated method of mental manipulation. It allowed a cultivator to shape pure energy into weapons or other constructs, using the mind as a precise guide to hunt down the enemy. While it was considered a high-level magic, it could technically be practiced by those with shallower cultivation. However, shallow was a relative term. To even attempt this art, a cultivator required a minimum baseline of energy, specifically, the absolute pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. The stranger standing across the room had already achieved the 9th level great perfection. Ye Fan stood at only the 7th level. Though the difference seemed small on paper, the practical disparity was vast. In terms of sheer spiritual volume, a cultivator at the 9th level possessed 3 to 4 times the energy of someone at the 7th. Yet, the raw power gap was not what shattered Ye Fan's composure. The true shock lay in the technique itself. How did Wang Haoran know this art? Ye Fan had created the royal spirit art himself in his previous life. By all rights, no other soul on this planet should have possessed it. Wang Haoran caught the sudden vacancy in Ye Fan's eyes and smiled. He had chosen the royal spirit art specifically to fracture the protagonist's state of mind before delivering a lethal blow. Taking full advantage of the distraction, Wang Haoran sent the blue blade hurtling straight toward Ye Fan's throat. The glowing blade closed the distance in a flash of lightning, positioned to decapitate the target. But at the absolute precipice of impact, thousands of years of survival instincts kicked in. Ye Fan twisted his torso violently. Desperate, he triggered a forbidden secret technique to forcefully jumpstart his stagnant spiritual reserves, throwing his body clear of the trajectory. As the creator of the art, Ye Fan understood the mechanics of evading it. The royal spirit art demanded immense concentration and energy, meaning the caster typically remained stationary while guiding the weapon. Furthermore, if the spiritual blade traveled too far from its origin, control degraded, reducing its lethality. Leaping backward to maximize the distance, Ye Fan locked his eyes onto the pursuing blue blade and unleashed a counterstrike. A sharp groan escaped his lips, followed by a spray of crimson blood. His voice echoed through the hall even as his body blurred with speed. The dead of this blade is etched into my memory. The green hills do not change, the clear waters flow forever, and we shall meet again. Before the final word faded, his presence vanished, his body already miles away from the mansion. Wang Haoran made no move to pursue. For one, catching an immortal running for his life was a difficult prospect. More importantly, cornering Ye Fan now offered no real benefit. The only way to guarantee a kill would be to force a mutual destruction. Ye Fan still held his ultimate trump card, burning the residual soul of the immortal Venerable, a catastrophic measure he had not yet deployed. Still, the outcome was highly satisfactory. While Ye Fan survived, he was severely crippled. Draining his energy on the initial serpent spell had left him empty. To evade the flying sword, he had resorted to burning his own potential vitality, a secret method that would plunge him into a state of severe stagnation for the next 2 months. Furthermore, the spiritual clash had inflicted internal injuries. For the foreseeable future, Ye Fan would be forced into deep hiding to recuperate, entirely halting his progress. The result suited Wang Haoran perfectly. He had never expected to erase the protagonist during a casual encounter on Fragrant Island. As the lingering traces of Ye Fan's energy faded from the air, Wang Haoran retracted his focus. The remaining occupants of the hall sat like statues, their mouths open in disbelief. The brief, blinding confrontation had shattered their understanding of the universe. The clash was not martial arts, it was magic. Divine power existed, and the source stood right in front of them. A familiar chime echoed inside Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. Feng Anna's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. Current total favorability, 50. Sincere affection. Feng Anna was the first to break the heavy silence, a profound reverence shining in her eyes. She bowed deeply toward the couch. Thank you for rescuing the Feng family. You misunderstand the situation, Wang Haoran replied, adjusting his posture. I intervened solely to clear the path for a negotiation with your sister. The survival of the Feng family is merely a byproduct. You owe me nothing. Feng Anna froze. Her gaze drifted toward her younger sister, who was still resting securely against Wang Haoran's side. A sudden, sharp pang of jealousy tightened her chest. In every measurable metric, she had always been the superior sister, yet the foolish girl had somehow managed to secure the favor of a god. The complicated emotion swirled in her mind, but the crisis demanded her attention. She turned her eyes toward the trembling father and daughter standing near the entrance. What should be done with these two? Qian Baobao winced, silently cursing the eldest Feng daughter for drawing attention to them. Tears welled in her eyes as a sense of absolute doom returned. Beside her, Qian Wanzan was furious. Master Ye had abandoned them without a second thought, fleeing the coop and leaving the Qian family to face the wrath of an apex being. Wang Haoran scanned the pair, his eyes lingering on the younger girl. Master Ye fled, but he left his baggage behind. I happen to lack a servant to manage my tea and daily needs. You shall pay for your family's transgressions through service. Qian Baobao's eyes went wide. This was not a punishment, it was a miraculous blessing. The young man was a literal immortal. Serving such a being was an honor regular mortals could only dream of achieving. Yes, I am willing, completely willing. Her head bobbed rapidly, agreeing before he could change his mind. Great immortal, I too am willing to serve as a slave to clear our debt, Qian Wanzan blurted out. Realizing the entity was not inherently bloodthirsty, hope flared within him. Your daughter is a beautiful young woman, who provides excellent scenery, Wang Haoran thought, keeping his expression entirely blank. What use do I have for a plump businessman? You would simply consume my resources. You are past your prime, Wang Haoran said aloud, his voice dismissive. Your daughter's service is sufficient to clear the account. You may leave. A wave of disappointment washed over Qian Wanzan. He had hoped to bask in the immortal's presence, perhaps securing a method to extend his lifespan. Clearly, he lacked the fortune for such gifts. Thank you, great immortal, for your boundless mercy, Qian Wanzan said, bowing low. Surviving Master Ye's disaster was a miracle in itself, and his daughter had managed to stumble into a divine destiny. Father Feng and Mother Feng exchanged a quick look before the patriarch stepped forward, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Great immortal, it is clear you possess an affection for our Anhui. Why don't we finalize the matter and allow me to give her hand to you in marriage? I already have a companion, Wang Haoran replied, waving a hand to cut off the proposal. In fact, I have several. There is no need for such arrangements. Father Feng's smile faltered, but he quickly pivoted to a lesser offer. Then please allow Anhui to remain by your side as well, to tend to your tea and comforts. That seems quite unfair to her status, Wang Haoran noted. There is no unfairness at all. I am entirely willing. Feng Anhui interjected from his side, her voice filled with urgency. Watching the exchange, Feng Anna felt an intense bitterness settle in her throat. Not long ago, the concept of being Wang Haoran's servant had felt like a profound degradation. Now, that exact position had transformed into the highest honor, and people were begging for the privilege. Chapter 631. Feng Anna's mind. The debt storm finally came to an end when Master Ye fled with serious injuries. Wang Haoran had displayed unimaginable power, and in the eyes of everyone present, he was nothing less than a living deity. Lei Wangxing and Ling Tianzong, who had been invited to provide muscle and backup, were completely sidelined. No one cared about them anymore. Previously, the Feng family courted Lei Wangxing because they believed he could repel Master Ye. He carried immense weight in the Fragrant Island martial arts scene, making him a valuable ally. But with a literal immortal in their midst, the family had no use for a mere martial artist. The parents of the Feng household were ruthless pragmatists. Had they not been, they would never have severed ties with Feng Anna so quickly out of fear of being implicated. Now, Lei Wangxing and Ling Tianzong left the estate in deep humiliation, not even daring to voice a complaint. Feng Anhui, once the pampered little princess of the Feng family, had happily assumed the role of the immortal's personal maid. The title sounded humble, but in reality, it carried immense prestige. As the old saying went, the Prime Minister's gatekeeper holds more power than a third-rank official. The Feng family now stood connected to an apex power, meaning they no longer had to bow to anyone on Fragrant Island. For the next few days, the Feng family treated Wang Haoran like an ancestral deity, offering the finest food and drink. Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui took to their roles with boundless enthusiasm. Though both were wealthy young ladies who had never known hardship, they proved remarkably adept at anticipating his needs. Perhaps because the original storyline destined them to be Ye Fan's handmaidens, these nurturing traits were deeply ingrained in their character designs. Wang Haoran was highly satisfied. Though Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui were merely supporting characters, they were far more comfortable to be around than a double-faced heroine like Feng Anna. Ye Fan was supposed to enjoy this luxury, but Wang Haoran had rewritten the script. He fully intended to experience the pleasures the original protagonist never got to touch. In the main plot, Qian Baobao and Feng Anhui remained pure, blank sheets of paper, serving tea, managing daily life, and handling business affairs. By the finale, they were still completely untouched. Wang Haoran had no intention of following that rigid example. The girl's favorability was exceptionally high, with Qian Baobao's meter maxed out and Feng Anhui's sitting at 90. Everything would fall into place naturally. Meanwhile, Wang Haoran's internal energy had surged. He had bypassed the 9th-level great perfection of the Qi refining stage and stood at the precipice of the foundation establishment stage. However, he deliberately chose to suppress his breakthrough. Foundation building was the most critical phase of a cultivator's journey. The quality of the foundation directly dictated the ceiling of future growth. It was exactly like laying the groundwork for a skyscraper. A solid foundation allowed a structure to reach the heavens, while a flawed one guaranteed a catastrophic collapse if forced too high. Wang Haoran intended to accumulate an absolute surplus of spiritual energy, hoping to unearth rare earthly treasures to solidify his ascension. Unfortunately, the modern resources on Earth were incredibly scarce. Finding such treasures was a monumental task. Still, they existed. In the original plot, Ye Fan needed to cross the void to leave the planet, meaning he had to shatter the threshold of the foundation period with an impeccably solid base. The protagonist's aura would inevitably trigger the appearance of the necessary resources. Since Ye Fan had been driven into hiding and had not yet reached that level of cultivation, those fated opportunities would not manifest just yet. Wang Haoran could only quiet his mind and focus on steady refinement. After nearly a month of intense training inside the Kaishan Tower, an immense reservoir of spiritual energy filled his meridians. Thanks to the temporal distortion of the tower, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Yet those 3 brief days felt like a lifetime to Feng Anna. Left to her own gloomy thoughts, she wandered aimlessly through the estate until she subconsciously arrived outside Wang Haoran's quiet courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped inside. Sharp gusts of wind buffeted her face. In the center of the yard, her fragile sister and Qian Baobao were locked in a fierce sparring session. Faint currents of glowing energy rippled from their palms, striking a massive ornamental tree and sending a cloud of leaves spinning through the air. Feng Anna froze, her mind reeling. She knew both women were completely ordinary, physically weak socialites. Yet after only 3 days, they were channeling supernatural forces capable of shaking the courtyard. Were they not here as maids? How had they obtained such terrifying power? Lost in her shock, Feng Anna failed to notice a stray shockwave of compressed air careening straight toward her. The energy erupted a mere meter from her feet, shattering the heavy stone floor tiles and blasting open a jagged crater. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as the force knocked her off balance, sending her tumbling onto the ground. The commotion snapped the 2 sparring partners out of their focus. Instantly halting the duel, Feng Anhui blurred across the distance, kneeling to help her sister to her feet. "Sister, I am so sorry, I didn't see you come in. Are you hurt?" Aside from a bruised pride and a minor impact, Feng Anna was perfectly fine. "I'm all right," she murmured, brushing the dust from her skirt. She stared at her younger sister, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Anhui, how are you doing this? It has only been 3 days. How did you become a cultivator?" "The master bestowed a cultivation technique upon us," Feng Anhui explained, her face radiating an unconcealable joy. Her voice softened with profound reverence at the mention of Wang Haoran. "We have only mastered the absolute basics, but we are officially entry-level cultivators now." Hearing that tone, Feng Anna felt a sudden pang of clarity. Was this why Wang Haoran disliked her? She had used the same title, but her words had been a calculated performance, entirely lacking the sincere devotion her sister displayed. "To achieve this in 3 days is miraculous," Feng Anna said, her voice laced with a complex mixture of envy and jealousy. "I never knew you possessed such incredible talent for immortality." "Oh, I don't have any talent at all," Feng Anhui replied, a sudden, bright crimson flush creeping up her neck. She looked away nervously. "It is just that the master's method of cultivation is very unique. It doesn't require any inherent talent to progress quickly." Though highly intelligent, Feng Anna knew nothing of martial arts or the esoteric paths of dual cultivation. She could not decipher the meaning behind her sister's sudden embarrassment. However, she believed the claim. Qian Baobao had performed at the exact same level during the spar. For 2 ordinary women to advance so far in 72 hours, the method had to be foolproof. Curiosity burned in her chest. Just how unique is this method? Chapter 632. Give a chance. "Sister, I'm afraid I can't tell you this." Feng Anhui shook her head firmly, her eyes veering away from Feng Anna's intense gaze. "It's no big deal, right?" Feng Anna pressed, shifting her weight closer and stepping into her sister's personal space. I'm your own sister. Can't you help me with even this one little question? Without the master's explicit orders, I won't tell you anything, even if you are my elder sister. Feng Anhui set her jaw, her posture stiffening. The absolute refusal hung in the air. Realizing the wall was too high to climb, Feng Anna let her shoulders drop and gave up. Yet, a cascade of unsettling emotions swirled deep within her. Her clumsy, naive little sister had always been the foolish one, but luck seemed to follow the girl like a shadow. To think the simpleton had stumbled blindly onto the path of immortality. Since childhood, Feng Anna had lived by a single creed: outperform her sister in every imaginable way. But looking at the scorched crater in the stone floor tiles, she realized she was about to be left behind in the dirt. Even if she played her cards right, manipulated the board, and seized the entire Feng family fortune, what did it matter? The grandest mortal wealth dwindled into absolute insignificance when measured against the boundless cultivation of the immortals. Feng Anna had never harbored a grand passion for martial training, but the promise of eternal life tugged at her soul. She craved the power to lock her youth in place, to keep her visage pristine, and to escape the inevitable horror of growing old and turning to dust beneath the loess. Her sister's spectacular fortune bred a bitter mixture of envy and jealousy. Then, a sharp thought pierced her despair. Why couldn't she do the same? What her sister achieved, she could master herself. It was merely a matter of playing the maid. Anyone could learn to serve. Stealing her resolve, Feng Anna smoothed her skirt and looked back at her sibling. Why haven't I seen him or his girlfriend around the estate? Where did they go? Sister, please watch your tongue and treat him with respect. Feng Anhui snapped, her eyes flashing with instant irritation. You are not permitted to refer to the master so casually. Exactly. Watch your words, or we won't be so polite next time, Qian Baobao added, stepping up beside her sparring partner with a fierce glare. Feng Anna recoiled slightly, caught off guard by the immediate, aggressive unity of the two girls. But as her analytical mind processed the outburst, illumination struck. These two understood their positions perfectly. They treated Wang Haoran with absolute devotion as their master, and because of that submission, they received his favor. Was that the secret? Did Wang Haoran grant them the keys to immortality simply because they cast aside their pride? In contrast, she had spent her time offering a hollow, practiced respect on the surface, while remaining fiercely arrogant underneath. Inspiration sparked in her mind, and she quickly corrected her phrasing. Where are the master and the mistresses? The honorific rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. After all, she had accepted the contract to be his maid long before these two had ever crossed his path. The master and the mistresses have gone to practice their cultivation, Feng Anhui replied. Seeing her sister's demeanor shift into proper compliance, her hostility melted away. Mistresses. Feng Anna noted the term, filing it away. The master's romantic partners were naturally the mistresses of the house. Proper etiquette demanded honorifics for them as well. In the grand scheme of submission, her normally foolish sister possessed a natural genius that far outstripped her own calculated intellect. And where exactly did the master and mistresses go to practice? Feng Anna asked, her voice softening into an inquiring purr. Sister, you are asking far too many questions, Feng Anhui murmured, her eyes narrowing as she withheld the details. Anhui, our situations are identical, Feng Anna said, taking a step forward and reaching out to touch her sister's arm in a bid for intimacy. I am also his maid. Is there truly a need to hide things from me? Is that so? Then why haven't we seen you serving him at all these past few days? Feng Anhui countered, pulling her arm away. Do you truly lack that basic awareness? The blunt reprimand hit Feng Anna like a physical blow, leaving her temporarily speechless. A heavy click broke the silence as the doors to the main courtyard suite swung wide. Wang Haoran stepped across the threshold, flanked by Feng Xuansu and the rest of his entourage. A knot of tension tightened in Feng Anna's throat. She took a deep, stabilizing breath, forced her feet forward, and intercepted him. Can we talk? You are a free woman now, Wang Haoran replied, his voice floating over her with complete indifference. There is no need for you to speak with me. He had clearly read the underlying desperation in her posture, but he chose to let her twist in the wind. I wish to discuss a different matter entirely, Feng Anna insisted, her eyes locking onto his. What matter? Wang Haoran asked. Conscious of the sharp, judging glances from the crowd surrounding them, heat rushed to Feng Anna's cheeks. The vulnerability of her request was not something she could expose to an audience. Can we change locations? I want to speak with you alone. My time is limited, Wang Haoran said, his tone dropping into a cool, unyielding register. If you have something to say, speak now. Right here. Humiliation threatened to break her composure. She could not lay her soul bare before the entire household. Desperate, her eyes darted toward her closest friend, silently begging for a lifeline. Song Siwi caught the frantic plea. Turning smoothly to Feng Xuansu and the others, she suggested a walk through the estate's sprawling gardens to view the seasonal blooms, asking Feng Anhui to lead the way. Within moments, the crowd filtered out of the courtyard, leaving Wang Haoran and Feng Anna standing alone in the quiet space. A wave of profound gratitude toward her friend washed over Feng Anna. She turned her full attention back to the young man before her. Can you give me another chance? She pleaded softly. I have no idea what you are referring to, Wang Haoran replied, his face a mask of absolute ignorance. You have only known Anhui for a few short days, yet you willingly granted her the secrets of immortality, Feng Anna said, her voice dropping to a quiet, melancholic whisper. I have traveled by your side for so long, and yet I am only now discovering your true nature as a deity. Do you harbor some grievance against me? Wang Haoran asked. I know I was wrong, Feng Anna said, her gaze steady and serious. Can you grant me a chance to atone for my transgressions? The words were precisely what Wang Haoran had been waiting to hear. The entire purpose of leaving her on the cold bench of neglect was to force her proud head to bow. However, granting an opportunity required a demonstration of her resolve. Without a word, Wang Haoran took a sudden step forward and placed a heavy hand firmly on her shoulder. A dizzying sensation washed over Feng Anna. The courtyard blurred, dissolved, and reformed into an entirely unfamiliar space. The open sky vanished, replaced by the dense, claustrophobic stone interior of a massive tower. Complex, glowing runes pulsed along the walls, radiating an ancient, awesome authority that commanded absolute silence. Is this where you fled to evade Master Yes Serpent attack? Feng Anna asked, the realization clicking in her mind. Correct, Wang Haoran nodded. The Kaishan Tower resided safely within his sea of consciousness. When he retreated inside its walls, the artifact shrunk to a microscopic speck of dust, completely undetectable by mortal or immortal senses alike. During the battle, he could have chosen a direct collision of forces, but such a clash would have severely depleted his own spiritual reserves, while merely wounding his opponent. Retreating into the tower cost him nothing. When he emerged, his energy remained at absolute peak capacity, granting him total dominance over a weakened enemy. Had he not feared Ye Fan triggering a suicidal soul burn, the protagonist would have died on the spot. Extraordinary, Feng Anna whispered, her fingers hovering just over the pulsing runes. What kind of treasure is this? That is beyond your current clearance, Wang Haoran explained, a meaningful smirk playing on his lips. All you need to understand is that no one can disturb us here. No sound or movement leaks into the outside world. So, whatever it is you came to say, or whatever it is you came to do, you may begin. An immediate nervousness gripped Feng Anna's chest. To be entirely honest, her meticulous mind was completely unprepared for the raw isolation of the chamber. By the way, Wang Haoran added carelessly, you have exactly 1 minute. The sudden deadline shattered her hesitation. The ticking clock left no room for calculation or second-guessing. Fortunately, indecision was not in her nature. Once a path was chosen, she marched down it without retreat. The pride, the dignity, and the noble breeding of the Feng family's eldest daughter could burn to ashes. None of those mortal concepts held a fraction of the weight of the immoral path. More than that, a deeper truth crystallized in her heart. She had grown dependent on him. It was a sharp, undeniable attraction that transcended mere utility. Feng Anna knew with absolute certainty that if she let him walk out of her life today, she would spend the rest of her days drowning in regret. Chapter 633. Boulet and Feiyun is back. Dust and the scent of damp concrete filled the air of an unfinished high-rise somewhere in Fragrant Island. Ye Fan sat cross-legged on the raw floorboards, his breathing deep and measured, before his eyelids slowly lifted. He raised a hand. The defensive barrier rippling around him collapsed into nothingness. 3 days had passed since his escape from the Feng family estate. 3 days of hiding in this concrete skeleton, grinding away the residual sword intent that had pierced his flesh. The invasive energy was finally gone, dissolved entirely by his spiritual flame. Yet, the cost remained high. Activating the forbidden blood-burning technique to forcefully replenish his spiritual stores had fractured his foundational vitality. Under ordinary circumstances, fully repairing the damage would require a month or 2 of careful rest. To think another cultivator walks this blue star, Ye Fan muttered. His voice bounced off the bare pillars, carrying a sharp, freezing edge. In his previous life as Xuantian Immortal Venerable, he had dominated the upper realms, rarely suffering a single defeat. To be reborn on a backwater planet only to capsize in a shallow gutter was an insult his pride could scarcely tolerate. His ancient mind remained steady, his Tao heart unyielding, but the sting lingered. A minor cultivator at the absolute peak of the chi refining stage was still just an ant. Once his own level surged past the current limits, this debt of blood would be repaid in full. A deeper puzzle continued to knot his brow. How did the stranger know the royal spirit art? It was a technique he had personally forged in the upper realms. It defied all logic for a mortal on earth to wield it. He dismissed the thought. Speculation was pointless. Once his cultivation advanced, he would simply hunt the man down, tear through his soul with a memory search, and extract the truth directly from his mind. Ye Fan exhaled a long breath, shifting his focus to the path ahead. His initial arrival on Fragrant Island was meant to clear away the persistent pests troubling Fang Yoro's past life, and to establish his own legend across the region. The pests were gone, but his rise to fame had been thoroughly disrupted. Remaining on the island offered no further advantage. The original itinerary dictated a sweeping march across Fragrant Island, before advancing directly to the imperial capital. But the recent defeat served as a harsh awakening. This world hid sleeping dragons and crouching tigers. The presence of a rival cultivator proved the mortal realm could not be underestimated. As the primary seat of power on the planet, the imperial capital would undoubtedly harbor even greater hidden threats. Ye Fan chose to delay the journey, resolving to build his strength before making a name for himself in the capital. A small territory offered no glory. A true immortal required a grander stage to leave an impression on the world. After a quiet calculation, his mind settled on the city of Shanghai. The metropolis was vast, thriving, and easily rivaled Fragrant Island in wealth. More importantly, Shanghai was home to a woman who had loved him fiercely in his previous life. Back then, his heart belonged solely to Fang Yoro. He had rejected the woman's devotion, only for her to be dragged into his conflicts and meet a brutal, agonizing end. Though he eventually slaughtered every soul responsible for her death, the vengeance could never replace what was lost. The guilt of that tragedy still lingered in his soul. Now blessed with rebirth, he wished to offer whatever amends he could manage. At this specific point in the timeline, she had yet to meet him. Ye Fan had no intention of forcing an introduction, either. His heart remained anchored to Fang Yoro, meaning he could offer the woman no real future. His only goal was to shield her from the shadows. As the eldest daughter of a prominent merchant family in Shanghai, she would be taking the reins of the family enterprise right about now. He knew the transition would provoke severe backlash from her relatives. She was likely facing immense pressure, standing in desperate need of an ally. With his course set, Ye Fan stood up to leave. A lingering thread of conscience caused him to detour past the Qian estate to verify the status of his former allies. Discovering that the father and daughter were unharmed and well-treated, he slipped away without making contact. A rare wave of embarrassment kept him from facing Qian Wanzan. When the flying sword closed in, he had been too occupied with his own survival to spare a thought for anyone else. While the abandonment appeared dishonorable by mortal standards, such betrayals were common currency in the higher realms. Alliances shifted like the wind, and a sworn brother might drive a blade into one's back at any moment. Fleeing a losing battle was standard survival. Ye Fan felt entirely at peace with his choice, yet explaining the nuances of immortal pragmatism to a mortal businessman was a tedious prospect. Leaving the Qian family to their own devices, he turned his back on Fragrant Island and began the journey to Shanghai. Far across the city, inside the quiet chambers of the Feng Mansion, Wang Haoran concluded his own cycle of meditation. A full month of rigorous refinement inside the temporal distortion of the Kaishan Tower had perfectly solidified his foundation, leaving him at the absolute peak of readiness for his next ascension. Outside the tower, a mere 3 days had passed. For Feng Anna, those 72 hours had moved with agonizing slowness, but her ultimate submission had yielded incredible results. Her adaptability far surpassed either Qian Baobao or Feng Antwi. In the grand narrative of the original plot, the younger Feng sister and the Qian heiress were designed strictly as subordinate characters, meant to tend to Ye Fan's domestic needs or manage his financial empire. Qian Baobao possessed an innate genius for numbers, while Feng Antwi held a natural instinct for commerce. They were functional tools, designed to massage the protagonist's shoulders and run his businesses, lacking any deeper narrative complexity. Feng Anna belonged to an entirely different tier. She was bound to the storyline of Yen Yuntian, a ruthless protagonist who conquered everything in his path. Initially, her pride caused her to despise the man, fighting her betrothal with every ounce of her strength. In that original arc, Yen Yuntian's primary purpose was to break her spirit and teach her absolute obedience. Because her character parameters were forged in such a brutal narrative crucible, Feng Anna possessed latent, deeply submissive traits that mirrored the psychological profile of characters like Gu Yura. The discovery had left Wang Haoran genuinely astonished. It raised an intriguing possibility. Did Feng Xuansu and Ning Aoxiu, who shared ties to that same protagonist arc, carry those identical hidden attributes? He had only unraveled Feng Anna's true nature, because he approached her with the explicit intent of breaking her pride. He had unearthed something extraordinary in the process. Toward Feng Xuansu and Ning Aoxiu, he had maintained a strict standard of respect, leaving their deeper boundaries entirely untested. An experiment for another time, perhaps. He could always test those waters later to see what hidden mechanics might surface. For now, his work on Fragrant Island was finished. Ye Fan's grand display had been thoroughly derailed, and it was time to return to Qingling. The group that boarded the private transport back to the mainland had grown. The original party of 5 now numbered 7, with Feng Antwi and Qian Baobao eagerly joining the retinue. The addition of 2 new residents brought a sudden burst of energy to Wang Haoran's mid-sized villa. Previously, Feng Xuansu, Ning Aoxiu, and Feng Anna occupied the primary suites, filling the space perfectly. With the household expanding, the home gymnasium had to be cleared out and remodeled into extra living quarters. Wang Haoran never had to spare a thought for the logistics. Feng Anna assumed total control of the household arrangements, organizing the move with flawless efficiency. Shortly after their arrival, news of his return reached Chu Qianwei, who immediately extended an invitation to dinner at her estate. All 7 sisters were present for the gathering. Even Buletin Feiyan, who had spent the last several weeks deployed on a high-risk operational assignment, had successfully returned to the fold. The exhaustion of the road weighed heavily on the operative's shoulders, leaving her tucked away on the living room sofa while her sisters busied themselves in the kitchen. The spacious hall was empty save for Wang Haoran and the resting woman. "By my count, you've been away for well over a month," Wang Haoran said, taking a seat opposite her. "That is an exceptionally long deployment for your agency. Did the operation conclude successfully?" "Everything went according to plan," Buletin Feiyan replied, her lips curving into a tired smile. Wang Haoran's gaze sharpened. Beneath her calm demeanor, her internal energy ran thin, her pulse fluttering with a distinct, underlying weakness. "You are injured. Quite severely, in fact." Buletin Feiyan's smile faltered slightly, her secret exposed. "Keep your voice down. I prefer the others remain unaware. There is no need to cause a panic." She leaned back against the cushions, a trace of lingering tension in her voice. "The target was far more dangerous than the brief suggested. I managed to secure the objective, but the extraction went sideways. I was hunted across 3 provinces. If a young village doctor hadn't stumbled across me and used some rather extraordinary medical skills to patch me up, I wouldn't have survived the journey back. Wang Haoran's eyes narrowed into a fine slit. The familiar, distinct scent of a protagonist's narrative arc filled the room. Chapter 634. Bulletin Feiyun is injured. Bulletin Feiyun was a magnet for the bizarre, the kind of woman whose very existence triggered convoluted plots. The little peasant who saved her life was undoubtedly a protagonist. Countless stories followed that exact blueprint, a classic trope where a simple country boy possessed world-defying secrets. Bulletin Feiyun had specifically chosen the word's magical medical skills. That alone signaled that this peasant's abilities likely eclipsed those of Bian Suwen, the third sister. Otherwise, Bulletin Feiyun would never have been so deeply impressed. Most peasant protagonists wielded cultivator-level medicine, a tier easily matching or exceeding Lu Chen's expertise. Wang Haoran sorted through the implications, a sharp frown pulling at his brow. These rural medical prodigies were almost always driven by base instincts. During treatment, they invariably maneuvered the heroine into compromising positions. He activated his X-ray vision, narrowing his gaze on Bulletin Feiyun's chest. The injury festered right beneath a distinct, elegant curve. It was a severe wound, but its placement was highly embarrassing. Is this farmer's medicine truly superior to the third sister's? Wang Haoran asked, keeping his voice casual. I am well aware of what third sister can do, Bulletin Feiyun replied, leaning back against the sofa cushions with a heavy sigh. Her skills are legendary, yet she chooses to hide away as the master of medicine in Immortal Valley. I never imagined a backward village could harbor someone even more capable than her. It defies belief. Then you were fortunate to cross his path, Wang Haoran said, pausing briefly before striking at the heart of the matter. During the treatment, did he take any liberties with you? Did this peasant assist you in applying the medicine, for instance? Why would you ask that? Bulletin Feiyun sat up, a startled look flashing across her pale face. She quickly waved her hands in denial. My hands and feet were entirely devoid of strength, and he certainly offered to rub the ointment in for me. But the wound is in a deeply private area. I naturally refused to let him look, let alone touch me. She spoke rapidly, her eyes fixed on his. As the boyfriend of her seventh sister, Qin Huaimeng, Wang Haoran was someone she held dear, and she desperately cared about his perception of her. I see. Wang Haoran nodded slowly, his expression smoothing out. What happened after that? Once I regained a fraction of my strength, I applied the rest of the medicine myself. The burning sensation faded significantly, but the farmer insisted that topical treatments merely masked the symptoms without addressing the root cause. He claimed he needed to utilize specialized massage techniques to truly eradicate the ailment. A strange smile played at the corners of Wang Haoran's mouth. Bulletin Feiyun had suffered massive blood loss, leaving her vital energy depleted. Without proper care, internal complications would absolutely arise. However, this mandatory massage therapy was almost certainly a fabricated excuse, a classic ploy by the young peasant to secure a hands-on advantage. And how did you respond? Wang Haoran asked. I could never agree to such an intimate demand. The moment the sharpest pain subsided and I could move freely, I slipped away without saying goodbye. Wang Haoran nodded in approval, though his diagnosis remained grim. Her underlying trauma was far from resolved. If left to fester, the hidden injuries would eventually rupture. According to the standard script, the agonizing pain would drive Bulletin Feiyun straight back into the arms of the peasant protagonist to seek a cure. That forced proximity would inevitably spark the first embers of romantic affection. It was a beautifully orchestrated trap, but Wang Haoran had no intention of letting that script play out. Ye Fan's thousands of years of accumulated memories now belonged to him, including high-level immortal medical arts. Utilizing those divine techniques, backed by the boundless spiritual energy of a ninth-level Qi refining master, curing Bulletin Feiyun would be an effortless endeavor. More importantly, the country boy had provided excellent inspiration. If a peasant protagonist could utilize an injury to advance his goals, why shouldn't he? He certainly wouldn't give her a free pass. Your vital energy is fractured, and the deep internal trauma remains active, Wang Haoran said, his tone turning grave. Without proper intervention, the wound will eventually rupture, causing agonizing pain that could very well claim your life. Is it truly that severe? Bulletin Feiyun asked, fear catching in her throat. I am well versed in the medical arts myself, Wang Haoran stated, his face a mask of absolute solemnity. There is no exaggeration here. Bulletin Feiyun had long regarded Wang Haoran as an inscrutable, deeply mysterious figure. She harbored no doubts regarding his claim, and she immediately reached out, her voice pleading. Then I beg of you, please save me. You are Wai Wei's sister, so I cannot simply watch you perish. The only issue is that the treatment requires rather close physical contact. He paused, letting a flicker of faint hesitation cross his features. Bulletin Feiyun caught the subtle implication, her breath hitching slightly. Is it another massage technique? Not quite, but the proximity is similar, Wang Haoran murmured. Bulletin Feiyun fell silent, speechlessness taking hold. Was a compromising encounter truly the only method to purge this injury from her body? I understand if this proves too difficult to accept, Wang Haoran said, pressing his advantage as he noticed her hesitation. He injected a sharp edge of intimidation into his voice. I will not force your hand, but when the hidden trauma triggers, the torment will be unbearable. Do not regret your choice if the worst should happen. Please, you must heal me, Bulletin Feiyun blurted out, her decision instantly locking into place. The peasant was a complete stranger, and the thought of his hands on her flesh was repulsive. Wang Haoran was entirely different. Deep within her heart, she already harbored an unspoken affection for him. Close contact under the guise of medical necessity was far easier to accept from him. Very well, I will treat you after nightfall, Wang Haoran replied smoothly, his composure returning. Thank you. Let us keep this between us. I prefer Wei, and the others remain in the dark about my condition. A sudden, unnatural flush painted itself over Bulletin Feiyan's pale cheeks, driven by a surge of compromised vitality. Shielding her sisters from worry was merely a convenient excuse. The true source of her shame was Qin Huaimeng. Engaging in such intimate physical contact with her seventh sister's boyfriend felt like a profound betrayal. The guilt demanded absolute secrecy. Wang Haoran traced the shifting expressions on her face, reading her internal conflict with perfect accuracy. A quiet amusement rippled through him. Bulletin Feiyan had been deployed for far too long, leaving her completely ignorant of the current household dynamics. The conflict tearing at her conscience was entirely non-existent. Except for her, the other 6 sisters had already accepted the shared arrangement. A call from the dining area announced that dinner was served, cutting the conversation short. Throughout the meal, Tanta Yeyu and the others kept the conversation light, deliberately avoiding any sensitive topics. Only Qin Huaimeng displayed open affection, resting her chin on her hand as she smiled at Wang Haoran. The other sisters, like Tanta Yeyu and Luo Qingqian, restricted their interactions to polite warmth and attentiveness. Bulletin Feiyan failed to notice any unusual undercurrents. She assumed her sisters were merely showing respect to their future brother-in-law, dismissing her anxieties as paranoia. With the evening drawing to a close, Wang Haoran settled in, preparing to spend the night at the estate. Chapter 635. Small Village. The breakfast table was quiet as the household gathered in the early morning light. Bulletin Feiyan reached for a glass of water, a subtle flush finally returning to her cheeks. Her complexion had improved significantly since yesterday, the deathly pallor of her ordeal fading into a healthier hue. Yet, deep within her torso, the internal trauma remained. The lingering weakness was not a failure of medical expertise. Wang Haoran had managed the treatment with deliberate restraint. Slipstreaming into her quarters after midnight, he had carefully applied just enough spiritual energy to ease her agony, driving her favorability score up from 50 to 60 in a single session. A total cure could have been achieved in minutes, but the sudden jump in her affection suggested a better strategy. Prolonged interaction would yield far greater results. Beside him, Tanta Yeyu quietly passed a platter of fruit. She remained the only sister aware of his status as a reincarnated immortal emperor. The details of cultivation had been withheld from Qin Huaimeng and the others for now. Wang Haoran intended to bring the rest of the sisters into the fold all at once, but only after reeling in Bulletin Feiyan, the last remaining stray from the net. There was no immediate rush for the reveal. A more pressing matter demanded his attention, specifically the lingering threat of the young village doctor. Wang Haoran set his chopsticks down and turned to the operative resting across from him. He suggested a drive out to the countryside, framing the journey as a necessary trip to properly thank the peasant who had patched her up. Bulletin Feiyan shifted uncomfortably, the guilt of her sudden, unannounced departure weighing on her conscience. She nodded in agreement, raising no objections. The remote settlement sat tucked away in the outer ridges of Qingling, a half-day's drive from the suburban villa. Even the most prosperous metropolitan centers retained primitive corners, and Qingling was no exception. As Jishui Yao's sleek Porsche navigated the winding roads toward the valley, the young peasant, Lin Tian, climbed the steep mountain trail toward an isolated wooden shack. He carried a fresh batch of boiled medicinal herbs balanced carefully in his grip. At 18, Lin Tian possessed a lean, wiry frame hardened by mountain labor, his sun-darkened skin contrasting with intensely bright, sharp eyes. He pushed open the creaking door of the hideout, only to find the interior empty. The small bowl of remaining ointment sat untouched on the table. Beside it, a brief note scratched into the dirt floor confirmed his fears. The beautiful stranger had vanished. Lin Tian stood in the center of the quiet shack, a wave of disappointment clouding his face. He stared at the empty cot for several minutes before a slow, knowing grin pulled at his lips. The girl's underlying trauma was far from resolved. Without his specific intervention, the internal injuries were guaranteed to flare up. In this entire mortal realm, no other physician possessed the skills required to purge that poison. Once the agony became unbearable, she would have no choice but to track him down. The boy whistled a cheerful tune as he turned back down the mountain path, his thoughts drifting into a vivid, unseemly daydream about the intimate massage therapy he would perform upon her return. He let out a low chuckle, his stride quickening. The dirt path smoothed out near the banks of a rushing river. A young woman knelt on a smooth stone pier, her long ponytail swaying as she vigorously scrubbed a basket of laundry. Yang Chuxia, we really are fated, Lin Tian called out, stepping off the path and approaching the bank with an easy, mocking swagger. Meeting you out here of all places. Yang Chuxia paused her scrubbing, her dark, gem-like eyes flashing with irritation as she looked over her shoulder. Despite her rough, faded cotton blouse and stained apron, her features possessed an undeniable, delicate symmetry that outshone the bleak rural backdrop. The mountain air had blessed her with flawless, porcelain skin that seemed entirely out of place in a dusty farming community. I wash my clothes here every Saturday morning, Yang Chuxia retorted, tossing a wet garment back into her plastic basin with a wet slap. What does that have to do with fate? I just happened to come down from the ridges while you were working by the water, Lin Tian replied, dropping onto a nearby boulder and resting his chin in his hands. A chance encounter in the wild. If that isn't destiny, what is? It's just nonsense. Yang Chuxia wrinkled her small nose, turning her back to him to resume her work on the washboard. Lin Tian remained on his perch, his gaze lingering on the rhythmic movement of her shoulders. Even amidst the mundane chore, her movements carried a picturesque grace. His eyes drifted down toward the specific garment she was currently wringing out. Sensing the heavy scrutiny, Yang Chuxia spun around, her posture stiffening. What exactly are you staring at? Just the laundry, Lin Tian said, a mischievous spark in his eyes. There's nothing interesting about soap and water, she muttered, her cheeks tightening. Washing clothes is boring, sure, but you look incredible doing it. Lin Tian pointed toward the delicate lace article gripped tightly in her fingers, his smile turning sly. Besides, I've never seen you wear those specific items before. Who are they for? A deep crimson flush rushed from the girl's collar up to her ears. She shoved the intimate undergarments beneath a heavy cotton sheet at the bottom of the basin, attempting to shield them from view. You are incredibly annoying, Yang Chuxia snapped, her voice rising in pitch. I have work to finish. Leave me alone. Your father might be the village chief, but he doesn't own the riverbank, Lin Tian chuckled, crossing his legs comfortably. There's no law against sitting on a rock. If you won't move, I will. Yang Chuxia scooped up the heavy basin, the water sloshing against her apron as she scrambled to her feet and marched up the dirt incline toward the main road. Lin Tian hurried after her, his boots kicking up small clouds of dust. Don't walk away angry. I was only teasing. Your jokes are never funny, she replied without slowing her pace. Fine, let's discuss something serious then, Lin Tian said, his tone dropping into a solemn, heavy register. Yang Chuxia glanced sideways, her pace faltering slightly. You don't have a serious bone in your body. I mean it, Lin Tian said, drawing level with her. If I march up to your front door tonight to propose a formal marriage contract, would your father consider that serious enough? Don't you dare, Yang Chuxia said, a look of genuine disgust crossing her face. My father would take a broom to your backside before you even reached the porch. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The chief openly declared that any man who could produce $1 million bride price could take your hand, didn't he? The customs of the remote valley were starkly different from the structured legalities of the city. Though Yang Chuxia was barely 18, rural tradition deemed her fully eligible for marriage, and many women her age in the surrounding hills were already tending to young children. The reminder brought a wave of bitter resentment to Yang Chuxia's chest. Her father had indeed set that exorbitant price, but only as a desperate measure to deter the constant stream of crude suitors and local vagrants knocking on their door. The decree had successfully restored peace to the household, but the implication left a foul taste in her mouth. It felt entirely too much like being auctioned off to the highest bidder. She desired a genuine connection, a life built alongside someone she truly respected, regardless of their financial standing. She was a daughter of the soil, fully capable of enduring hardship and sharing simple meals, so long as affection anchored the home. Well, Lin Tian pressed, stepping into her path and forcing her to a halt. If I bring the $1 million, you'll be my wife, right? Chapter 636. Little peasant protagonist. It sounds like you actually expect to find 10 million yuan lying around. Yang Chuxia shifted the heavy plastic basin to her other hip, her lips curling into a sharp mock. Everyone in the valley knew the state of Lin Tian's household. They lived in a stubborn, grinding poverty. For his family, scraping together 10,000 yuan was a monumental struggle, let alone $1 million. Lin Tian only offered a wide, untroubled grin. Don't count me out just yet. Just give me a little time, and I will absolutely produce that $1 million. When the day comes and I march up to your porch to claim you, you won't back down, will you? Yang Chuxia kept her eyes fixed on the dirt path ahead. She harbored no affection for the boy, yet the sheer, unshakable confidence in his voice made her wonder if the local troublemaker had actually stumbled onto some hidden method of making a fortune. But whether he had money or not meant nothing to her. She simply did not like him. His financial prospects were his own business. Still, her gentle nature prevented her from throwing his poverty back in his face with cruel insults. She chose a softer rejection instead. Your information is completely outdated, Lin Tian. My father changed his mind this morning. The bride price isn't 1 million anymore. It's 10 million. To her, 10 million yuan was an astronomical figure, a number meant for fairy tales and city tycoons. Even if Lin Tian somehow struck it rich, he would never be able to squander such a sum on a village wedding. The lie was a clean break, a final boundary to shatter his foolish hopes. Lin Tian did not even blink. 10 million? No problem. Then we have a deal. The moment I hand over 10 million yuan to your father, you belong to me. The absolute certainty in his eyes caused a small spike of panic to flare in Yang Chuxia's chest. She had expected him to retreat in the face of an impossible demand, not seize upon it with such ferocity. The deadline is 1 year, she blurted out, her pace quickening. No, half a year. If you don't have it by then, the agreement is void. She deliberately tightened the constraints, desperate to force him into reality. It's a promise, Lin Tian replied instantly, matching her stride. 10 million yuan within 6 months, and you become my wife. A few months prior, such boastful words would have choked him. But the world had changed. The ancient inheritance of an immortal flowed through his veins, making his ultimate ascension an absolute certainty. 10 million yuan was merely a minor hurdle on his path to true power, and his primary venture was already taking root in the mountain soil. Yang Chuxia shook her head, her long ponytail swinging against her back. You truly can brag without a script. I am simply holding you to your word, Lin Tian said. I never agreed to anything, she countered, her nose wrinkling. Those words came directly from your mouth, Chuxia. 10 million yuan to your family within half a year, and you marry me. A proper girl doesn't go back on her word. You have to be trustworthy. Yang Chuxia set her jaw. She was a sincere girl by nature, and his appeal to her honor left her no room to dodge. Fine. Let's call it a promise. I will stand right here and watch exactly how you intend to conjure 10 million yuan out of these hills. She spoke with complete indifference, utterly convinced the task was impossible. Then it's settled, Lin Tian muttered, a wave of profound joy washing over him. By his calculations, the spiritual crops planted along the hidden ridges were nearly ready for harvest. Once he transported the vegetables to the city markets, the wealth would pour in. Those greens were far from ordinary. Infused with celestial energy, a single serving could prolong a mortal's life and purge lingering sickness from their flesh. He had already tested the effects on his own aging father. The wealthy elites of the city craved longevity above all else, and they possessed the coin to pay for it. The market would be a gold mine. Lin Tian stared ahead, his lips stretching into a wide, unseemly grin as he imagined himself presenting the fortune to the village chief and claiming his prize. Yang Chuxia caught the expression out of the corner of her eye. With a sharp huff of disgust, she adjusted her grip on the heavy laundry basin and broke into a light jog. Lin Tian scrambled to catch up, his boots stomping through the dirt. That tub looks incredibly heavy. Let me carry it for you. No need, she snapped. You are my future wife, Chuxia. There's no reason to be so distant with me, Lin Tian chuckled. Stop saying such ridiculous things. The sheer shamelessness of the boy left her momentarily stunned. Lin Tian took her rising blush as a sign of success, his amusement growing as he prepared another teasing remark. He failed to realize that the heat in her face was born entirely from an explosive, simmering anger. Before he could speak, the distant murmur of voices drifted down from the main village road, breaking his focus. I heard two wealthy youngsters just arrived at the village gates, an old farmer called out to his neighbor as they walked past the ditch. A man and a woman from the city. The boy looks like a movie star, and the girl is so beautiful she belongs in a painting. They came in a luxury car too, the neighbor replied, shaking his head. The shiny kind with the engine in the back. It looks like they're searching for someone. Yang Chuxia stopped in her tracks, turning a fierce glare on her shadow. Can you please stop following me now? I'm not following you, Lin Tian argued, crossing his arms. The public road belongs to the whole village. If you can walk down it, why can't I? You. Yang Chuxia choked on her frustration. Realizing she could never out-argue his thick skin, she abandoned her plan to return home. Her parents were out in the fields, and if Lin Tian followed her onto her porch, she would have no way to get rid of him. She turned her eyes toward the distant highway. Fine. I am going down to the village gates to see what a handsome city man actually looks like. If you want to keep trailing along like a stray dog, be my guest. She marched past him, her sandals kicking up pebbles. The easy smirk on Lin Tian's face stiffened. A sharp prickle of resentment twisted in his gut. A pampered city boy was nothing but empty flash, entirely lacking the raw grit of a true country youth. Yang Chuxia was clearly blinded by superficial luxury. He quickly shook off the annoyance, convinced she was merely trying to provoke his jealousy. He fell into step behind her. The gossiping farmers had mentioned a beautiful city woman alongside the boy. Lin Tian had no interest in staring at a wealthy dandy, but a pristine city girl was an entirely different matter. Within 10 minutes, the dirt road opened up into the concrete plaza at the entrance of the valley. A crowd of idle villagers had already formed a dense circle near the main archway. With the spring planting finished, the locals had nothing but time, and the arrival of an exotic sports car was more than enough to draw every soul from their homes. The two outsiders standing near the sleek Porsche were indeed Wang Haoran and Bulletin Feiyun. The operative only knew that her mysterious savior resided within these specific boundaries, but she lacked a name or a house number. Upon arriving, she had been forced to describe Lin Tian's wiry frame, sun-darkened skin, and sharp eyes to the gathering elders. Unfortunately, her description matched half the young laborers in the district. The enthusiastic locals had immediately dispatched several teenagers into the surrounding fields to hunt for candidates, turning the search into a full village affair. Wang Haoran stood back from the commotion, his shoulder resting against the rough bark of an old banyan tree as he watched the spectacle unfold. Bulletin Feiyun remained near the center of the plaza, her eyes scanning each new arrival as the teenagers brought candidates forward. One by one, she shook her head, failing to recognize the specific boy who had patched her up. As the crowd began to thin, the exhaustion of her lingering internal trauma caught up with her. She walked back to the shade of the banyan tree and dropped onto a low stone bench to catch her breath. Are you holding up all right? Wang Haoran stepped closer, his fingers reaching down to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from her damp forehead. He tucked the silk behind her ear, his touch deliberate and soft. Bulletin Feiyun's shoulders trembled slightly at the contact. A sudden wave of nervous tension tightened her throat, but the anxiety dissolved into a deep, radiating warmth that filled her chest. I'm not completely helpless, she murmured, a faint, genuine rose color touching her skin as she shook her head. I'm not tired yet. A fresh stir among the crowd drew her attention back to the road. Another small group of villagers filtered into the plaza. Bulletin Feiyun rose to her feet to continue the search. Wang Haoran turned his gaze toward the clearing, his eyes sweeping over the newcomers. His focus instantly locked onto a young woman walking near the front of the group. The girl possessed an extraordinary, luminous grace that seemed completely detached from the dusty valley around her. As if feeling the weight of his stare, she looked up. Their eyes locked across the crowded square. Before Wang Haoran could analyze the sharp symmetry of her features, a sudden, familiar chime resonated directly within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for encountering a grand destiny. Upon meeting the female protagonist, Yang Chuxia, for the first time, your Super Peach Blossom Halo has successfully triggered the Prime Tier effect, a promise of the soul. Ding! The female protagonist Yang Chuxia's favorability toward the host has instantly surged to 80 points. Current status, deep, unyielding devotion. Wang Haoran froze against the bark of the tree, his breath catching as the notifications cleared. Chapter 637. The halo is too good. The system's sudden chime caught Wang Haoran completely off guard. The Super Peach Blossom Halo, quiet for so long, had roared back to life with a vengeance. Even before driving out to this remote valley, he knew a heroine would cross his path. Rural protagonist novels followed strict formulas. The love interest was always either the pampered village flower or a beautiful, young widow. These archetypes were practically mandatory. On the journey over, he had actively mapped out a strategy to woo the local beauty and sever the protagonist's lifeline. The halo had rendered his grand strategies entirely obsolete. The girl standing near the dusty path was undoubtedly the village flower. Wang Haoran studied her features with quiet satisfaction. Despite her rustic upbringing, her skin possessed a supple, porcelain quality completely devoid of the coarseness typical of farm laborers. She looked more coddled than the wealthiest heiresses in the city. In a standard rural setting, where daily sun exposure and field labor were the norm, such a flawless complexion defied all medical logic. Sunscreen was non-existent here, but logic never applied to a heroine's parameters. Her narrative designation guaranteed she would stand out completely from the ordinary women of the valley. Across the square, Yang Chuxia felt the weight of his stare. Her heart, already racing, hammered against her ribs with frantic speed. She averted her eyes, a deep flush staining her cheeks as she tried to focus on the dirt road. Her resolve crumbled within seconds, and her gaze drifted right back to him. The city boy was impossibly handsome. She stood frozen, utterly captivated. Lin Tian stood just a few paces away, his attention anchored entirely to the village chief's daughter. Every trace of her flustered, infatuated behavior registered with perfect clarity, and a hot wave of jealousy flooded his chest. In his mind, Yang Chuxia was already his future wife. Seeing her swoon over a wealthy outsider felt like a physical strike to his pride. A mechanical tone vibrated in Wang Haoran's mind. Ding! The host has successfully disrupted Lin Tian's mental state. Gained 2,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo reduced by 100 points. The host's villain halo increased by 100 points. Lin Tian's irritation vanished as his eyes shifted toward the shade of the banyan tree. I finally found you, Bulletin Feiyun said, stepping forward. Beautiful sister. Lin Tian blurted out at the exact same moment. The immediate recognition confirmed everything. Wang Haoran focused his attention on the dark-skinned youth, silently triggering a full system scan. Protagonist, Lin Tian. Combat strength, 8,970, first layer of the Qi refining stage. Charm, 68. Protagonist halo, 27,675. Skills and artifacts, Immortal Venerable inheritance. Current progression stands at 100%, encompassing celestial grade medicine, cultivation techniques, and talisman arrays. The Chaos Bottle, an innate treasure forged during the primordial era, currently bound to the master. Effect, gathers and liquefies worldly spiritual energy. The resulting liquid drastically accelerates the growth of spiritual flora and boosts cultivation speed. The data left Wang Haoran thoroughly impressed. Lin Tian's protagonist score sat a mere 2,000 points below Ye Fan's initial ranking. His mystical artifact perfectly justified the high rating. An immortal venerable from the tribulation transcendence phase represented the absolute pinnacle of mortal cultivation. A youth backed by such a legacy would navigate his path without encountering the standard bottlenecks that crippled ordinary practitioners. With the chaos bottle in his possession, the modern world's severe lack of natural spiritual energy posed absolutely no threat to his advancement. Wang Haoran immediately coveted the ancient vessel. Unfortunately, the artifact's soul-binding mechanic presented a massive obstacle. An object of that caliber recognized only its designated master, rendering it entirely useless to a thief. To claim the chaos bottle, he either had to force Lin Tian to sever the spiritual connection voluntarily, or break the boy's mind entirely, compelling him to surrender ownership. Both paths carried extreme risk. Total mental subjugation required an overwhelming disparity in soul strength. If Lin Tian offered even a fraction of resistance, the spell would collapse, allowing the chaos bottle to consume Wang Haoran's own consciousness. The alternative seemed equally impossible. No sane cultivator would willingly discard an item of such immense power. Wang Haoran let the problem simmer, his eyes bouncing between Bulletin Feiyun and the village flower. A subtle strategy began to take shape in his thoughts. Lin Tian took a step closer to the operative, his face split into a wide grin. Beautiful sister, why did you slip away in the middle of the night without a single word? An urgent agency matter required my immediate attention, Bulletin Feiyun replied, offering a smooth, practiced cover story. I had to deploy right away. My apologies. I'm just glad you're back, Lin Tian said, his voice dropping into a serious register. But I wasn't exaggerating the danger. If you leave that internal trauma unattended, the complications will become life-threatening. Another physician has already taken over my care, Feiyun said, adjusting her jacket. You don't need to worry about it further. Who could possibly treat that kind of injury? Lin Tian demanded, his brow furrowing. My third sister is a master of the medical arts, Feiyun said, a sudden warmth rising to her face, as she remembered the intimate details of Wang Haoran's midnight treatment. Shifting the credit to her sister was the only way to shield her secret. She managed to stabilize my condition. Lin Tian bristled, but a quick assessment of her vibrant complexion and improved circulation silenced his doubts. The deathly paleness was entirely gone. Regret gnawed at his stomach. He shouldn't have insisted on the massage therapy so early. If he had simply used traditional herbal poultices to clear the initial blockage, the gorgeous operative would still be resting in his mountain shack. She would have stayed out of gratitude, and that debt would have naturally paved the way for a formal proposal. By the way, my name is Lin Tian, the boy said, shaking off his annoyance. What should I call you, beautiful sister? Feiyun. During her initial escape from the enemy syndicate, anonymity had been her primary shield. Now that the contract was closed and the field cleared, she had no reason to hide her identity. A name was harmless. Feiyun, Lin Tian repeated, testing the syllables with a wide smile. That sounds incredibly graceful. Is this the young man who looked after you? Wang Haoran stepped into the open space between them, his voice calm and clear. Yes, this is him, Feiyun replied, stepping back to let him through. I appreciate what you did for her, Wang Haoran said, extending a hand toward the youth. The easy, welcoming smile on Lin Tian's face vanished instantly, his features hardening into a cold stare as he looked at the city boy's outstretched palm. Chapter 638. Routine Lin Tian. Lin Tian's tightening jaw came as no surprise. A protagonist offering a welcoming smile to a villain would be a true miracle. Looking at that sullen, dark face, a sharp urge to land a punch right between Lin Tian's eyes flared. The mutual hatred between them was a fundamental law of nature, an absolute, instinctive opposition. A larger strategy, however, demanded composure. Giving in to a momentary impulse would ruin everything. Third sister, our savior doesn't seem particularly polite. Wang Haoran's extended hand hovered in the air for a beat, before he let it drop naturally to his side. Disappointment faded into an easy, relaxed tilt of his head as he smiled at Feiyun. Feiyun had initially regarded Lin Tian with deep gratitude, but the youth's blatant snub cracked her pleasant impression. A sharp frown creased her brow. You're the beautiful sister's younger brother? Lin Tian's defensive posture softened slightly, his intensely bright eyes locking onto Wang Haoran with renewed interest. I am. Is there a problem? Claiming a romantic tie right now would only complicate the board, but playing the sibling card opened up entirely new angles to fracture Lin Tian's composure. More importantly, breaking the boy's mental state was secondary to a much larger prize, the ancient chaos bottle. Posing as Feiyun's brother provided the perfect cover to embed himself within the village and draw close to the village chief's daughter. Feiyun glanced at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She remained silent, matching his play with a smooth, wordless nod. The seamless coordination left Lin Tian completely without suspicion. He accepted the sibling story at face value. Thank you for looking after my sister. Please accept this minor token of our family's appreciation. Wang Haoran reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a pre-written check for 1 million yuan, and offered it to the youth. I may be a simple countryman, but I don't trade my honor for cash, Lin Tian stated, his voice ringing with solemn pride as he kept his hands firmly at his sides. Saving the beautiful sister was strictly an act of goodwill. The righteous declaration carried a hollow ring. Had an unattractive woman been bleeding out in those mountains, the local hero likely would have kept walking. Wang Haoran kept the cynical thought to himself, a small smirk playing on his lips. You have spine. I respect that. If you don't want it, I won't force it on you. He snapped the check back into his pocket. Funding a protagonist's journey was the last thing on his agenda. The offer had been a necessary performance to satisfy Feiyun's sense of obligation. Since the boy refused the charity, the money stayed in the bank. Lin Tian's fingers twitched slightly as the paper vanished. Regret flashed through him. 1 million yuan was an immense fortune, a sum he could have claimed with a single reach of his hand. The initial introductions were complete, but leaving the valley now would ruin the plan. A legitimate anchor was required to justify a prolonged stay. Wang Haoran turned to the operative beside him. Third sister, since we've driven all this way, it seems a shame to leave empty-handed. Why don't we source some local produce to bring back to the city? That sounds wonderful, Feiyun agreed. The suburban villa consumed a massive amount of groceries, and the city markets offered nothing but mass-produced vegetables laced with unpredictable pesticides. The raw, volcanic soil of the valley promised pure, organic greens. The logic was flawless. Brother Lin, who cultivates the finest crops in this district? Wang Haoran turned his gaze back to the youth. The casual inquiry was a calculated trap. In standard tales of rural cultivation, a protagonist's rise always centered on wealth, women, and steady advancement. The chaos bottle's ability to liquefy spiritual energy made agricultural speculation the obvious choice for generating quick revenue. Lin Tian was undoubtedly using the artifact to cultivate hypergrowth crops or rare herbs for the commercial market. Predictably, the boy's chest puffed out with immediate pride. You're looking right at him. My family's harvest outshines every plot in this valley. A few older farmers standing near the archway let out loud chuckles, shouting rough teases about the boy's legendary bragging. Wang Haoran ignored the skeptics, fully aware that the protagonist spoke the absolute truth. Would you mind showing me your cultivation plot? The garden sits deep in the ridges, far too rugged for a city boy's shoes, Lin Tian countered, his eyes narrowing as he protected the secret location of his spiritual crops. Tell me what you need, and I'll harvest the yield myself. I require a massive bulk order. Can your family handle that volume? Name your quantity, Lin Tian challenged. I'll buy your entire inventory. Price is not an issue. A predatory gleam sparked in Lin Tian's eyes. Refusing a direct reward for saving the girl preserved his noble image, but bleeding a wealthy city tourist through an inflated commercial transaction felt entirely justified. A generous offer, but harvesting an entire inventory demands time. That poses no problem. I can afford to wait a day or two. Wang Haoran kept his expression perfectly neutral, turning his attention toward the surrounding crowd. Does anyone have a premium vacancy available for rent? I require clean, comfortable accommodations, and I am willing to pay top dollar for the convenience. The announcement triggered an immediate uproar. Dozens of villagers thrust their hands into the air, shouting over one another as they offered up spare bedrooms and renovated lofts. The plaza dissolved into a wall of competing voices. Wang Haoran waited for the shouting to die down before stepping directly into the path of the village flower. Hello there. I would prefer to secure lodging at your residence. I can offer a standard rate of 1,000 yuan per day. Would that be acceptable? I didn't even throw my name in. Yang Chuxia stammered, her hands gripping the edges of her laundry basin as her face turned a bright, sudden pink. The targeting was entirely deliberate. Is that so? I could have sworn I heard you mentioning a pristine, quiet space available for guests, Wang Haoran replied, his eyes wide with feigned confusion. Oh well, if you truly wish to stay with us, my family can accommodate you, Yang Chuxia murmured, her resistance melting instantly. The 1,000 yuan rental fee meant nothing next to the intoxicating prospect of keeping the handsome stranger under her roof. Then we have an agreement, Wang Haoran said, his lips parting into a brilliant, flashing smile. The raw charm hit the girl like a physical force, leaving her momentarily dazed as she stared up at him. The display of absolute infatuation left Lin Tian burning with resentment. He stepped aggressively between them, his voice cutting through the space. My family has a perfectly functional spare room available immediately. No charge. You can stay with me. Don't be ridiculous, Lin Tian, Yang Chuxia snapped, stepping around him to reclaim the conversation. Our guests explicitly requested high-quality accommodations. Your roof leaks every time the mist rolls in. How could anyone comfortable live there? Turning back to Wang Haoran and Bulletin Feiyun, her voice softened into an enthusiastic purr. You have traveled far to visit our valley. Please, consider our home yours for as long as you require. There is absolutely no need to speak of rent. Lin Tian stood frozen in the dirt road, his chest heaving as the words stripped away his dignity. A familiar mechanical chime vibrated deep within Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. The host has successfully fractured Lin Tian's mental state. Gained 2,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo reduced by 100 points. The host's villain halo increased by 100 points. Chapter 639. The Secret Plantation. The mechanical notification chime faded, leaving a pleasant echo in Wang Haoran's thoughts. Even without looking back at Lin Tian, the sheer, crushing weight of the boy's frustration was palpable. It was a beautiful start to the day. Thank you for your kindness, but the financial arrangements remain unchanged, Wang Haoran said, his voice smooth and steady as he stepped toward the girl. We cannot simply impose on your family for free. He offered a polite, practiced nod. My name is Wang Haoran. And yours? My name is Yang Chu. Yang Xixia, she muttered, her fingers twisting around the rim of her wash basin. Is it Chuxia, or Xixia? Wang Haoran asked, a slight smile playing on his lips. I was born at the very beginning of summer, so my father initially named me Yang Chuxia, she explained, the words tumbling out as a warm flush returned to her face. But when I started primary school, another girl in my class shared the exact same name. The teachers kept getting us confused, so I changed the characters to Xixia. Everyone calls me Xixia now, though my official identification documents still bear my birth name. She looked up, her dark eyes wide. Honestly, it makes no difference to me. You can use whichever name you prefer. Then I shall call you Xixia, Wang Haoran murmured. Yang Xixia froze for a fraction of a second. Stripping away the surname carried an undeniable intimacy, a subtle shift in boundaries that sent a small thrill through her chest. Whatever pleases you, she whispered, her lips parting into a bright, genuine smile. Xixia, please join us in the car. You can guide us along the path and show us your home. Wang Haoran turned and offered a brief hand gesture to Bulletin Feiyun, signaling her to take the passenger seat. Then, glancing sideways at the sullen youth standing by the road, he delivered a parting instruction. Bring the harvest to the residence once your baskets are filled. Without waiting for Lin Tian's response, Wang Haoran smoothly climbed into the driver's seat. The engine purred to life, and the dense circle of curious villagers parted instantly, clearing a wide path for the luxury vehicle. The Porsche glided away from the entrance plaza, descending deeper into the heart of the valley. Lin Tian stood in the settling dust, his fists clenched tight within his pockets. Resentment burned hot in his throat. He resolved right then to inflate the price of his produce to an astronomical degree, bleeding the arrogant city boy dry was the only way to restore his balance. Yang Chuxia's superficial behavior rankled him. The girl had completely lost her senses the moment a handsome face entered her line of sight. That pampered outsider was nothing but empty flash, a useless decorative doll. Nursing his bitter pride, Lin Tian slipped away from the lingering crowd and veered toward the steep, overgrown mountain tracks. To properly execute his extortion, he needed to secure the absolute best yield from his hidden sanctuary. Once the little white face tasted the impossible quality of those vegetables, he would have no choice but to pay whatever price Lin Tian demanded. There was no alternative supplier in the mortal world. While the youth scaled the ridges, the Porsche pulled into the courtyard of the village chief's estate, following Xixia's precise directions. The rural lanes were narrow, but the car navigated the packed earth without incident. Once the vehicle was parked and the introductions to the household were underway, Wang Haoran took advantage of a brief lapse in attention. Slipping past the corner of the farmhouse, he vanished into the dense foliage, tracking a scent only he could perceive. During his brief encounter with Lin Tian at the gates, he had covertly brushed a microscopic layer of specialized pollen onto the boy's sleeve. The substance was entirely colorless and odorless, undetectable by conventional senses or standard mortal perception. It was a tracking technique pulled directly from the pages of the Supreme Poison Sutra. Lin Tian remained anchored to the first layer of the qi refining stage. In terms of raw combat capacity, he fell short of previous adversaries like Qin Fan, and he completely lacked the hypervigilant paranoia of an ancient soul like Ye Fan. The boy was sloppy. Wang Haoran pursued the hidden trail up the mountainside without the slightest concern of detection. The path twisted through a series of jagged rock formations, terminates at an exceptionally tight fissure between two massive stone faces. The stone gap was so narrow that an ordinary adult could only pass through sideways, breathing in to clear the rough granite. It was an environmental echo of the ancient legend of the peach blossom spring, a suffocatingly tight throat that suddenly opened into a vast, hidden world. Stepping through the threshold, Wang Haoran paused. The air within the hidden basin was heavy, thick with a concentration of spiritual energy nearly 10 times greater than the atmosphere of the outer world. For a world as spiritually barren as the modern blue star, this isolated pocket was an absolute paradise. The realization brought a silent, cynical sneer to his lips. Out of all the thousands of locals residing in this valley for generations, a pristine sanctuary of this caliber just happened to remain undiscovered until a dirt-poor teenager stumbled into it. The sheer absurdity of a protagonist's narrative luck defied all logic. Wang Haoran surveyed the hidden basin. Large, orderly plots of crops dominated the fertile floor, flanked by dense rows of exotic, twisting medicinal herbs. The vegetation practically hummed. Even the standard household vegetables cultivated here were saturated with thin currents of pure spiritual energy. While the meager aura laced within the cabbage rows was insignificant to a cultivator, the cumulative effect on a mortal would be profound. A consistent diet of these greens would grant absolute immunity to common disease and significantly extend a human lifespan. For Wang Haoran, however, the nutritional value was useless. A single hour of refining the Devil Emperor's inner canon yielded more spiritual essence than consuming an entire field of these crops. His gaze shifted toward the shaded terracing at the rear of the basin, where patches of wild ginseng and knotweed grew in abundance. He activated his spiritual vision, scanning the root systems beneath the soil. The structural density and vibrant energy signatures within the tubers were impossible. Many of these roots had accumulated over 500 years of growth, and the largest specimens at the center were approaching a full millennium of maturity. Such ancient flora could not naturally exist in the depleted soil of the modern world. The anomaly pointed directly to Lin Tian's cosmic artifact. The Chaos Bottle possessed the unique capability to liquefy and project pure spiritual essence. The boy had undoubtedly planted ordinary seeds a mere few weeks ago, using the distilled liquid to forcefully accelerate their growth cycle, artificially pushing the vegetation into thousand-year spiritual status within a matter of days. To a cultivator seeking to break through earthly limitations, a field containing over 1,000 ancient spiritual plants was a treasure beyond measure. The lingering anxiety regarding his upcoming foundation establishment phase dissolved instantly, replaced by a profound sense of relief. According to the memories stolen from Ye Fan, even the wealthiest disciples in the great celestial realms would never dream of consuming 1,000 ancient spiritual herbs simply to secure their foundation. Such resources were too rare, requiring centuries of careful cultivation. But Lin Tian's specialized artifact manufactured them with a casual wave of his hand. Wang Haoran smiled, already marking every leaf and root in the basin as his personal property. Yet, he refrained from harvesting the crops immediately. A far greater prize remained hidden within the dirt. A vessel capable of generating such wealth required proper exposure to the elements to draw down the ambient energy of the sky. This saturated basin was the perfect crucible for the distillation process. Closing his eyes, Wang Haoran extended his spiritual perception across the field, tracing the geometric flow of the invisible currents. The energy did not drift aimlessly. The spiritual aura was actively spiraling toward a singular focal point buried deep beneath the roots of the oldest ginseng patch. He opened his eyes, focused his vision, and pierced through the layer of green stalks. Half buried in the rich, dark soil sat a small, sapphire-colored vase, measuring barely half a foot in height. The swirling energy of the entire valley was being drawn down into its narrow neck, disappearing into the depths of the polished stone. The chaos bottle sat entirely unprotected. Wang Haoran's pulse quickened as he stared down at the ancient treasure. Chapter 640. Who is superficial? Wang Haoran's initial research on Lin Tian confirmed that the chaos bottle was an innate treasure, forged during the primordial evolution of the cosmos. It operated on a slightly different metaphysical scale than the universe-bound Caishan Tower, but the sheer power output was comparable. Their core functions never conflicted. The Caishan Tower and the chaos bottle each possessed distinct, sovereign enchantments. An arcana of this classification represented the absolute zenith of rare artifacts within the immortal realms. The designation of innate meant it was a direct creation of heaven and earth, entirely untouched by mortal hands. It occupied the highest possible tier of cosmic treasures. Even an immortal Venerable navigating the tribulation transcendence phase would stop at nothing to claim such an artifact. For a cultivator currently anchored at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage, the temptation was staggering. Wang Haoran maintained his grip on logic despite the surge of excitement. The chaos bottle was locked. It recognized Lin Tian as its sole master, rendering it a useless lump of stone to anyone else. Simply murdering the youth would not break the bond either. Even if Lin Tian's physical form perished, his soul imprint would remain etched into the core of the vessel. A spiritual signature of that caliber resisted the erasure techniques of the most powerful cultivators in existence. It certainly defied Wang Haoran's current capabilities. An inherited soul imprint only faded when left to dissolve naturally over vast stretches of time, a process calculated in tens of thousands of years. Suppressing his immediate greed, Wang Haoran backed out of the hidden basin and slipped down the mountain trail without leaving a trace. Higher up the ridge, Lin Tian finished harvesting a selection of his spiritual vegetables and fruits, stuffing the vibrant produce into a coarse, woven snakeskin sack. He hoisted the heavy bundle onto his shoulder and whistled a jaunty tune as he marched down the incline. He dumped the sack directly onto the concrete courtyard of the village chief's estate. The sound brought Wang Haoran, Feiyun, and Yang Xixia out to the porch. Lin Tian gripped the bottom of the bag, tilting a colorful cascade of greens across the concrete. The quality looks decent enough, but they don't look much different from the crops my family grows, Yang Xixia remarked, tipping a plump tomato with the toe of her sandal. The appearance is a trick, Lin Tian countered, his chest puffing out. The magic is in the flavor. One bite will change your mind permanently. You promised a massive, bulk inventory, Wang Haoran said, stepping down from the porch. He kept his face blank, concealing the fact that he had already surveyed the entire hidden plantation. He looked at the modest pile on the ground with open skepticism. Is this the entire harvest? This is a sampling for a taste test, Lin Tian replied, crossing his arms. Once you're satisfied with the quality, we can negotiate the contract. I can supply as many crates as your city markets can handle. Fair enough. Wang Haoran nodded. The spiritual essence within the thick skins made the produce impossible to consume raw. Proper preparation was required to unlock the properties. He glanced toward Feiyun, but dismissed the idea instantly. While the operative could slice through a syndicate squad without blinking, her culinary expertise was non-existent. During their time at the villa, her kitchen duties were strictly limited to washing dishes and chopping ingredients under Chu Qianwei's supervision. His gaze shifted to the village flower. If you don't mind a simple country kitchen, I can prepare the meal, Yang Xixia volunteered, catching the cue immediately. That would be wonderful, Xixia. Thank you for the trouble, Wang Haoran said, offering a warm smile. It's no trouble at all. I just hope my cooking suits your palate, she replied, her smile bright and unforced. The comfortable familiarity between them tasted bitter to Lin Tian. He stepped into the space between them, his voice rising. Why would he dislike it? Your cooking is legendary, Xixia. I'm going to empty 3 entire bowls of rice this afternoon. I don't recall inviting you to our table, Lin Tian, Yang Xixia said, her brow furrowing at the sheer thick-skinned intrusion. I'm already here, and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon, Lin Tian chuckled, completely unbothered. Yang Xixia rolled her eyes and turned her back to him. Arguing with the local nuisance was a waste of breath. Adding an extra scoop of rice to the pot required minimal effort anyway. She crouched down to gather the greens. Let me take care of the heavy lifting, Lin Tian said, pushing his way forward. Yang Xixia stepped back, content to let him sweat if he was so eager for manual labor. Lin Tian scooped the vegetables back into the snakeskin sack, hoisted the bundle, and followed her toward the brick kitchen house at the rear of the property. Where are your parents today? Lin Tian asked as they crossed the dirt yard. They had to travel to the outer township for business, she replied. You're entirely alone in the house. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. And you simply let 2 total strangers move into your spare rooms? Aren't you terrified? They don't carry themselves like criminals, Yang Xixia said, pushing open the wooden kitchen door. There's nothing to fear. The girl, Feiyun, seems harmless enough, Lin Tian muttered, dropping the heavy sack onto the brick floor. But that Wang Haoran is a different story. He dresses like a gentleman, but guys like that always harbor dark intentions. He probably saw your face at the gates and decided to use his wealth to corner you. The mention of the sibling dynamic triggered a sudden realization in his mind. The brother and sister carried entirely different surnames. He dismissed the discrepancy as quickly as it appeared, assuming they were maternal cousins. It was common enough in the city. The only person here harboring dark intentions is you, Yang Xixia snapped, her voice turning sharp as she filled a ceramic basin with fresh well water. You're consistently throwing dirt on people behind their backs. Young Master Wang has been nothing but perfectly polite. You're being completely superficial, Yang Chuxia, Lin Tian barked back, his irritation breaking through. You're letting a handsome face blind you to basic safety. And didn't you instantly declare Sister Bulletin a saint the second you saw how beautiful she was? She countered, spinning around to face him. Who exactly is being superficial here? Lin Tian choked on his response, his mouth hanging open as his face flushed dark. I pointed out the exact truth, and now you have absolutely nothing to say, Yang Chuxia snorted, turning back to scrub the dirt from the roots. Just keep your distance from him, Lin Tian mumbled, trying to salvage his pride. My instincts are never wrong. That city boy is looking at you with a specific purpose, and it isn't pure. Yang Chuxia kept her eyes on her work, offering no reply. Internally, a small thrill ran through her thoughts at the suggestion. She secretly hoped Wang Haoran truly did harbor a specific purpose for her. Lin Tian took her silence as submission, assuming his warnings had finally penetrated her naivete. The tension in his chest eased. In his mind, the village chief's daughter was already his exclusive property, and he would permit no outside interference. He leaned against the woodbox, preparing to launch into another lecture to cement his position, when steady footsteps echoed across the threshold. Bulletin Feiyun stepped into the dim kitchen, her dark eyes scanning the room. Lin Tian swallowed his remaining insults instantly, his posture stiffening. Let me assist with the preparation, Bulletin Feiyun said, walking directly to the washing basin. During Wang Haoran's brief absence, the operative had spent time conversing with the village flower. Since the girl adamantly refused to accept a standard rental fee, Bulletin Feiyun felt an intense discomfort at the idea of accepting free room and board. Contributing to the household chores was the only way to balance the ledger. Chapter 641. The Virtuous Village Flower. Beautiful sister, you are a guest, Yang Xixia said, waving her hands quickly to shoo her away from the sink. Why should you bother yourself with this? You aren't charging me rent, so I'm really embarrassed to eat and live here for nothing. Just let me do something. To be honest, my skills are limited anyway. I can chop vegetables, but not much else. Please don't be polite. Bulletin Feiyun grabbed a head of crisp cabbage, her voice gentle but firm. Yang Xixia relented with a nod, watching the older girl adjust her cuffs. Don't call me that, Bulletin Feiyun added, a genuine warmth melting her usual cold demeanor. The young village girl was innocent and cute, and a strong protective instinct nudged her to close the distance between them. Just call me by my name. I'll call you Sister Xixia. Do you think that's all right? Well, then I'll call you Sister Feiyun. Yang Xixia's smile was bright and sunny. Whatever pleases you. I'll call you Sister Feiyun too, and you can call me Brother Lin Tian, Lin Tian interrupted, leaning cheekily against the doorframe. Bulletin Feiyun turned, her expression flattening into polite neutrality. That sounds a bit strange. I'll just stick to Lin Tian. Her tone carried a distinct chill. Initially, she had been quite grateful to the boy for his medical help, but his blatant snobbishness toward Wang Haoran at the village gates had severely damaged her opinion of him. Naturally, she had no desire to use affectionate nicknames. Lin Tian, lacking a shred of emotional intelligence, completely missed the subtle shift in her mood. He simply assumed she was maintaining her usual detached, ice queen temperament. He didn't push the matter. The mouth belonged to her, after all. If she didn't want to say it, he couldn't force her. His internal designs on her, however, only deepened. In Lin Tian's mind, Yang Xixia was his future wife, but Bulletin Feiyun was destined for his collection as well. Such a double blessing was impossible under the strict laws of modern society, but his divine inheritance changed the rules. He was destined to ascend as an immortal. A celestial being could not be bound by the trivial morality of mortals. 2 wives, dozens of wives, it made no difference. He was entirely confident in his ability to handle them all. While Lin Tian lost himself in his grand fantasies, Bulletin Feiyun systematically rinsed the dirt from the vegetables. Lin Tian shook himself out of his trance and stepped forward, eager to squeeze into the workspace. The kitchen was far too cramped, and Yang Xixia had no intention of letting him bump into her or take cheap advantages. She raised a wooden spoon and drove him out into the courtyard. An hour later, steam swirled through the small dining room. Lin Tian had brought a vast assortment of crops from his hidden plot, and Yang Xixia had prepared a little of each, resulting in 11 distinct dishes spread across the wooden table. Almost every single plate was vibrant green. It's not a holiday, so this is all the countryside has to offer, Yang Xixia murmured, her eyes darting between Wang Haoran and Bulletin Feiyun as she nervously wiped her hands on her apron. I can only apologize for the simple spread. What are you saying? Wang Haoran replied, his voice a smooth bomb in the quiet room. We are eating and staying here for free, so how could we possibly be picky? Besides, these dishes look absolutely beautiful. I can tell you were being modest earlier, Xixia. Your craftsmanship is exceptional. The direct praise painted a deep crimson blush across Yang Xixia's cheeks. She ducked her head, a naive, flustered smile gracing her features. It's just standard home cooking, nothing difficult. My skills are quite average. A single bite will tell the tale. Wang Haoran smiled, lifting his chopsticks to place a few crisp pieces of cabbage into his mouth. He chewed slowly, his brow gradually furrowing into a deep line. Yang Xixia's hands tightened against her apron, her breath catching in her throat. Is it terrible? It isn't bad at all, Wang Haoran sighed, his expression shifting into a dramatic, mournful look. In fact, it's too delicious. What am I supposed to do if I can't eat food this wonderful in the future? The heavy worry vanished from Yang Xixia's face, replaced by a sudden, ecstatic joy. The relief made her careless. If you love it so much, I can cook for you every single day from now on. The words echoed in the small room, and Yang Xixia froze, realizing the massive slip of the tongue. The offer hung in the air, impossible to retract. Beside her, Lin Tian and Bulletin Feiyun both stared with wide, questioning eyes. Yang Xixia was an open book, entirely incapable of masking her emotions, and her deep infatuation with Wang Haoran was now laid bare for everyone to see. Lin Tian's pleasant daydream shattered instantly, a toxic wave of jealousy souring his stomach. A sharp mechanical chime vibrated deep within Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. The host has severely disrupted Lin Tian's mental state. Gained 3,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo reduced by 150 points. The host's villain halo increased by 150 points. Bulletin Feiyun shifted her gaze toward Wang Haoran, her dark eyes narrowing with suspicion. The young master was flagrantly flirting right in front of her. Sensing the weight of her stare, Wang Haoran met her eyes, keeping his face entirely innocent, as if he couldn't comprehend her unspoken accusation. He smoothly broke the tension by reaching across the table. Third sister, this vegetable is truly unique. You must try it. He placed a generous portion directly into her bowl. The simple gesture sent a wave of secret delight through Bulletin Feiyun's chest. The suspicion vanished from her thoughts completely. She lifted the food to her lips, her eyes widening slightly as the crisp texture exploded with flavor. Sister Xixia, I really didn't expect this, Bulletin Feiyun praised without a hint of hesitation. Your skills are incredible, perhaps even better than my seventh sister's cooking. I started managing the stove when I was 10 years old, Yang Xixia said, scratching her head as the praise kept coming. After so many years, it just became second nature. Children raised in the hills learn self-reliance early, and Yang Xixia was no exception. At 18, she possessed every skill required to manage a household. Any man who claimed her would secure a perfect wife. Xixia's talent is certainly part of it, but the ingredients deserve the credit, Lin Tian interjected, desperate to reclaim the spotlight. If you used standard market produce, the flavor would never reach this level. He isn't wrong, Bulletin Feiyun admitted, turning over a piece of greens with her chopsticks. This tastes entirely different from anything I've eaten in the city. Yang Xixia sampled a piece herself, her large, gem-like eyes flashing with genuine shock. She turned to the boy with intense curiosity. How exactly did you cultivate these, Lin Tian? An exclusive family secret, Lin Tian replied, his lips pulling into a smug, confident grin. The formula can only be passed down to my children or my wife. Do you want the details? Not at all, Yang Xixia snapped, her curiosity dying instantly under his crude suggestion. Bulletin Feiyun's interest vanished just as quickly, her expression turning cold as she ignored him. Lin Tian cleared his throat, realization dawning that his teasing had fallen flat. He quickly pivoted back to business, fixing his gaze on the wealthy city boy. You've tasted the harvest, and you're clearly satisfied with the quality, but excellent flavor is just the surface. The true value of these vegetables goes far beyond a good meal. He leaned forward, tapping the table for emphasis. These crops are packed with rare, active nutrients that are incredibly beneficial to the human body. A consistent diet of my harvest will not only grant you a long life, but it will also permanently shield you from every type of disease. Chapter 642. The Price of Deception. Yang Xixia dropped her chopsticks against her ceramic bowl, the sharp clatter drawing everyone's eyes. Lin Tian, no matter how delicious it is, it's still just a vegetable. How can you sit there and spin such a ridiculous tale? You truly know how to brag. I am not bragging, Lin Tian replied, his jaw tightening as he defended his bounty. He knew the absolute truth of what he spoke, yet the real source of the magic had to remain hidden. He forced his tone into a reasonable, matter-of-fact rhythm. These exact crops were harvested and sent directly to a professional testing facility in the city. The laboratory results officially confirmed the health benefits. Yang Xixia extended an open palm across the wooden table, her gem-like eyes narrowing. Fine. Where is the official certificate? Let us see it. Lin Tian shifted his weight, his eyes darting toward the open doorway, before he recovered his smug composure. An official stamped certificate from a place like that costs a massive amount of money. I wanted to save the funds for the household, so I declined the paperwork. You are nothing but a liar, Yang Xixia said, her tone absolute. Lin Tian ignored her, leaning across the table to fix his intense gaze directly on Wang Haoran. I can swear to you right now, these crops possess every single healing property I just described. Once you consume them regularly, you will understand the truth. There is no need for a certificate, Wang Haoran replied, his voice relaxed and steady. I choose to believe your word. Let us bypass the testing and speak directly about the financial arrangements. The immediate compliance left Lin Tian momentarily stunned. He had fully expected to spend the entire afternoon breaking through the skepticism of a wealthy city tourist, yet the transaction was falling into his lap without a fight. The boy seemed entirely too gullible. Lin Tian quickly dismissed the doubt. He wasn't running a scam. The spiritual energy laced within the crops was real. A predatory grin pulled at his lips. The cultivation process requires an incredibly rare, proprietary nutrient formula. The overhead costs are immense, which means the market price reflects that investment. I require 1,000 yuan per caddy. 1,000 yuan for a single caddy? Yang Xixia bolted upright from her stool, her face flushing with indignation. Lin Tian, at that price, you might as well pick up a blade and rob us on the highway. Lin Tian's brow furrowed at her outburst. The annoyance gnawing at his stomach wasn't caused by her exposing the massive markup, but rather by her automatic instinct to protect the city boy's wallet. She was standing firmly in Wang Haoran's corner. 1,000 yuan per caddy? Wang Haoran mused aloud, resting his chin on his knuckles. He offered an easy, untroubled nod. Very well, we have a deal. Do not listen to his nonsense, Yang Xixia pleaded, turning to Wang Haoran, with genuine distress in her eyes. Even if the flavor is unique, no green leaf in this world is worth 1,000 yuan. A pure heart cannot be measured in gold. Xixia, Wang Haoran murmured, his expression a picture of carefree indifference. Besides, 1,000 yuan per caddy is a minor expense. It is not costly at all. Yang Xixia sank back onto her stool, her mouth opening slightly as she ran out of arguments. Lin Tian stared across the table, realizing he had vastly underestimated the disposable wealth of the metropolitan elite. A wave of regret hit his stomach. Had he known the boy would pay without a single complaint, he would have doubled the initial demand. He quickly pushed the disappointment aside, his thoughts pivoting to a far more lucrative opportunity. Are you also in the market for premium medicinal roots, such as wild ginseng, or multi-knotted Wu? Lin Tian asked, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper. Wang Haoran maintained a perfectly blank face, playing along with the script. What sort of maturity are we talking about? Every specimen is well over 500 years old, Lin Tian claimed. Absolute rubbish, Yang Xixia scoffed, leaning forward. The elders dug up every ancient root on the back ridges decades ago. Nothing remains out there but wild saplings, and you would be lucky to find a single plant older than 3 seasons. The mountain ranges stretch across hundreds of miles, Lin Tian countered, his chest puffing out with practiced arrogance. There are countless hidden valleys where human feet have never stepped. I stumbled into a virgin pocket, and dug them up myself. There is nothing strange about good fortune. Wild roots of that caliber operated on an entirely different economic scale than standard agriculture. Authentic 500-year ginseng was priceless, a legendary commodity, with no fixed market limit. Lin Tian had no intention of revealing that he had engineered the spiritual plants himself. Such knowledge would trigger a wave of dangerous greed from the outside world. He remained deeply suspicious of the city boy's character. Revealing his ability to accelerate ordinary crops was a manageable risk, but exposing a method to mass-produce millennium-grade spiritual herbs would invite corporate warfare or military intervention. Caution was his only shield. He was still bound to the fragile first tier of the Qi refining stage, entirely vulnerable to modern ballistics and firearm weapons. Even the simplest pistol would end his journey. The rest of the valley comes home empty-handed, yet you magically stumble into a fortune. Yang Xixia muttered, her lips twisting into a sharp line. You expect us to believe you are simply that lucky? That is exactly the truth, Lin Tian sneered, a triumphant gleam flashing in his eyes. Luck was his divine right. If the cosmos hadn't favored him above all others, he never would have discovered the immortal Venerable's tomb hidden in the deep ravines. He was the undisputed child of destiny. 500 years of maturity? Wang Haoran repeated, looking exactly like a wealthy target primed for a scam. Excellent. I will take the entire lot. Name your price. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, a sudden flicker of suspicion breaking through his greed. Why exactly do you require such a massive quantity of ancient spiritual medicine? Wang Haoran shifted uncomfortably on his stool, his gaze dropping to the table as he feigned a deep, embarrassing hesitation. I have a close associate who suffers from a highly uncharacteristic, degenerative condition. The private specialists stated that only aged ginseng and multi-knotted roots can stabilize the cellular decay. Lin Tian watched the performance with a silent, knowing smirk. The sudden flash of shame on the little white face told him everything he needed to know. The associate in question wasn't a friend at all. The boy was clearly speaking about his own hidden affliction. A pampered, wealthy scumbag like this undoubtedly spent his nights indulging in the vices of the city, completely hollowing out his physical vitality before his 21st birthday. The kid was likely suffering from an advanced, irreversible case of erectile dysfunction. Lin Tian locked his gaze onto Wang Haoran's frame, utilizing his newly acquired spiritual diagnosis techniques. He studied the boy's posture, skin tone, and breathing patterns. The analysis confirmed his theory. The city boy's internal systems appeared completely hollowed out, a superficial shell masking a severe constitutional deficiency. He was thoroughly spent. The specialized spiritual vegetables must have provided a sudden, localized burst of physical stimulation the moment he swallowed them, which perfectly explained why the rich idiot was so desperate to secure the rest of the inventory at any cost. He was chasing a cure for his manhood. Lin Tian's doubts evaporated, replaced by a deep, condescending amusement. Beside them, Bulletin Feiyun kept her eyes fixed on her bowl, hiding her profound confusion. She knew with absolute certainty that Wang Haoran was spinning a web of lies. His physical constitution was robust enough to rival a mountain. He was engineering a trap for a specific purpose. She maintained her silence, letting the deception play out without a single glance to break his cover. Lin Tian cleared his throat, adjusting his pitch to maximize the leverage. A high-ranking corporate executive approached me last month, desperate to purchase these exact specimens for his family's estate. He offered a flat rate of 5 million yuan per root, bringing the total contract value to 30 million for the 6 plants. I turned him down on the spot, because the compensation felt entirely inadequate. He paused, letting the astronomical figure hang in the air before offering a casual wave of his hand. However, since you are Sister Feiyun's younger brother, I am willing to honor that specific baseline as a personal favor. I will let you have the entire collection for 30 million. Do not hand over a single coin, Yang Xixia hissed, glaring at the boy across the table. Word of an outside investor would have swept through the township within an hour. He is fabricating the entire story. Lin Tian remained completely unbothered by her interference. He had diagnosed the buyer's secret shame, and he knew a man fighting for his vitality would never walk away from a potential cure over a dispute of numbers. 30 million yuan, Wang Haoran murmured, his fingers twitching against his knees as he simulated a state of intense financial distress. Is there absolutely no room for a minor discount? Not a single copper less, Lin Tian replied, his tone absolute as he locked in the trap. Very well, Wang Haoran said, his jaw tightening as he feigned the bitter agony of a man being forced into a corner. We have a deal. Pleasure doing business with you. Lin Tian grinned, his chest swelling with the thrill of a massive financial victory. Wang Haoran smiled back, the silent amusement echoing deep within his own mind. Chapter 643. One trick to rule the sky. The funds will be transferred in full. You have my word, Wang Haoran said, a sharp contrast to his previous casual demeanor. He locked eyes with Lin Tian, his voice serious. But I require absolute authenticity. 3 genuine 500-year-old ginseng roots, and 3 identical multi-knotted Xiaowu roots. I will not tolerate counterfeit imitations or modern greenhouse swaps. You don't need to worry about that, Lin Tian replied, a defensive edge creeping into his tone as he pushed his empty bowl aside. I'll head up the ridge to harvest them immediately after dinner. But how exactly do you intend to verify the age? I have close associates who specialize in rare botanical antiquities, Wang Haoran explained, adjusting his cuffs. A few high-resolution digital photographs sent to the city will yield a definitive analysis within minutes. Lin Tian swallowed his last bite, eager to finalize the massive transaction, and hastily excused himself from the table. He marched back toward the mountain tracks, intentionally slowing his pace as he reached the tree line. Having spun a grand narrative about tracking the ancient routes through treacherous, undiscovered ravines, he knew he had to make the retrieval look grueling. A multi-million yuan harvest required a realistic time investment. Reaching his hidden sanctuary, Lin Tian bypassed the vibrant crop rows entirely. He navigated to a patch of deep shade beneath a limestone overhang, unrolled a canvas tarp, and drifted off to sleep. Down in the valley, the atmosphere inside the village chief's residence shifted. Yang Xixia cleared the dinner table in silence, her mind spinning with the numbers she had overheard. 30 million yuan for 6 roots was an astronomical fortune, an impossible sum in the rural hills. The sheer scale of the transaction left her deeply anxious for the wealthy city guest. Waiting until Bulletin Feiyun stepped out to organize the vehicle, she cornered Wang Haoran in the main sitting room. Even if your family possesses limitless wealth, you should not squander it so recklessly, Yang Xixia urged, her fingers twisting the edge of her apron. How can you blindly accept Lin Tian's claims? A mythical rich businessman offering 30 million yuan is a blatant fabrication. If he truly had an offer like that, he would have sold them weeks ago. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a fierce whisper. Even if your associate truly requires those specific routes, you must allow me to renegotiate the terms. He is taking advantage of your status as an outsider. Let me handle him when he returns from the ridge. Wang Haoran leaned back against the wooden chair, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. He didn't offer a defense. Instead, his gaze locked onto her flustered expression. You and Lin Tian grew up in the exact same valley, Xixia. By all accounts, your loyalty should lie with a local neighbor. We only crossed paths this morning. Why exactly are you standing so firmly in my corner, protecting my finances? Yang Xixia's eyes darted toward the floor, her breath hitching as she struggled to maintain her composure. Lin Tian has developed an insufferable reputation around the township lately. He carries himself with a bizarre, arrogant attitude, and I despise people of that nature. I simply refuse to sit by and watch him swindle an innocent traveler. My intentions are entirely basic. You must not read any hidden meaning into it. The defense faltered at the end, a vibrant crimson flush spreading from her collarbone to her cheeks. For an innocent girl raised far from the calculated games of the city, masking her true feelings was an impossible task. The frantic explanation only highlighted her internal panic. You have developed feelings for me, haven't you? Wang Haoran asked, his voice entirely calm, almost cool. No, that is not. I certainly have not, Yang Xixia stammered, her hands waving frantically in front of her face as the blush deepened into a burning red. We literally met a few hours ago, at the Gate Plaza. How could anyone fall for someone that quickly? And yet, the very moment my eyes found yours, I fell hopelessly in love with you. Wang Haoran stared directly into her eyes, his focus intense and unblinking. Yang Xixia froze, the words striking her with the physical force of a blow. Her breath caught, her mind completely blanking under the sudden declaration. You should not tease a country girl with such jokes. The capital must be filled with beautiful, sophisticated women. Why would someone of your status look twice at an uneducated village girl? She lowered her head, her self-esteem collapsing under the weight of her own perceived inadequacy. Wang Haoran reached across the small gap between them. His fingers closed gently around her hand, capturing her nervous, trembling fingers. From the second I saw you standing by the road, I knew I was entirely defenseless against you. It was instantaneous. Yang Xixia forced her gaze upward, meeting his steady eyes. The warmth of his hand seemed to melt her remaining defenses. I felt the exact same thing. The moment you stepped out of the vehicle, it felt as though my world completely shifted. There is a profound reason for that connection, Wang Haoran murmured, his voice dropping into a rhythmic, mesmerizing cadence. It is the echo of a bond forged in a previous life. An invisible celestial thread has guided us across time to ensure this meeting. A previous life. Yang Xixia repeated the phrase softly, her traditional roots making the concept easy to accept, yet the reality felt grand and terrifying. Do past lives truly exist? What exactly were we to each other back then? We were inseparable. In that ancient era, I ruled the celestial realms as the supreme immortal emperor, and you reigned by my side as my most cherished consort. The narrative flowed from Wang Haoran's lips with flawless precision, a practiced script he had deployed across multiple lifetimes, refined to an absolute art. What? Yang Xixia's mouth parted in sheer disbelief, assuming her ears were playing tricks on her. Before the doubt could take root, Wang Haoran activated his intent. A silent pulse of spiritual energy rippled through the air, and within a fraction of a second, he pulled her into the sovereign space of the Kaishan Tower. What happened to the room? Yang Xixia spun around, her knees trembling. The familiar wooden walls of her parents' house had vanished, replaced by a vast, shimmering expanse that stretched into infinity. Shock and awe warred across her features. This is the interior of my Immortal Emperor Pagoda, Wang Haoran explained, his voice echoing with an unnatural, resonant weight. He raised a single hand, flicking his fingers through the empty air. Having achieved the absolute great perfection of the chi refining stage, his control over his spiritual energy allowed for advanced illusions. He accessed the specific memory fragments extracted from the soul of Yafan, projecting the catastrophic historical battle onto the void around them. Vast celestial bodies fractured into dust, galaxies spiraled in reverse, and blinding torrents of divine radiance enveloped the silhouettes of ancient masters. The sheer scale of the warfare defied human comprehension. It was a localized recreation of the moment the grand immortal coalitions launched their desperate siege against the Devil Emperor of Extreme Heaven. The projection remained brief, a chaotic, rapid blur of godlike conflict that vanished as quickly as it appeared with a swift wave of his hand. Yang Xixia stood frozen, her voice entirely gone, her modern understanding of reality utterly shattered. During that final, apocalyptic conflict, I was betrayed and besieged by a cabal of high-ranking immortal venerables. During my critical tribulation transcendence phase, Wang Haoran said, his tone heavy with a manufactured, ancient sorrow. Before my physical form fell, I extracted a sacred vow from your soul to find each other in the next cycle. After my spirit passed through the wheel of reincarnation, it required nearly 2 decades of mortal existence to unlock these memories. The sheer cosmic scale of the revelation left Yang Xixia's thoughts reeling, but the undeniable visual evidence of the pagoda eliminated any lingering skepticism. She looked at him with profound concern. Did you travel to this specific valley purely to find me? Reclaiming you was my primary objective, Wang Haoran confirmed, nodding slowly. But a secondary purpose guided my steps here, the recovery of my scattered celestial artifacts. The artifacts? When my previous form perished, my imperial treasures were fractured and scattered across the mortal realms. This Immortal Emperor Pagoda is merely the first fragment I managed to recover. The moment the bond was re-established, the pagoda sensed the distinct energy signature of a second lost artifact hiding within this exact village. Wang Haoran paused, letting a long, heavy sigh escape his lips. The ancient enemies who destroyed my empire will eventually trace my spirit to this world. These artifacts are the only tools capable of accelerating my cultivation. I must reclaim them to rebuild my strength. He stepped closer, his expression a mask of grim determination. If I fail to secure them, I will lack the power to protect you when they arrive, and we will be forced to endure the exact same tragic separation that ended our past life. Yang Xixia's hands flew to her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs. Have you located the second artifact? I have. It resides within the possession of Lin Tian. The artifact carries a unique divine property designed to accelerate the growth of spiritual vegetation. The unnatural quality of his agriculture and the sudden appearance of his ancient roots are a direct result of my stolen treasure. That explains everything, Yang Xixia whispered, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. Since you know the artifact belongs to you, why don't you simply take it back from him? Lin Tian stumbled into the relic by chance, and his blood has already initiated a soul-binding contract with the vessel, Wang Haoran said, stopping abruptly as if hitting a wall of profound regret. I cannot forcefully sever the connection without destroying the artifact entirely, unless what? Yang Xixia pressed, stepping forward. Unless Lin Tian can be coerced into voluntarily dissolving his ownership contract. I have formulated a strategy to achieve this, but the execution requires your direct assistance. Chapter 644. Making a fortune together. Whatever you need me to do to help, for our future, this is my duty. Just tell me. Yang Xixia looked at him, already regarding herself entirely as Wang Haoran's woman. Asking you to deceive someone might make you uncomfortable. If there were any other way, I wouldn't ask this of you. Wang Haoran let out a long, heavy sigh. There is nothing to worry about. I will do whatever you ask of me, no matter what. Her small face was a picture of absolute seriousness. Very well. Commit everything I am about to tell you to memory, and when the time comes, you will act exactly like this. Wang Haoran leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper as he delivered his instructions. Up on the mountain ridges, Lin Tian slept leisurely through the better part of the afternoon before finally rising to extract the ginseng and he xiao wu from the soil. Once the 3 ginseng roots and 3 multi-knotted tubers were secured, he packed them carefully into his canvas bag and began his descent, humming a little tune under his breath. Before reaching the valley floor, he paused. He deliberately rubbed handfuls of dark earth into his jacket and ripped the fabric of his sleeve, ensuring he looked thoroughly exhausted and disheveled. Satisfied with his appearance, he marched directly into the courtyard of the village chief's house to locate his buyer. The 3 500-year ginseng roots and the 3 Xiao you required are all here. Lin Tian carefully loosened the knot of the bag, presenting the vibrant roots while forcing a heavy, ragged breath. I nearly lost my footing on the cliffs trying to harvest these for you. Wang Haoran looked down at the mud on the boy's clothes. Having already surveyed the hidden plantation earlier, he knew the entire performance was a fabrication, but his expression remained perfectly smooth. You have gone to immense trouble. Thank you. A deal is a deal. The price we agreed upon is 30 million yuan, Lin Tian stated, wiping his brow for effect. As long as the quality is authentic, the payment will be delivered exactly as promised. Wang Haoran reached for his phone, angling the camera to capture several high-resolution images of the ancient roots. Instead of contacting an expert, he scrolled through his chat history and opened a secure thread with Wen Jing, sending the images along with a brief text instruction. Initiate a voice call to my device in exactly 60 seconds. He pocketed the device and stood in silence, feigning a tense wait. Right on cue, the phone began to vibrate. Wang Haoran stepped into the quiet corner of the sitting room, murmuring into the receiver for a few moments before ending the connection and walking back to the table. What did your specialist say? Lin Tian asked, leaning forward. The botanical structure is flawless. The maturity matches your claim. Wang Haoran pulled a sleek checkbook from his inner pocket, filled in the amount of 30 million yuan, with a heavy fountain pen, signed his name with a flourish, and extended the slip of paper. Lin Tian stared at the check, the sheer speed of the transaction, making the reality feel entirely unmoored. Suspicion flared in his chest. Is this authentic? Can a bank truly convert this paper into hard currency? Take it to any major branch in the city, and you will see the truth for yourself, Wang Haoran replied smoothly. You don't need to tell me twice. I intend to do exactly that. Lin Tian checked the light filtering through the window. The sun is already dipping below the ridge. The township branch will be locked up by the time I walk down there, so I will have to manage it tomorrow morning. Take all the time you require. My sister and I will remain in the village for a few more days, so you need not worry about us vanishing overnight. That is reassuring. Lin Tian nodded, folding the check carefully into his vest. Do you still intend to purchase the bulk agricultural orders? Absolutely. On the first morning of every week, you will prepare a fresh harvest of vegetables. I will arrange for a transport vehicle to collect the crates directly from the valley. We will establish the baseline order at 100 caddies per week, and we can scale the volume upward once the logistics are settled. 100 caddies a week? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. That is an exceptional amount of fresh greens for personal consumption. Can your household truly finish all of that before it spoils? My family operates a prominent luxury hospitality chain across the province, Wang Haoran explained, manufacturing the cover story, without a moment's hesitation to justify his extended stay in the region. The premium stock will be routed directly to our signature kitchens. My only concern is whether your fields can sustain that level of production. You can dismiss that concern immediately, Lin Tian said, his confidence returning in a rush. I maintain exclusive control over the yield. I can provide whatever volume your hotels demand. Then it appears we have the foundation for a highly profitable partnership. I will have our legal department draft a formal commercial contract so both parties are insulated from risk. Agreed. Lin Tian grinned, eager to lock in a permanent, legal stream of revenue. Consider this the initial deposit for the agricultural account. Wang Haoran produced a second check, pre-written for 1 million yuan, and slid it across the table. I must admit, you city gentlemen operate with incredible efficiency, Lin Tian chuckled, eagerly snapping up the second payment. Now that the capital has been cleared, I expect the first crates to be secured as quickly as possible. I will coordinate the transport for tomorrow afternoon to test the reception at the primary hotel. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. I will be out in the fields at dawn to ensure every leaf is pristine. Your guests will be fighting for a seat at the tables, and we will both make an absolute killing. We shall all build a fortune together, Wang Haoran agreed. Lin Tian pressed the paper against his lips, kissing the ink with a loud smack. To making a fortune together, Bulet and Feiyun and Ying Xixia stood near the doorway, observing the entire exchange in silence. Freshly dug ginseng, and Xiao would degrade rapidly if exposed to the midday heat, Lin Tian noted, looking at the open sack. They require a cool, dark environment to retain their properties. Xixia, does your family estate possess a suitable storage space for these roots? Wang Haoran asked, turning toward her. We can utilize the stone cellar beneath the rear porch, she replied. Wang Haoran nodded, gathering the canvas material into his grip to lift the bundle toward the door. As he hoisted the weight, his posture faltered slightly, his breathing turning shallow as if the exertion were too much for his frame. He turned an apologetic glance toward his companion. Third sister, give me a hand with this, if you don't mind. Very well. Bulet and Feiyun kept her face completely expressionless, hiding her internal amusement at his elaborate display of physical weakness. She stepped forward, effortlessly catching the heavy straps of the sack, and marched out toward the cellar stairs. Wang Haoran followed closely behind her. Lin Tian watched the young masters retreating back with deep, silent contempt. The boy truly was a hollowed-out shell, entirely incapable of managing a single sack of roots without relying on a woman's strength. He turned a bright smile toward Yang Xixia, proudly flashing the check between his fingers. We had an agreement, Xixia. You stated that if I could produce a 10 million yuan betrothal gift, I could present myself at your family's gates to request your hand. The funds are currently resting in my pocket. When exactly are we going to announce the wedding? That was a casual remark, Yang Xixia stammered, stepping back as her hands waved frantically. You cannot possibly take a joke as a formal vow. You are going back on your word, Lin Tian snapped, his pleasant mood souring instantly. The entire village knows you gave that condition. How can you simply discard your promise the moment the criteria are met? Yang Xixia wanted nothing more than to walk away from him, but the memory of Wang Haoran's specific instructions anchored her to the spot. She crossed her arms, forcing a haughty tone. I never stated that the financial gift was the solitary requirement, Lin Tian. The dowry was merely the first baseline. I maintain several other conditions before I ever consider a suitor. Lin Tian's frustration vanished, replaced by an eager curiosity. Name the conditions, Xixia. Whatever you require, I have the capacity to achieve it. The most vital trait is an honorable, transparent character, she huffed. My character is flawless. Every family in this valley can attest to my reputation, he declared, slapping his palm against his chest. Your own evaluation means nothing. I intend to test you myself, she said, resting her hands firmly on her hips. Fine. Put me to whatever test you like. I have nothing to fear. Lin Tian smiled, completely confident in his position. Let us begin right now. How exactly do you manage to cultivate those vegetables? Yang Xixia asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Lin Tian's smile faltered, his expression turning guarded. I already explained that the process is an absolute secret. It cannot be shared outside my direct bloodline. Look at your behavior, Yang Xixia countered, wrinkling her nose in disgust. I ask you a single, basic question, and you immediately hide behind secrets. You claim you hold deep feelings for me and wish to join our households, yet you possess zero sincerity. You have utterly failed the first assessment. Until you can demonstrate absolute honesty with me, you can forget about ever presenting a marriage proposal to my father. Chapter 645. Trap. Yang Xixia's blunt rejection sent a wave of panic through Lin Tian. He scrambled for words, desperate to salvage his position without exposing the true source of his power. This is a profound personal secret, Xixia. I truly cannot disclose it to an outsider. But once we are officially wed, I promise to share every detail with you. Keep your secrets then, Yang Xixia hummed, spinning on her heel toward the house. You need to stop daydreaming. A union between us is entirely impossible. A 10 million yuan dowry means nothing to me, and 100 billion wouldn't change my mind either. Lin Tian lunged forward, cutting off her path. Please, just wait. Let us speak rationally without throwing tantrums. There is nothing left to discuss. Yang Xixia pouted, crossing her arms defensively. If you refuse to demonstrate any real trust in me, then I have no reason to acknowledge you. The thought of losing the rare opportunity she had finally granted drove Lin Tian into a quiet frenzy. He hesitated, his jaw tightening as he weighed the risks, before finally relenting. Fine. I will reveal the truth to you. But you must swear absolute secrecy. Not a single soul can hear of this. That sounds reasonable, Yang Xixia said, her gem-like eyes brightening with a sudden spark of interest. Go on then. Speak. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, adjusting his strategy on the fly. The explanation requires more than a few casual sentences. I must scale the ridge at dawn tomorrow to harvest the 100 caddies of vegetables for the city client. Accompany me to the plot, and I will reveal everything once we reach the sanctuary. The arrangement was the product of intense calculation. Lin Tian reasoned that while his secret was immense, sharing it was acceptable if Yang Xixia became his exclusive property. Once she was bound to him, betrayal would become an impossibility. He would guide her into the isolated basin, unveil the magic of his plantation, deploy his most persuasive romantic promises, and claim her virtue in a single stroke. Didn't you claim earlier that the cultivation plot was located in a treacherous, distant part of the mountain? Yang Xixia asked, her voice dipping into a hesitant tone. If I accompany you out there alone, then what sort of predator do you take me for? Lin Tian interrupted, raising 3 fingers toward the morning sky to project an aura of absolute honor. If my oath means nothing, I will swear to the heavens right now. If I use any form of physical coercion against you out there, may a bolt of lightning strike me dead on the spot. Please disregard that, divine ancestors. I am merely uttering empty words to secure the girl, so it doesn't count, Lin Tian frantically muttered in his thoughts, his heart hammering against his ribs. Well, if you are willing to swear to it, I suppose it is fine, Yang Xixia relented, nodding slowly. The heavy thud of the cellar door signaled the return of Wang Haoran and Bullet and Feiyun, who strolled back into the courtyard together. The matter is settled, Lin Tian whispered hurriedly, leaning close to her ear. Maintain absolute silence regarding this arrangement. I will be waiting outside your window the exact moment the sun breaks the ridge tomorrow morning. He stepped back, eager to prevent the wealthy city tourist from catching wind of the excursion. Lin Tian recognized the subtle, lingering glances the young master directed toward the village flower. If that wealthy playboy discovered the planned trip, he would undoubtedly find a way to disrupt the encounter. Wang Haoran approached the pair with an easy, pleasant smile, his face a perfect mask of oblivious calm, acting as though he hadn't perceived a single undercurrent. The following morning arrived with a pale, gray light. Lin Tian stood in the shadows of the courtyard, shifting his weight impatiently until the wooden door creaked open. Yang Xixia stepped onto the porch, Her large eyes blinked against the morning air, a lingering haze of sleep softening her features. The natural laziness of her posture made her look exceptionally cute, yet beneath that innocence lay a dangerous, fully developed silhouette. A surge of heat rushed through Lin Tian's veins. He burned with the desire to be the first man to uncover the mysteries of her beauty. What the youth completely failed to realize, however, was that another hand had already explored those contours. Except for the absolute final boundary, every defense had already been thoroughly dismantled by the young master. Lin Tian suppressed the burning anticipation in his chest, keeping his expression neutral to prevent her from backing out at the last moment. Your timing is perfect. Let us move. He turned and led the way up the mountain tracks. Yang Xixia followed a few paces behind, maintaining a steady rhythm. They navigated a series of winding earth paths, tracing the contours of the rock before passing through the suffocatingly tight throat of the granite fissure. By the time they stepped into the hidden basin, the sun had fully cleared the horizon, illuminating the sanctuary in brilliant detail. I have explored the back ridges of this village since my childhood, yet I never suspected a sanctuary like this existed, Yang Xixia gasped, her gaze sweeping across the vibrant floor of the valley. This place is a literal paradise. I stumbled into it by pure chance, Lin Tian explained, his voice laced with pride. I was gathering firewood along the upper crags, lost my bearings in the mist, and dropped down into the basin. Yang Xixia walked over to the edge of the nearest crop row, crouching down to slide her fingers through the dark earth. The soil appears entirely identical to the dirt outside the valley. Why exactly do the crops grown in this specific spot possess such an incredible flavor? The appearance is an illusion, Xixia. The structural properties are vastly superior, Lin Tian replied, standing over her. What is the specific anomaly? She asked, looking up. Let us bypass the technicalities for a moment, Lin Tian said, waving his hand dismissively, as a sharp grin split his face. I have fulfilled my promise by guiding you to my most guarded location. Shouldn't you offer some small token of appreciation to balance the ledger? You haven't explained a single thing yet, Yang Xixia countered, rising to her feet and shaking her head. Vague descriptions do not constitute a real revelation. The agreement doesn't count until I understand the mechanics. Her eyes darted past his shoulder, locking onto the lush foliage of the shaded terrace. She ran toward the patch, kneeling beside the thick green stalks. After examining the leaves for a moment, she let out a sharp cry of astonishment. How can so many massive ginseng and Xiaowu roots grow in a single plot? The foliage is incredibly dense, and the maturity must be immense. You didn't harvest wild specimens from the deep mountains at all, did you? You cultivated every single one of these yourself. That is the truth. I planted them, Lin Tian admitted, completely unbothered by her deduction. Since he had chosen to escort her through the threshold, he had fully anticipated this reaction. How did you achieve this level of growth? Yang Xixia asked, her voice laced with manufactured wonder. Thanks to Wang Haoran's prior briefings, she already understood the true nature of the phenomenon, but she maintained her cover flawlessly. The mineral composition of this specific basin accelerates the vegetative cycle, Lin Tian lied, keeping the description as vague as possible. I don't believe a syllable of that, Yang Xixia snapped, spinning around to face the exit. There isn't a shred of honesty in you. You brought me up here under false pretenses, so I am returning to the village immediately. Lin Tian lunged forward, planting himself directly in her path. I am telling the absolute truth, Xixia. The earth in this valley is unique. Do you take me for a gullible toddler? She asked, her voice turning cold. The soil feels exactly like the mud in my father's garden. There is clearly a hidden mechanism at work here. You constantly profess your devotion to me, yet you treat me like a threat, hiding your affairs as if I am a common thief. If this is the extent of your respect for my character, I refuse to tolerate it. She stepped sideways to bypass him. Keep your secrets. I will pretend I never witnessed this valley, and you can stop visiting my home entirely. The threat of losing her permanently sent a jolt of panic through Lin Tian's mind. The anticipation of this excursion had kept him awake through the entire night, and he refused to let his grand design crumble over a refusal to speak. Wait, Xixia, Lin Tian shouted, his hands raised in surrender. I never intended to share the secret with a living soul, but my feelings for you outweigh my caution. I am willing to lay bare every single detail of my operation right now, but you must offer a definitive sign of commitment in return. What sort of sign? Yang Xixia asked, her eyes narrowing. You know exactly what I mean. Lin Tian grinned, his eyes raking over her form. A wave of deep disgust rippled through Yang Xixia's stomach. She wanted nothing more than to smash her palm across his smug face, but the memory of Wang Haoran's grand strategy forced her to maintain her composure. If you deliver the authentic secret without any more lies, it will prove your sincerity, Yang Xixia murmured, lowering her head to conceal her glare. If you can manage absolute honesty, then I can grant you your sign. The submission acted like a match to tinder. A rush of blood flooded Lin Tian's brain, burning away his remaining logic and leaving his sanity entirely compromised. Chapter 646. Blackmail. The prospect of claiming his prize sent a wave of heat straight to Lin Tian's head. He could hardly believe his luck. Is that the absolute truth? You aren't playing with me, Xixia? Think whatever you like then. Yang Xixia crossed her arms, her lips curving into a sharp pout. The lie tasted bitter on her tongue, leaving her thoroughly uncomfortable, and his relentless questioning only fueled her irritation. No, I believe you. Lin Tian scrambled to soothe her. He dashed into the sprawling green rose, knelt under the broad canopy of the pumpkin leaves, and retrieved a slender, sapphire-colored bottle hidden in the soil. 3 days had passed since he last drained the vessel, and a thick, radiant pool of spiritual liquid had already accumulated within the glass. He had originally planned to consume the essence to break through his current cultivation bottleneck, but a far more urgent, thrilling prize awaited him. The training could wait. He cradled the foot-tall sapphire vessel and marched back to where the girl stood. The magic behind the entire harvest, the reason the ginseng and he shall explode with vitality, is locked right inside this glass. Yang Xixia stared at the shimmering surface, recognizing it instantly from the young master's warnings. This was the stolen imperial relic. She masked her knowledge flawlessly, tilting her head with a skeptical frown. It looks like an ordinary piece of glassware to me. That is where you are wrong, Lin Tian chuckled, his voice thick with pride. This is the chaos bottle. It draws the invisible spiritual energy straight from the atmosphere and condenses it into a divine liquid. I dilute a few drops into standard well water, drench the fields, and the crops skyrocket overnight. Those 500-year-old roots aren't wild discoveries. They were ordinary saplings I pulled from the ditches less than a month ago. Incredible, Yang Xixia whispered. She shifted her weight, glancing toward the narrow entrance of the basin. But leaving a treasure like this sitting out in the open dirt, aren't you terrified someone will slip in and steal it? A thief would find nothing but an empty shell. Lin Tian puffed out his chest, his fingers tapping the sapphire glass. Without my direct intent, the fluid inside will never pour out. More than that, the relic responds to my mind. Watch. He pressed the smooth surface into her palms and marched backward, counting out 10 long paces before spinning around. Hold tight to the base. I am holding it, Yang Xixia called out, her grip tightening around the cool glass. Show me how it flies. Keep your eyes wide. Lin Tian focused his thoughts, extending his right hand. The chaos bottle tore itself from her fingers, cutting through the morning air and landing squarely in his open palm 10 paces away. Unbelievable, isn't it? Lin Tian grinned, closing the distance between them with arrogant strides. How did you manage that? Yang Xixia pressed a hand against her collarbone, forcing a gasp of sheer astonishment. The vessel has recognized me as its sole sovereign. Only my blood can command its functions. It makes no difference if it sits 10 paces away or 100 miles across the province. A single thought will bring it back to my side. No one can steal what belongs to my soul. He already viewed her as his personal property, completely removing any need for caution as he laid bare the mechanics of his power. I see, Yang Xixia murmured, nodding slowly before peering into his eyes. Does this mean you have become an immortal? Essentially, yes. Lin Tian's grin widened, his chest expanding as he stepped closer. Am I impressive enough for you now? Have you finally fallen for me? I would rather die, Yang Xixia screamed in her thoughts. A wave of intense revulsion threatened to break through her composure, forcing her to drop her chin tightly against her chest to keep him from reading the disgust written across her face. The secret has been delivered, Lin Tian prodded, misinterpreting her lowered head as the shyness of a young girl. He stepped directly into her personal space, determined to strike while the iron was hot. Isn't it time to fulfill your end of the bargain? Yang Xixia swallowed the lump of sickness in her throat, lifting her face with a beautifully simulated tremor. My heart is racing. Give me a moment to compose myself. Take all the time you need, little sister. I will be exceptionally gentle. Lin Tian stepped back, his eyes dark with anticipation. Go on. Keep your eyes to yourself. Turn around. Yang Xixia pointed toward a dense patch of wild elephant grass a few yards away, taking a few hesitant steps before glancing over her shoulder. My word is my bond. I won't look. Lin Tian turned his back to the brush, a smug smile tugging at his lips. Once the contract is sealed, I can look whenever I please. There is no need to sneak a glance now. The soft rustle of her footsteps faded into the thickets. Silence descended over the basin for a long moment, shattered instantly by a sharp, terrified shriek. Ah! Lin Tian spun on his heel, adrenaline surging through his veins. His mind flashed to the mountain vipers that nested in the high brush, fearing a venomous strike. But the sight waiting for him froze the blood in his tracks. Wang Haoran stepped out from the tall stalks, the cold steel of a hunting knife pressed firmly against Yang Xixia's throat. You city parasite! Lin Tian roared, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles popped. How did you track us up here? Did you truly believe I was blind? Wang Haoran sneered, his face a caricature of aristocratic malice. He tightened his grip, a dark, mocking laugh escaping his lips. I knew a simple peasant couldn't cultivate such madness without a cosmic anchor. I slipped a listening device into the girl's collar before dinner yesterday. Every syllable of your little performance came straight through my receiver. Lin Tian, please, save me. Yang Xixia cried, her frame trembling in perfect synchronization with the act. I knew your sudden generosity was a mask, Lin Tian hissed, his teeth grinding together. The massive checks and the effortless compliance from the previous afternoon finally made sense. Yet, despite his rage, he felt no real fear. At the great perfection of the chi refining stage, a mortal with a blade was a minor nuisance. The only variable keeping him from obliterating the boy was the steel resting against the girl's skin. Your awareness comes a moment too late, Wang Haoran barked, drawing the blade a fraction closer. Let us bypass the negotiations. If you want this girl to draw another breath, dissolve your soul contract immediately and hand over the sapphire vessel. In your dreams, you coward. It seems a piece of glass holds more value to you than the life of your future bride. Wang Haoran laughed, leaning down to press his face against Yang Xixia's hair, taking a deep, dramatic breath. An excellent turn of events. The little beauty belongs to me now. We shall find a secluded hollow down the ridge to discuss our future ideals. You monster, I trusted you, Yang Xixia shrieked, spitting the words with an intense, manufactured hatred. Wang Haoran began backing toward the narrow stone throat of the canyon, dragging the girl along by her shoulders. Hold your stride, Lin Tian shouted, his hands raising in surrender as panic finally broke his focus. We can reach an accommodation. There is nothing to accommodate, Wang Haoran replied, his voice dropping into a hard, unyielding register. Sever the bond and surrender the relic, or the girl stays with me. Fine, I will do it, Lin Tian bellowed, the words tearing from his throat like gravel. Just keep the steel away from her. Chapter 647, Chaos Bottle in Hand. Since that's the case, hurry up. I don't have that much patience. Wang Haoran tightened his grip on Yang Xixia, keeping her pressed tightly against him as a hostage, while he urged Lin Tian forward. Lin Tian bit into his own finger, drawing blood, and let it drip onto the chaos bottle. The vessel exuded a faint, pulsing light, but the glow quickly faded back into the ceramic. I've released my connection. Take the bottle and put Xixia down. Lin Tian placed the bottle on the ground, and took a few steps back. Did this fool really think his opponent knew nothing about the artifact? Wang Haoran scoffed inwardly. Lin Tian hadn't actually cancelled his ownership just now, he had only pretended to do so. Still, it was surprising that the protagonist was acting this cooperative. I'm not at ease if you only step back that far, Wang Haoran said aloud. The pretty boy was being overly cautious. Lin Tian muttered a curse in secret, but he retreated a considerable distance anyway. Wang Haoran kept a firm hold on Yang Xixia as he moved forward, his eyes locked onto Lin Tian's every movement. With a show of extreme caution, he bent down and picked up the chaos bottle. Immediately afterward, he drew a small knife, sliced his own finger, and let his blood drip onto the surface. The bottle remained completely inert. Why is there no response? Wang Haoran knew exactly why, but he feigned ignorance, tilting his head in confusion. You are too wicked, so the artifact refuses to recognize you as its master. What does that have to do with me? Lin Tian spread his hands wide. What utter nonsense. You haven't released your connection at all. Don't play tricks with me, my patience is limited. Wang Haoran set the bottle back down, and pulled Yang Xixia back with him into a defensive stance. A wave of regret washed through Lin Tian when he saw the trick had failed. Under no circumstances did he want Wang Haoran to possess the chaos bottle, but he refused to let Yang Xixia get hurt. His mind raced, searching for a solution that would save both the girl and the treasure. Come on, stop wasting time, Wang Haoran urged. He leaned down, intentionally brushing his cheek against Yang Xixia's soft face, and glared at his rival. If you hesitate for another 3 seconds, I will kiss her. Keep stalling and see what happens. Yang Xixia felt a sudden sweetness bloom in her heart, but she forced a tearful cry. You bad man, you are not allowed to touch me. Wang Haoran, touch Xixia again, and I will kill you. Lin Tian lunged forward, his face twisting with rage. Ding. The host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo decreased by 150. Host's villain halo increased by 150. Delighted by the system prompt, Wang Haoran taunted him further. What did you just say? Ding. The host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo decreased by 150. Host's villain halo increased by 150. You. Lin Tian clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding together. Hurry up, I'm counting down. Keep stalling, and let's see where my hands end up next. Wang Haoran held the knife in one hand to keep Yang Xixia close, while raising his free hand in a threatening claw gesture. Stop. I'll release the master bond right now. Lin Tian cried out. Wang Haoran lowered his hand. Lin Tian squatted down slowly, desperately plotting a countermeasure, and an idea formed in his mind. He squeezed another drop of blood from his bitten finger, letting it fall directly onto the chaos bottle, while chanting a silent incantation. A brilliant radiance burst from the artifact. Blood-colored runes materialized around the body of the bottle, swirling rapidly before collapsing into nothingness. In that exact moment, the mental tether connecting Lin Tian to the chaos bottle snapped completely. A spark of heat flared in Wang Haoran's chest at the sight. I can make an oath to the heavens that my ownership has been dissolved. If I am lying, let thunder strike me down. Lin Tian picked up the chaos bottle, took a deep breath, and yelled, now, it's yours. Catch. He threw the bottle directly at Wang Haoran. Just as Lin Tian predicted, Wang Haoran's intense focus on the treasure made him panic. Fearing the artifact would shatter on the ground, he shoved Yang Xixia aside, lunged forward, and reached out to catch the flying bottle. A cruel grin flashed across Lin Tian's face. Using the moment of distraction, he flicked a small pebble he had secretly gathered while crouching earlier. He aimed it squarely between Wang Haoran's eyebrows. The strike carried the full force of Lin Tian's cultivation. The pebble tore through the air with terrifying, lethal momentum. If it struck true, the pretty boy would drop dead on the spot. Lin Tian watched the stone close the distance just as Wang Haoran caught the bottle. But a foot away from Wang Haoran's forehead, the pebble slammed into an invisible barrier and dropped harmlessly to the floor. Lin Tian froze, completely stunned by the bizarre sight. It is finally mine. Wang Haoran looked down at the bottle in his hands, letting out a satisfied sigh. Lin Tian was nothing more than a crude peasant protagonist. He wasn't particularly bright, relying entirely on his protagonist aura to get ahead. He was incredibly easy to deceive. If this had been an old, calculating monster like Yefan, the trick never would have worked. Ding. The host has successfully defrauded Lin Tian of the Chaos Bottle. Reward, 18,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo decreased by 900. Host's villain halo increased by 900. Yang Xixia dropped her frightened act immediately. She stepped close to Wang Haoran, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, Emperor. As the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, having to resort to these petty methods is rather shameful when I think about it, Wang Haoran said with a sigh. The ancient texts say that an emperor must do what is necessary to achieve great things. Please do not dwell on it. Yang Xixia offered a comforting smile. I put you through a lot, making you lie like that. Wang Haoran patted her head gently. It was nothing. I am willing to do absolutely anything for the emperor. A blush crept across Yang Xixia's cheeks, and she leaned affectionately into his chest. You shameless, despicable couple. Lin Tian roared. Hearing their conversation made the reality of the deception incredibly clear. They had played him from the very beginning. Ding. The host has damaged Lin Tian's mentality. Reward, 5,000 villain points. Lin Tian's protagonist halo decreased by 250. Host's villain halo increased by 250. Lin Tian, this chaos bottle originally belonged to my emperor. This is merely returning property to its rightful owner. I will not tolerate you insulting him. Yang Xixia snapped, her expression darkening. Yang Xixia, to think I actually believed you were a kind, innocent girl. I never expected you to be such a treacherous woman. I was completely blind to trust you. Lin Tian spat out bitterly. Wang Haoran shifted his gaze to the girl beside him. To be completely honest, he hadn't expected the pure and lovely Yang Xixia to play her part so flawlessly either. He had given her the instructions on how to trick Lin Tian, but her execution was flawless. Perhaps manipulating men was simply an innate talent all women possessed. Even someone as seemingly innocent as Yang Xixia didn't hesitate for a second when it came to deceiving a target. Lin Tian, how dare you? Yang Xixia's face flushed with anger at the accusation, leaving her temporarily speechless. Xixia, that boy had ulterior motives when he brought you here in the first place. If he wasn't so driven by greed, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap. You did nothing wrong. Our factions are simply opposed. Do not take his words to heart, Wang Haoran explained softly. I understand. The tension left Yang Xixia's face, and her expression softened immediately. Chapter 648. The Final Harvest. You pretty boy, you cheated me with this wretched woman, and now you preach to me with such high-sounding words. I have never seen anyone so utterly shameless. Lin Tian's voice shook with rage, his fists trembling at his sides. Wang Haoran stepped forward, his expression grave and solemn. Boy, this artifact belonged to me from the very beginning. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the quiet clearing. In my previous life, an immortal venerable took this chaos bottle from me during a siege. For you to possess it now, that immortal venerable must have already perished. You inherited his mantle, and this bottle was part of that legacy. Lin Tian froze. The color drained from his weathered, sun-darkened face, leaving him deathly pale. He had never breathed a word about the inheritance to Yang Xixia. How could Wang Haoran possibly know his deepest secret? Could the story actually be true? Panic flared in Lin Tian's chest. When he accepted the ancient legacy, he never learned the identity of his mysterious benefactor. He had no way to prove Wang Haoran wrong. The immortal venerable who passed his teachings to you was my sworn enemy, Wang Haoran continued, his voice cold and unyielding. You carry his legacy, and you humiliated both me and Xixia just now. By all rights, I should eliminate you. However, the heavens value life, and I can grant you mercy. But you must allow me to erase the immortal venerable's inheritance from your soul. Do you accept? As suffocating, lethal pressure radiated from Wang Haoran. Lin Tian hesitated, his breath catching in his throat. He knew Wang Haoran's cultivation far surpassed his own, yet his pride refused to let him bow his head to a rival. The hatred in your eyes remains, Wang Haoran said, refusing to give him another second to plot. It seems you have no desire to repent. In that case, I cannot leave you alive. Wang Haoran waved his hand. A violent, searing flame erupted from his palm, and tore across the distance, striking Lin Tian before the young man could even attempt to dodge. The blaze engulfed Lin Tian instantly. The heat was so intense he couldn't even manage a scream. Within 30 seconds, the fire burned through everything, leaving only a pile of fine ash that drifted away on the wind. Ding. The host has killed the protagonist, Lin Tian. Reward, 15,000 villain points. Lin Tian was merely at the first layer of the chi refining stage, while Wang Haoran had already reached peak great perfection. The gap between them was an ocean. Eliminating the boy was as effortless as breathing. In truth, Wang Haoran never intended to let Lin Tian walk away alive. He had only spoken at length to justify the execution in front of Yang Xixia. Had they been alone, Lin Tian would have died the moment the chaos bottle changed hands. Yang Xixia stared at the empty patch of ground, her face turning pale. Raised in a quiet countryside village, she had never witnessed a life extinguished so brutally. A living, breathing man had simply ceased to exist. He insulted you, so his life is forfeit, Wang Haoran said softly, drawing her attention away from the ash. Remember, you are my concubine, and your status is honorable. No one in this world is permitted to disrespect you. If anyone tries, I will ensure they suffer the same fate. Yang Xixia looked up, her wide eyes locked onto his. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the heroine, Yang Xixia. Reward, 1,000 villain points. Wang Haoran hidden a smile at the system prompt. He had purposely kept his distance from her earlier, fearing any sudden change in her behavior might tip off Lin Tian, and ruin the plan to seize the artifact. Now that Lin Tian was reduced to ash, those precautions were no longer necessary. Yang Xixia leaned into his touch, her gaze filled with affection. The crisp autumn air around the secluded valley seemed to melt away, replaced by the warmth of a quiet, private spring. Nature took its course, and everything fell into place smoothly. Ding. The host has claimed the heroine, Yang Xixia, for the first time. Reward, 16,000 villain points. Yang Xixia's heroine halo decreased by 800. Host's villain halo increased by 800. Wang Haoran's foundation was rock solid, and the breakthrough brought immense benefits to Yang Xixia as well. The once fragile, ordinary village girl suddenly crossed the threshold, instantly reaching the first layer of the qi refining stage. Her innate talent for cultivation was undeniable, fitting for someone who had been destined to be the companion of a rising cultivator. With the main task complete, Wang Haoran performed the ritual to bind the chaos bottle to his own soul. It was yet another innate treasure added to his collection since opening the Sky Tower. Beyond mutating and accelerating the growth of spiritual plants, the liquid generated by the chaos bottle could drastically speed up a cultivator's progression. It was a priceless cultivation tool. A small amount of the liquid still remained at the bottom of the vessel, left behind by its previous owner. While Yang Xixia rested and recovered her strength, Wang Haoran sat cross-legged, refining and absorbing every drop of the residual fluid. The pure energy surged through his meridians, causing his spiritual power to skyrocket. Once finished, he surveyed the surrounding caves and hidden fields. Lin Tian had cultivated a vast assortment of crops here. While the ordinary vegetables were useless to an immortal, the patches of ancient ginseng and wild knotweed were incredibly valuable. By absorbing the vitality of these ancient herbs and converting it into spiritual energy, he could officially breach the threshold into the foundation establishment stage. Though converting raw herbs was far slower than absorbing the pure liquid from the bottle, progress required patience. Wang Haoran methodically harvested every single valuable plant, storing the entire yield safely within the Sky Tower. With the valley picked clean, he led Yang Xixia back toward the exit. Before stepping through, he raised his hands and constructed a powerful defensive barrier across the entrance, sealing the valley away from the outside world. In a world like the Blue Star where spiritual energy was dangerously thin, this hidden paradise was a treasure. He had to ensure no one else could stumble inside. As for the newly bound chaos bottle, he placed it securely inside the Sky Tower, leaving it to quietly absorb the surrounding natural energy and generate fresh spiritual liquid for his future breakthroughs. By the middle of the morning, the sun sat high in the sky. Bulletin Feiyun had been awake since dawn. She hadn't found anyone in the house, and Wang Haoran's phone went straight to voicemail. Just as she resolved to go out and search for him, the front door opened. Wang Haoran and Yang Xixia walked into the courtyard, standing exceptionally close to one another. "Where exactly have you two been?" Bulletin Feiyun asked, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Fourth sister, I know you have a lot of questions," Wang Haoran said, offering a calm smile. "Let's head inside first. I'll tell you everything you want to know, piece by piece." Bulletin Feiyun nodded, dropping the matter for now, but her expression shifted to one of mild annoyance. "You've called me by the wrong name several times now. I didn't correct you before, but it seems you still haven't realized it. I am your fourth sister." Wang Haoran blinked, momentarily caught off guard. It took him a second to remember that his third sister was actually Bian So. He rubbed the back of his neck, laughing off the awkwardness. "You simply have too many sisters. Sometimes it's hard to keep everyone straight. You need to start paying attention," Bulletin Feiyun warned, her tone softening with a hint of amusement. "I won't hold a grudge if you mistake me for our seventh sister, Qin Huaimeng, but our eldest sister has a fierce temper. If you mix her up, you'll regret it." Wang Haoran's eyelid twitched. She wasn't wrong to warn him. There had been a stressful occasion where he mistakenly treated Tanta Yeyu as Qin Huaimeng. Fortunately, his quick wit saved him from a beating. "Fourth sister," Wang Haoran said, stepping closer with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Can I take that to mean that if I do mistake you for Wei, you wouldn't mind?" Chapter 649. Showdown. Bulletin Feiyun panicked. Her gaze darted away, unable to meet his eyes, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. With a soft snort, she crossed her arms. "If Wei were here, you wouldn't dare say that. She would pull your ears." Wang Haoran flashed a knowing smile. She was using Qin Huaimeng as a shield, but she hadn't actually rejected his advance. The hesitation was plain to see. She harbored feelings for him, she was just too embarrassed to voice them. Having tested her boundaries and gauged her true thoughts, he felt satisfied. Lin Tian was already reduced to ash, and the chaos bottle belonged to its rightful owner. The primary objectives for this trip were complete. It was time to leave the village. Wanting to bring Yang Xixia along, Wang Haoran stayed at her family home for one more day. When her parents returned from the fields, he presented a blunt, straightforward proposal. He wanted to take their daughter to the city to be his girlfriend. In the original timeline, Yang Xixia's parents were greedy, snobbish obstacles who constantly blocked her relationship with Lin Tian. True to form, they voiced loud objections at first. But when Wang Haoran slid a check worth tens of millions across the table, every single objection vanished. With the matter settled, Wang Haoran drove Jishui Yao's Porsche out of the village, taking Bulletin Feiyun and Yang Xixia back toward Qingling City. Once they entered the villa district, he dropped Bulletin Feiyun off at Lu Yui's residence, before driving Yang Xixia back to his own estate. The estate bustled with activity. Feng Suanso, Ning Aoxiu, Feng Anna, Feng Antwi, Qian Baobao, and Yunchuran all resided under the same roof. Now they had a new guest. Yang Xixia stood in the grand foyer, her hands gripping her skirt. Having lived in the countryside her entire life, the sheer opulence of the villa made her incredibly nervous. Husband, is this another new sister? Feng Xuanso asked, stepping forward to examine the timid, charming girl. My lady is as sharp as always, Wang Haoran praised. Does she know about our lifestyle? She does. Wang Haoran nodded. Congratulations, husband. Feng Xuanso offered a warm smile, then walked over to Yang Xixia. She gently took the girl's trembling hand. Hello, my name is Feng Xuanso. I am also my husband's concubine. Stunned by Feng Xuanso's ethereal beauty, Yang Xixia blinked several times before finding her voice. Hello. My name is Yang Xixia. There is no need to be afraid. This is your home now. Ning Aoxia joined them, offering a reassuring smile to welcome the newcomer. Yang Xixia nodded back gratefully, her gaze then shifting to Feng Anna and the other women nearby. Unlike the mistresses of the house, Feng Anna and her companions did not rush forward to greet her as an equal. They understood the hierarchy. As maids, they could not claim the same status as a lady of the house. Feng Anna stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. Welcome, young mistress. The others quickly followed her example. Startled by the formal display, Yang Xixia hurriedly returned the bow, her cheeks flushing. Please, don't do that. You don't need to treat me like a superior. Let's just be equals. The humble gesture immediately won over Feng Anna and the rest of the staff. In reality, though they held the titles of maids, Feng Xuanso and Ning Aoxiu always treated them like dear sisters anyway. There was no true divide in the household. With the introductions finished, Feng Xuanso and Ning Aoxiu led Yang Xixia away to show her around the property. Wang Haoran finally had a moment of peace, but it cut short when his phone buzzed. It was Chu Qianwei, calling to invite him over for dinner as she usually did. Realizing he still owed Bulletin Feiyun an explanation, he accepted the invitation immediately. As evening approached, Wang Haoran arrived at Lu Yui's villa. The savory scent of cooking drifted from the kitchen where Chu Qianwei and the others were busy preparing the meal. Catching Bulletin Feiyun's eye, Wang Haoran gestured for her to follow him. They walked down the hall and entered room 4, closing the door behind them. You said you had an explanation? I'm listening. Go ahead. Bulletin Feiyun watched him, fully expecting a detailed breakdown of the strange events back in the countryside. But Wang Haoran completely ignored the script. The moment the words left her lips, he closed the distance and pressed his mouth against hers. Shock tore through Bulletin Feiyun. Lethal assassin instincts flared, screaming at her to pin him to the floor. But the affection buried deep in her heart surged, forcefully suppressing her training. The initial resistance melted into passive acceptance, which quickly gave way to eager, active cooperation. Just as she began to lose herself in the embrace, Wang Haoran abruptly pulled away. The sudden coldness on her lips left her feeling empty, followed immediately by a wave of intense embarrassment. How can you do this? If Wei finds out, what will you do? You asked for an explanation, didn't you? Here it is, I have liked you for a very long time. And you feel the same way about me, don't you? That is not what I meant when I asked for an explanation. And I don't like you at all, so stop talking nonsense. The rest of her denial cut short. He silenced her again, kissing her thoroughly until she lost the ability to speak. When he finally released her, her breath hitched. I really am hopeless. The courage to lie completely deserted her. She hated how easily her resolve crumbled around him. Not only had she failed to push him away, she had actively leaned into it. Are you ready to admit it now? Wang Haoran teased. So what if I admit it? I refuse to hurt Wei. Do you want to break her heart? If you do, I will never forgive you. I have no intention of hurting her. It's entirely possible to have the best of both worlds. Bulletin Feiyun stared at him, bewildered. I might not object, but how could Wei ever agree to such an arrangement? Why don't we just ask her? Wang Haoran smiled, then glanced toward the entrance. Have you heard enough out there? Bulletin Feiyun froze, her gaze snapping toward the door. The handle turned, the door swung wide, and her 6 sisters tumbled into the room in a chaotic heap. Bulletin Feiyun's eyes widened in sheer mortification. She wished the floor would swallow her whole. How could a professional assassin fail to notice a crowd of people eavesdropping right outside the door? It was all his fault. He had scrambled her senses so thoroughly that her awareness completely shut down. Bracing herself for a lecture, she tensed. Instead, Chu Qianwei walked over with a bright, supportive smile. She took Bulletin Feiyun's hands in hers. 4th sister, I don't mind at all. You have my blessing. What? Bulletin Feiyun squeaked, wondering if her ears were playing tricks on her. I said, I have absolutely no objection to you two being together, Chu Qianwei repeated clearly. 7th sister, how can you possibly be okay with this? Well, I've already accepted our eldest sister, 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 5th sister, and 6th sister, Chu Qianwei explained with a casual shrug. It wouldn't make sense to reject only you, right? Bulletin Feiyun stiffened, her jaw dropping. What? Chapter 650. The beautiful president and the heroine? 4th sister, you heard it right. You are the only one left who doesn't know yet. Chu Qianwei giggled, leaning against the doorframe as she watched Bulletin Feiyun's wide-eyed distress. Bulletin Feiyun's jaw slackened, her deadly reflexes completely useless against the sudden emotional ambush. I know you're surprised. To be honest, I was shocked too. Chu Qianwei walked further into the bedroom, casting a playful wink at Wang Haoran. I never expected the boyfriend I picked out would be so ambitious that he'd end up taking over our entire family. A mixture of amusement and sheer disbelief washed over Bulletin Feiyun. She glared at Wang Haoran, her tone turning intentionally cold. Can your body even handle it? You are completely overthinking this. Wang Haoran laughed, turning his gaze toward Tantayeyu, who stood calmly at the back of the crowd. That matter we discussed, did you finish explaining it? You didn't give explicit instructions, so how could I speak about it casually? Tantayeyu countered. Well, since everyone is here, let's address it properly. Wang Haoran extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to sweep Tantayeyu and the sisters directly into the Kaishan Tower. The scenery shifted instantly, replacing the familiar bedroom walls with the vast, mystical expanse of the inner treasure. While Tantayeyu remained relatively composed, Qin Huaimeng and the others gasped, too stunned to speak. Tantayeyu nodded toward Wang Haoran before turning to face her sisters, gently explaining the concept of the Immortal Emperor's reincarnation. The revelation left the group in a dazed silence for a long time. Yet, as they processed the information, it seemed to explain everything. There was no other logical reason for the bizarre, supernatural encounters surrounding Wang Haoran besides the woven threads of a past life destiny. Acceptance came naturally, and a profound yearning for immortal cultivation ignited within the sisters. Qin Huaimeng and the others did not squabble over who would begin first. Instead, a sense of harmony prevailed, and they collectively offered the first opportunity to Bulletin Feiyun. After all, the fourth sister was the last to know, having suffered the quiet ache of lovesickness while being kept in the dark. Furthermore, her current relationship with Wang Haoran remained the most distant compared to the deep bonds the others shared with him. With a quiet understanding, Qin Huaimeng led the rest of the sisters out of the space, leaving Wang Haoran and Bulletin Feiyun entirely alone. Wang Haoran stepped closer, repeating the exact explanations he had previously given to Yang Xixia. Only then did Bulletin Feiyun realize his trek to the remote village was entirely driven by the recovery of a lost artifact. At this stage, words became superfluous. Action served as the ultimate expression. For the next 3 days, Wang Haoran remained secluded within Liu's villa, completely detached from the passage of time. He successfully fulfilled his desires, closing out the ultimate objective of Lin Chen's primary storyline. His cultivation increased rapidly day by day, and by devouring the remaining vitality of the stolen ginseng, and not weed, his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage loomed large on the horizon. The peaceful retreat shattered when Xiaowenwan suddenly initiated contact. Gu Yura was in trouble again. Wang Haoran rubbed his temples, a dull ache forming behind his eyes. The heroines were simply too high maintenance, dragging one disaster after another into his schedule. This time, however, he had no intention of handling the mess personally. Before discovering immortal cultivation, he gladly spent his spare time managing Gu Yura's affairs. Now that his schedule was booked with training, a hands-on approach felt wasteful. Still, Gu Yura required adequate supervision. He had invested too much energy into her storyline to abandon her halfway, which would render his prior efforts completely useless. Wang Haoran traveled to meet with Xiaowenwan. The woman had remained exceptionally conscientious ever since she was tasked with tracking Gu Yura's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Haoran provided her with some physical comfort, while revealing the reliable cover story of his immortal emperor identity. The revelation naturally led to intimacy, which in turn boosted Xiaowenwan's cultivation significantly. When the encounter concluded, Wang Haoran authorized her to handle Gu Yura's current predicament on his behalf. Having previously viewed Wang Haoran as a powerful ancestor, the knowledge that he was an ancient immortal emperor left Xiaowenwan thoroughly awed. She bowed low, obeying his commands with absolute reverence. Once the arrangements were finalized, Wang Haoran spent the following days consuming the remaining stockpiles of ancient herbs. The volume of spiritual energy packing his meridians reached a terrifying density. Drawing upon the stolen memories of Yafan, he navigated the transition from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage with perfect precision. Yafan's lifetime of experience allowed him to execute the breakthrough seamlessly, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his power. A vast, vigorous energy vibrated through his limbs with every gesture, triggering a sudden, intoxicating rush of invincibility. However, Wang Haoran quickly suppressed the swelling arrogance. Far too many villains perished at the hands of the protagonist simply because they grew overconfident in their own strength. He refused to repeat their mistakes. While foundation establishment was undeniably potent, numerous grand realms still existed above him. Calming his racing pulse, he resolved to maintain his low-key, calculated style. The silence broke when his phone rang, displaying the name of his distant cousin, Zhen Wei. "Cousin, I recently discovered a phenomenal beauty here in the magic capital." Zhen Wei's oily voice echoed through the speaker the moment the call connected. "She is easily on par with Qin Yunhan. Would you like to make a move?" Zhen Wei was currently attending a low-tier university in the capital city. Their last encounter occurred over a month ago during Zhen Li's birthday celebration, where Zhen Wei promised to alert Wang Haoran if he stumbled across any exceptional women in the metropolis. Given the weeks of silence, Wang Haoran had nearly forgotten the agreement entirely. "Is that so? What is her background?" Wang Haoran asked. "She is the eldest daughter of a prominent business empire, a genuine heiress with a net worth that completely eclipses Qin Yunhan's family," Zhen Wei explained eagerly. "But she is a few years older, currently 21. She just took control of the family corporation, and she's been all over the local news. Everyone is calling her the youngest and most capable beautiful president in the magic capital. Interest sparked in Wang Haoran's chest. Based on the description, the woman possessed a high probability of being a core heroine. The archetype of a beautiful corporate president served as a standard template in these worlds, much like Tang Bingyun. Where a heroine appeared, a protagonist inevitably followed. Did anything unusual happen around this president recently? Wang Haoran probed. An unusual event. Does an attempted assassination count? Zhen Wei replied. Of course it counts. Stop stalling and tell me the details. Just the day before yesterday, she attended an opening ceremony for one of her group's subsidiaries. A hitman tried to take her out, but fortunately, she escaped without a scratch. The major media outlets in the capital are running the story constantly, creating a massive uproar. The near-miss outcome did not surprise Wang Haoran in the slightest. He shifted directly to the core pattern. Following the attack, did this beautiful president hire a new bodyguard? Perhaps someone who looks like a rustic country bumpkin, or a specialized operative returning from overseas with a military retirement background. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.